What is going on, Duckers? And thank you for tuning into this special episode of the Decoy End of Year live stream podcast. I mean, it's kind of something different. I got this wacky light going on in the background, but honestly, I thought it'd be cool, but it's just more distracting than anything I kind of think of. And also, we got some music going on in the background. Let me know, chat, if it is the right volume. If it's too loud, not loud enough, kind of quiet, or just distracting. But thanks everybody for hanging out to this kind of impromptu thing. We haven't done many live streams like this, just kind of out of nowhere. But I kind of feel like since volume's good on the background stuff. Okay, I keep on messing this up. There it is. Okay. What's up, Neobach Truck? And thank you. So I never know how to pronounce your name. You're like modding on like all of my different platforms, but Ayo Wasabi. Thanks for being here too. But honestly, everybody else can't get here live. Oh, the salute of the Muppet. Ayo Sabi. Okay, this is me not being Asian. Okay, so the music sounds good to you guys. What about this light? I feel like this light is more distracting than anything, and it's also giving me a very weird skin tone. Like no human has ever looked like this before. Somebody, I think in the last live stream said, you're that guy that speaks with the AI voice on YouTube. And I'm like, no, like, you know, AI channel when you see it. Nobody's in the when you're making like somebody sound realistic, you don't make it sound like this. Nobody. Light is chill, just bad placement. Probably right. It needs to be not there. It needs to be on the other side, right? You're probably right. Oh yeah, Happy New Year's on the East Coast. I mean, it's no New Year's nowhere. I saw somebody already celebrating their New Year's on Animal Crossing over in Australia because they're ahead of time. But the blue gives Sub-Zero. Yeah, this isn't AI. Maybe it is AI. Maybe in 2026, the Decoy channel is like 24/7 live streams. It just never stops, and it's me sitting there holding the bat and just like procedurally generating responses to whatever's happening in the news. That would be awesome. I'd become more wealthy than any Somalian daycare owner ever, and that'd be a good way to pivot my channel. Yeah, exposed. Here's the thing: is the bat. I need to learn how to tag it because now Dick's Sporting Goods has it, but I had like an affiliate link. And I was getting like a little commission. It's only like a $30 bat, but I mean, I feel like it's become my signature, even though it's like not my thing at all. Like the tinfoil beanie, if anything, would be my signature. Decoy AI from China, yeah. LMAO AI, you have some of the best political commentary on YouTube. AI, when you're literally in the videos, is wild. But I mean, there's that video of the guy. And he's moving around. Maybe I just need to try to find it right now because it's that good. Where could I even find it? On Twitter, maybe? Let me see. AI guy as Asian girl. Like, he's just a regular guy. He's using a filter. Oh my god. I hate I hate Twitter search. The first results of that was just adult content, so I can't search it. Never mind. But it's like this guy's moving around. It's like Asmongold reacted to it, and it's like him as like a pretty Asian girl live streaming live, and it's like, yeah, so all the booby streamers are gonna be out of work because every single person from a certain third world country is gonna become a booby streamer and just be raking in the cash. Yeah. Okay, cool. I'm glad you're over here watching from live streams, watching a live stream during the day. I mean, it's very impromptu. It's not my scheduled time, and it looks like we have 3 on Twitch, 200 on YouTube, and like 27 on Kick. And I can't see my X and Rumble numbers. I don't know why. Yeah, Twitter's full of the OF bots. It's sad because what was it? Mr. Beast just reposted some girl who's like an OF model. Did an AI image of her with him. And it's like, oh, I can't wait till this new video comes out so it looks like he filmed the video with her. And he replied saying, this is AI. Like, don't do this. But Honestly, as much as I like this light is just distracting me. But it's sad because he's just giving her attention. Like, you just need to block those accounts and try to derank them as much as possible, because they're just trying to sell their adult content, and they're detrimental to the platform. Like, your platform can be for adult content, or your platform can be for news. It'd be very hard to label Twitter as the best place to get your adult content and the best place to get Nick Shirley on the street journalism. Like, it's not. I don't think you could do that. Yeah, he probably should make a different stream. A different website if he wants to have that. I'm sure he could corner the internet. He could be like how stake funds kick. Like, gambling money is way better than streaming money. And then, sad to say, the internet is like adult content is most of it. I'm sure Elon Musk's adult content website could fund Twitter's expenses. Let me see. I'm live streaming on Twitter right now. I don't think anybody's watching on Twitter, but how many viewers do I got? I have, you never know how many people are actually watching. It says 102 views, but not live viewers. So I don't know what the genuine amount of people watching right now is. It looks like a 300 overall. No, you don't gotta go to X. No, nobody has to go. Just go to the platform you want to watch the content on. That's why I'm everywhere else. Yeah, Twitter is impressions. That's why everybody was saying like, oh, Nick Shirley got over 100 million views on Twitter for his viral video, but then he only got 1 million views on YouTube. Twitter's the future. It's like, people don't understand that for Twitter to count the view, and even the live stream view, so your live view count on Twitter can be absurdly high. It counts the impressions. So if you're scrolling through YouTube and you see a thumbnail and you don't click it, Twitter counts that as a view, like the whole video. So that's why you don't get paid nearly as much, because the counts are different, but they just have to kind of evolve with what the platform's gonna do if they want to count the views and all that stuff. Yeah, divide the number by 100, possibly even more. I mean, if Nick Shirley got 1 million views on YouTube, maybe he has like a 10%, 5% impression rate, which means that he got probably the same amount of impressions, like over 100 million impressions on YouTube, and to get 1 million views. So it would probably the same amount of reach for him over there. Alien says on Twitch, just chatting is oversaturated. My experience, you talk a subject here by playing a niche game is better, less competition, but more engaged viewers. It's probably true. Like, I'm still trying to learn about Twitch because it's like the newest platform I'm on. But I think my goal is to try to get myself attached to Asmongold. So if you're watching Asmongold, in the bottom left corner it says viewers also watch Decoy. That'd probably be the way for me to get like serious numbers over here. Like, we only have like 14 live viewers, but I mean, I don't ever stream on this time, and also you probably, if you like Asmongold, you're probably watching Asmongold. Why do I have a bat? Because I am so ADHD. I gotta move around. Like, I remember a long time ago, I watched ABBA and Preach. No, not ABBA and Preach. ABBA on the No Jumper podcast, I think it was, and he talked about like success and everything. It was pretty cool, but he talked about how the show originally for him and Preach, they're sitting down on a couch, like everybody streams sitting down, and the energy was a certain way, but one day they didn't have the couch and they stood up to do the show, and they said the vibe was just better. They're kind of more engaged. I'm like a guy that talks with his hands, and it made him more energetic and lively. So when I have this standing desk, I stand up and I'm more lively, but then my hands need to do something, especially if I'm not on the keyboard currently. So then when I just started swinging the bat around, I think I like it. It gives my hands something to do, but also it makes me more engaged. I think I have ADHD. I'm drinking like a whole ass coffee right now. I'm in it, guys. I'm in it. Yeah, Shirley might only get a couple million views, but you gotta remember, people are also reacting to the video. Like Asmon's video, for instance, was over 1 million. Yeah. Today's video, what we're gonna do is we're going to do essentially what we were doing on the Decoy channel of the, like, 2024 wasn't real. Those videos with, like, this is a 3-hour video of me taking short, concise, lighthearted commentary and making it the funniest clips, but that video would take like a full week of like editing. I'm like, okay, you know what? Nobody really watches this video anyway, so we're gonna do it live. I want to go through all my popular videos and the top 10 popular videos. We're gonna react to it. But the funny part is like I kind of wonder with my video about what happened over in Kentucky. Over in Kentucky, I got 982,000 views, which is a lot of views. But then Asmongold, as always, which he's been a blessing to the channel, got 1.5 million views. So I don't know if I want to do a live reaction of my video, or for just that one, I want to do a live video reaction of Asmongold reacting to my video. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, we're doing it live, guys. Yeah, Bird Wellington says, I found you through Asmongold, love the content, and try to catch the lives when I can. So I really appreciate that. You're hanging out when you do. But I think when Asmongold started really not farming me for content, he's just watching. I appreciate him. Really watching me for content. A lot of the people that recognize me in real life, I always have the same question, like, oh, you want to take a picture? You say, hi, I really appreciate you watching the channel so much you can recognize me in person. But I'll always ask, like, how'd you find the channel? How do you discover Decoy Voice or Decoy or whatever? And a lot of people around that time would say, oh, I watched Asmongold and I found you. So it's been really cool. React to the Zach videos, like the reactions. I mean, we're in Reactception right now, where when I cover Asmongold, I'm sorry, Hasan content, it's always like, you see the screen, Asmongold reacting to Hasan, what Hasan said, to what some other streamers said, to what I said about him, and it's like, it's literally becoming a reality TV now, but I mean, I'm here for it. Thanks you, Migda, for the super chat, saying my favorite non-math Asian. I will cover all the super chats at the end of the show. I kind of feel like I don't want to get into things until we get to like 1K overall concurrent, but we may not get there just because I don't live stream in, 1 p.m. Pacific in like, what is it, 4 East Coast? Can't forget Tony over at LC Science. Has he said anything about me? I don't think so. Yeah, Killinator, we're doing an early stream just because, I'm not going to be partying for New Year's Eve, but I figure you guys might be, so we're going to recap everything that happened in 2025, the top videos, but we'll figure it out. 4:15 East Coast, okay, that's cool. And so Stallone saying, no, not Stallone. Fozzie says, with all the fraud, should we still be forced to pay taxes? And that's a sad thing, is we're going to talk about it. Before we get into the video, we're going to do some Nick Shirley fallout and how the mainstream media is trying to, like, target him now. But that's the scary thing, is a lot of people, like, I think I saw Savannah Hernandez on Twitter, not crashing out, but being very upset at the idea of, like, if all my money's just going to overseas, like, funding literal terror groups overseas, why are we paying it? And it's like, it's gonna get kind of scary how people are just very upset with our political system, and I think they're all gonna go Amish, like they're just gonna create their own thing. It's gonna be scary. Yeah, no aid, only tax cuts. Yeah, cut all the taxes, stop funding all the aid. Nick Shirley, even if he doesn't get a single arrest out, we still have some messages from the federal government saying they're cutting all childcare funds for Minneapolis until they figure stuff out, which is good. And also the red pill moment of, we'll talk about it later, but worst case scenario, billions of dollars of fraud getting sent to literal terror groups overseas and making multi-millionaires out of scam artists. But best case scenario is the American people just woke up to the fact that, why do all these people get free healthcare? Why do 90 kids being looked after in a windowless building, why do they get millions of dollars of free healthcare? Like, I know struggling single mothers. They weren't getting free healthcare. They were struggling. Why is a certain population entitled to all my tax money to get free childcare? Scary stuff on how people are starting to lose faith in the whole system. Yeah, Enter My H says, I don't even know when you're going to stream. I typically stream Monday evenings at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. This one's a special one. I even messed up my dates. I thought that I was going to miss Monday's live stream and do it on Tuesday or Wednesday. Actually, I might just miss next week's live stream entirely and then have to make up the next Monday's live stream. I'm getting all my dates mixed up. What is it? Let me look at my calendar. Likely gonna miss next week's on 1/5's live stream Monday. Definitely gonna miss 1/12, and probably make it up on the 13th Tuesday or 14th Wednesday. Not certain, but we're kind of playing it by ear. But we are gonna up my live stream content. I think that it's it's been good for me. I like it. I think it might be cool to be more like Shoe on Head, where if I upload a regular video, it's kind of more of like an event. It's special to get that. So less content on Decoy. It's gonna be better content, probably longer content, and then more Decoy content overall on Decap Decoy on Twitch, Kick, and all that stuff. Yeah, you weren't expecting me to be live right now, but here we are. We're just gonna. It's I don't want to say low effort content, but 2025 was a wild year, and we gotta react to the highlights of it, and I think it's gonna be crazy. Yeah, Bite Deity saying, "Won't somebody think of the kids?" Said the scammers, and that's how that's what this was, is always hiding behind. If you want to enforce the law, you're a racist. Now it's like, if you don't want Somalian fraudsters, you must not care about the kids. And it's just, find something that we can all agree on. Don't harm puppies. Don't shock your dog on stream. Something that everybody can get on the side of. And then you hide behind it. Oh, you can't support this thing unless you're you gotta be anti-racist. You gotta feed the needy. You gotta help the kids. You gotta help the homeless. They're just hiding behind the idea that nobody wants to accidentally take the healthcare away from the actual kid that's relying on it. And it's like, gone are the days where they can shame you for being a phobe or a racist or not caring about the kids. The fraud is getting too big, and now we want arrests. Mass arrest is that. Alcoholics called New Year's Eve amateur night. I mean, I wanted to do a party for New Year's Eve. There's a pretty cool, I'm not gonna dox my location, but there's a pretty cool bar somewhat near where I live. And I've celebrated a lot of events there, but since it's all rainy, I'm like, nah, I'm not gonna do it to this time. Maybe I'm getting old. Yeah, Mr. PT Wrench saying Decoy rocks. I don't even like live streams, but I'm here for dude. I appreciate that. That's why I feel like me being on Twitch. People don't like Twitch as a platform. They think it caters too much to like your Nina Lynn's shoplifting, your Hassan Pikers stroking the ego of literal terror and possibly shocking his dog. But I mean, I feel like this could be the new generation of live streaming. Like, maybe you don't like that content, or you did like that content and realize, oh, you like somebody more, I'd say, down to earth, where I know the live streams kind of suck. I know my pace and my cadence isn't good, but we're figuring it out. I think a lot of the charm of watching a channel succeed that goes from 1,000 subscribers to 10,000 to 100,000 is watching them evolve through time, and you kind of feel like their success is your success. Like, I've watched that happen through a lot of channels where it's like they're struggling, now they figured it out, so I like watching them get big. It's arrest o'clock, yeah. Hopefully. And again, if Kilmore Obrego Garcia is not behind bars right now, or even deported, I have zero confidence that they're going to be able to follow through on this Minneapolis thing. After the Epstein debacle, I have zero confidence they're going to go through stuff. I think there's going to be sassy videos put out by the administration. I think they're going to get us all hyped up about what's happening, but I'm hopeful, but I'm not confident. Yeah, we're doing okay. Come on, do some math for us. So here's two things that I thought I want. Is we talked about it last live stream, the podium, kind of like where I could stand further away, and then maybe I'll reframe with where I'm at, and I can have the podium, maybe have a laptop, do the content from there, and maybe have just more space to move around. Maybe even have like that air T-ball thing and just hit some dingers while we're live streaming, or possibly having a whiteboard behind me. I think Brett Cooper was she covering Candace Owens? What was she covering? But she had a whiteboard behind her, and it seemed very much like Charlie Kelly with his Sharpie, like, oh, Pepe Sylvia, he's there, and he seemed more unhinged, and I kind of like that too. And I'm like, should I get a whiteboard? Now, it's not a batting cage, it's just like this little, those tiny little, like wiffle ball kind of things, and it's like this little device that just floats it on an Airstream, and then you can just hit balls off it. Like it's like, you know, they're so lightweight and delicate, it's not gonna break anything in my room. So maybe I get that. As the communist Chinese billionaires, yeah, you'll know if I sell out by the fact of me suddenly endorsing some shady stuff. Okay, you think Liberal Hive Mind put me on to you? Yeah, Liberal Hive Mind's an awesome guy. Like he's a I've talked to him a couple times, super cool. I like his content too. The funny thing is he says, I think this is a replay. It's going to be a replay. I'm gonna watch a whole bunch of old content. But that's what it is. Oh, what's up, Maybe Sunshine? Glad to see you here. I mean, you always seem to be able to pop up when we're doing these impromptu live streams, so I appreciate that. You endorsing Twitch, that's already shady stuff. I mean, yeah, everybody keeps on bashing Kick for being propped up by gambling, but Twitch now shows gambling ads. So it's like, no, the internet's run by two things, apparently. Adult content and gambling. We are not divisive people. Humans have their vices, and that's pretty much why they show up and go to work. Show up to work every day. Very sad, but I mean, you can't stray away from the reality that that's what it is. Everything is gambling. Even buying toys now is gambling. This thing right here, this is kind of a cool Dragon Ball Z thing I've had on. I can't get the thing to whatever, but even buying this toy, you can't just go to the store and buy. Oh, I want this thing from Dragon Ball Z. No, you buy a box that has a potential for 7 different items, and you're like, well, I really want these 2 toys. Hopefully I get it. And it became like the new trend of blind boxes, kind of like Pokemon cards or whatever, baseball cards in general, but this is gambling. Buying this toy was gambling. It's all gambling and it makes it fun. I am a degenerate gambler. Yeah, Gachapon. Gachapon, that's what it is. Yeah, Columbia Shane says a daycare in Minneapolis was conveniently robbed. We're going to talk about that too. We're going to talk about that. Is 3D printed FM? Yeah, I met a guy at a YouTube event. He's been a good friend of mine. Get out of the way. That Squirtle, that I have no coordination. Squirtle right here that's got the sunglasses on and the saxophone. That's 3D printed. Like it's kind of cool. Like 3D printing for toys is gonna be pretty awesome, or just stuff in the background. Like whenever I go out of town, even for one night, I set up cameras to watch over my cat just to kind of make sure he's doing okay. I'm neurotic like that. There's a 3D print thing I want him to do where it turns your little PTZ camera for your home into a little Gundam toy. Like it just looks like this robot's watching him. It's pretty cool. Yeah, crash out streamers are becoming popular. I think it's just drama. Me just hanging out here talking to you guys would be maybe 1,000 live viewers. But if I am crashing out about losing my channel, getting banned, or whatever, I think that live stream gets like 5,000 live viewers. It's sad. Yeah, everything is gambling somehow. I mean, sad. What that Squirtle run you? In the hundreds, actually, because he didn't charge me for his labor, and also him having these very fancy 3D printers. But the filament, is that what it's called? The filament was wildly expensive because he's a huge, like it's 4 in the background. He's a huge guy, so that cost me a lot. Gama gets views. It's crazy. Like I mean, I like to cover news topics and serious things. Like I'm an older guy. I can't be talking about like Twitch streaming drama all the time. Like even when I cover like Amiru stuff, I'm not necessarily covering it because her and her ex-boyfriend have issues. I'm trying to cover crime and like culture. Like how are things impacting our lives, and how is societal decay impacting our lives? But drama gets the most views, Older, I look 25. I mean, it's probably just the complimentary soft lighting we have here. How do I? Maybe I turn that one off and the side light it. Yeah, I mean, whatever. I'm old, guys. I'm old. No longer can I cover. I couldn't become a Minecraft YouTuber. That's it. Decoy Unk. Yeah, that was the Korean guy, Kangmin Lee, I think. I was just watching his live stream briefly, and he was like, "Oh, Decoy's in chat. That's my uncle." And I'm like, Yeah, that's when you know you're getting old. When that's not my homie, that's not my brother, that's not my friend. It's like, no, he is gamingly is an adult in himself, as a adult as himself, but he sees me as such an older gentleman. I am his uncle. Yeah, I'm a millennial. Big unk status, yep. Yeah, I was an investigator before. I did a lot of, I don't want to say crappy jobs, but I did a lot of jobs that I wasn't like, I didn't grow up thinking, oh my god, I'm gonna work at a shopping mall when I'm older, you know? Like, no disrespect to people that are there, but I did a lot of jobs that was just me struggling, getting underpaid, and being dead end. Like, I know a lot of people, like my coworkers, they were always gonna go somewhere with that career, but me, just because I don't get along well with corporate culture, like I'm not good at where I live now. I'm nearby a couple different office buildings, and when I go get lunch, like I'll be there with my hoodie and like my sweatpants, and I'll see all the guys with like the name badges and their collared shirts and their slacks, and I'm like, I was just never good at that part of the job. Like, I understand if you want to become the next guy, like your superiors have to like you, but I'm like, no, my stats will speak for me. I do the job well. I don't kiss ass well. I don't stroke the egos of everybody above me with shitty ideas that are so detached from the guys that are on, like, you know, boots on the ground. Your idea has nothing to do with what's really happening at the job level. But I'm so interested in becoming better or moving up, I'm gonna cater to your fragile emotions and how smart you are. No, I would always be realistic with them, and apparently that didn't go well. Oh, cool, Legacy Alive. I'm glad you're watching over on Twitch. People are finding me over there, so yeah. Actually, Decoy can knot a tie. I'm actually really good at tying ties. I kind of missed when the full Windsor was a thing because it got a big, nice tie, but then skinny ties became a thing. So like a half Windsor or a four in hand, and I'm like, I don't want to feel like a hipster. But that was a thing. Yeah, you don't play with corporate suit wearing freaks. And that's the thing, is I don't like look down on the corporate suit wearing people. I'm just not one of them. And it's very clear I'm not one of them. Like, I remember I was so offended. I was at a location one time and we had some big corporate bigwigs visiting for a while. And I was trying to express to them the major issues that are happening and how they need to reapproach their take on what my department was doing. And I guess I came on too strong. Like, they're just trying to have a conversation. I'm like, no, guys, this is an issue. You guys are literally going to have, like, I don't put this PG-13. You guys are going to have a massive incident at these locations if you don't cover the way, you got to pivot away the way you approach this. I know it's very vague, but I'm, you know, whatever. And then later on, in front of my boss, the high corporate person, and me, the high up person straight up told me to my face saying, look, you know, this is they didn't say a collegiate atmosphere, but they said something to the effect of, this is a collegiate atmosphere. This isn't the stoop in the Bronx. You can't talk like that. And I was like, the fuck? Like, it was not the most offensive thing in the world, but I'm like, you swear you guys are all these suit and tie wearing prestigious motherfuckers at this job, and you're gonna sit in here and look at me like I'm some urchin from the hood. I'm like, all right, whatever. I'm never going to try to help this company again. Saying describe your tats. I mean, I wanted this. I forget what kind of flower this. I wanted this flower on the inside, and I wanted the. God damn, I can't. I wanted the koi fish on the inside, on the outside. But you know, the design's cool. I got my cat cheddar on my shoulder, and I'm not gonna lift my shirt, but I got a pretty cool bird, a phoenix right here. I just had the most generic Asian guy tattoos ever. This is the equivalency of like millennials back in the day getting a tramp stamp or getting a tribal tattoo. This is just if you were to make generic Asian guy in a video game, I would be it. Oh, an hour and 30 minutes away from New Year's? Okay, here we go. Yeah, they're great tattoos. If you guys are looking for the guy, I've referenced him before, Derek Tatty, like Derek the name, and then Tatty over on Instagram. It's very hard to get on his books, and I think he even stopped doing large pieces, so I'm very grateful for the fact that I was able to get on his books kind of last minute and get something I really liked. The koi fish is right. The decoy koi fish. He's right there. He's a sick fish too, but yeah. Those are the kind of folks that always want free concert tickets from me. Suits get nothing. I don't fit their world. They don't fit my world. And that's the thing is, like, you know, it's perfectly fine. They got their lane. I got my lane. I know plenty of people that wouldn't look down on what I do, because it's not, I wouldn't say this is like a stressful job. It's just a job where you have no security. Random stuff can happen. The algorithm can spit you out. You can get, like, people can start talking like there can be a rumor about you, could end your career, and then later on the rumor becomes like fabricated. They discover that the rumor was fabricated, but then you still lost your career. Like, very, very, you're living day by day. So I know people that even though, like, you know, you won't become, not a bad thing to not become famous, but you won't become famous, you won't become rich, but you'll have a salary every day. Some people like that more. And you know, if you got a family especially, no knock on that. You know, different people have different goals in life. A 65K fish. Who's getting a tattoo that's $65,000? Or am I getting this wrong? Have you considered a podcast? I kind of feel like this is the podcast, even though I probably should have like a guest or something. But I think YouTube, as long as I check this off as a podcast, you can watch this as one. An actual koi, oh yeah, huge koi fishes are very, very expensive. It's pretty cool. There's like a shopping mall nearby me that just has outdoor koi fish, like the highest quality koi fish ever, and it's like, this is amazing. Like, they're just out. Koi fishing 10K, yeah. Yeah, you're from the UK. If you posted what you think, you would get arrested. Scary times to be online when they're more desperate to protect the narrative than the kids. My first podcast guest should be Kanye. I mean, I just think it was cool that when Timcast IRL had always been around, I watched it a bit. I'm not the hugest fan of Timcast IRL, but it's like it's a staple of online political commentary, and I liked him. He's a nice guy. When I wanted to be on the show, maybe I had like 1,000 to like 200,000 subscribers. I thought I was gonna be on the show at some point in time because I was on the side channel Pop Culture Crisis, and also I always forget their names. They're really cool. The guy and the girl, Mary Morgan. It's not Brian. I feel like an asshole right now. The guy. Somebody in chat will say his name. They're super cool. Very nice guys. I like them. But what's his name? Brett DeVos. Brett D. Yeah, Brett. So, super cool guys. But then once Timcast IRL had like Alex Jones, Joe Rogan, Kanye West, Donald Trump as podcast guests, I'm like, that my time to have gotten on that show has ended. But then I actually was able to get on the show, so it was cool. Political chaos is only going to get worse. That's why we're doing this video. I mean, we're already a half an hour in, so is what it is. You keep seeing Timcast posters on the highway where you live. That's pretty cool. Like, he's actually doing advertising. I don't know how much is it called brick and mortar advertising, but just like actual advertising in the real world helps your online channel. I don't know. I'm just here. Yeah, I was on Timcast. It was pretty cool. Pretty cool. I would just say that the fans all seem to like my appearance on there, but I feel like I did bad. I've said this a couple times before where I just got socially awkward. I'm naturally socially awkward anyway. Like, I can dominate this conversation because it's just me in a room alone, like a schizophrenic, like I'm just talking to myself. But put me in a room with strangers and they're all very knowledgeable about what's going on. They have a cadence. They know how to talk to each other. I just feel like I didn't do that well. Hey, your uncle has some koi fish he's had for 20 to 30 years. Oh, that's crazy how long they can live. Hey, you feel like IRL advertising doesn't do much, but you don't know. Seems like a waste of money. But I think it's all about like imprint. The value isn't how many new subscribers he gets from the advertisement. The value is from how it legitimizes his show. Just take the pencil bat next time. I got him the tinfoil beanie. I was hoping he'd wear it, but then he just kind of put it in the background of display. So Decoy lives on there, but I think I wouldn't be surprised if Timcast IRL is done for. I think that, you know, as dangerous as it's getting, he's got family, his priorities are going to change. I wouldn't be surprised if in the new year it's over. Yeah. You need to abolish billboards. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how people, like, you know, when you're driving from the continental US into Canada, you don't realize how you get up there and like, wow, it's just nature. Like, billboards aren't a thing up there. It's about the ad reads, covers the show themselves. Yeah, that's what it's crazy to me to think about how much Candace Owens is making per episode, because I'm guessing with, you know, getting 1 million views per video and her being a source of like a voice of authority within her audience, like maybe 10, 15, actually no, I'm thinking more like $15,000 to $25,000 per ad read. 2 in the beginning, 2 in the middle, 2 in the end, maybe 2 more in the middle. 8 ad reads at probably $15,000 a piece. Someone do the math for me. Actually, let's try to do the math mentally. If it's 15, so it's 30 in the beginning, 30 in the middle, 30 again, so we're at 90, $120,000 per episode, minus the ad revenue that YouTube's giving her as well, minus the fact that it's probably getting reposted on podcasts. I mean, these will be like $500,000 episodes. I wouldn't be surprised. Cool, I appreciate that, Big Is. Yeah, if you haven't been on Twitch at all, I mean, let's go ahead and get to today's episode and start we're talking about what happened. How do I get down there? Is if you guys haven't already, you're watching over on Decoy. You're actually watching over at Decap Decoy. We're at 58,000 subscribers, so that's pretty awesome. I think that last video about Asmongold is doing really well. But yeah, we got 600 people watching over there. But if you haven't been on Twitch yet, this is gonna confuse me, but twitch.tv/decoy. If you have Amazon Prime, but you don't go on twitch.tv, if you attach your Amazon Prime account to your twitch.tv account, you can give me a free $5 a month subscription. Costs you nothing, it's built into your Twitch account, but you can kind of give me some extra money over there. So it helps support the channel. You don't gotta do it, because I understand it is a little bit confusing. But yeah. Seriously, what does one do with $100,000 a month? They become a socialist, champagne socialist Twitch streamer, cry about communism and cry about capitalism all day, beg for communism, and then buy a six-figure Porsche. That's apparently what you do. Yeah, Bezos bucks. That's what it is. Windows 95ing there for a second. Yeah, it's almost like a speech jammer. It just confuses me. Yeah, with a house in the middle of LA. That's the funny thing is, though, like, from what I've heard about him, about Hassan being in LA, I think that we've lived like in the same parts. It's just I lived in the poor parts of LA, bumping shoulders with the rich people, like working in the rich areas. It's like, yeah, I know what he's talking about. It's like you haven't you live there, but you haven't experienced there at all. Yeah, we're on Twitter today too, so we're seeing how that works out. How many Twitter viewers do we have? Let's see. Yeah, he was totally poor for like a month in college. No, he was never poor in college. I think he tries to reframe things as if he was struggling at one point in time, but that is definitely not the case. Oh, thank you, Bad Wookie, for subscribing to Prime. Really appreciate that. And yeah. Twitch is 7 minutes per ad shots every 5 minutes. That's why I turned the ads as low as I possibly can and still being in the program. Because at some point in time, I think I could scale the Twitch audience up, but not if it's like most of the channels on there where if you click it, you're looking at like 60 seconds of ads while you see there in a top corner. I'm like, nobody has the love for Decoy to watch that many ads before you watch me live. Yeah, dude owned a horse. Yeah, did you ever watch the Y-Files? I watched his appearance on the Joe Rogan show. That was pretty cool. But a lot of the times I'm not I don't have the not temperament. I don't have the attention span to watch a full episode. But he does huge numbers, so good for him. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Beatdown DLX, for the subscription. And now we have a hype train. Still don't know what a hype train is, but appreciate it. So let's go ahead. Okay, so before we get to the 2025 recap, I just want to start talking about how the mainstream media is now freaking out about Nick Shirley, and they're trying to get a hold on the narrative around what's happening over in Minnesota, but they keep on stepping on rakes and hitting themselves in the face, because every single time they try to, oh, thank you, K Dola, for the 5 subs gifted. The more they try to disprove Nick Shirley, the worse they make it for their side. And the fact that they've even addressed it now, like, they're probably better off just ignoring it and pretending it didn't happen and relying on the fact that a lot of their viewers are ignorant to what's going on in the real world. They keep on making it worse for themselves. Like, so here's them talking about what happened with Nick Shirley on his second days there.
We're from CNN. Can we talk to you? This is MAGA YouTube.
Actually, no, the volume's all messed up. They're trying to, do their gotcha moment with Nick Shirley.
YouTuber Nick Shirley, back at a daycare in Minnesota, he alleged was a fraudulent facility in a now viral video.
People are going to say this is a left or right issue, but no, fraud is fraud. And so I'm not out here trying to put a twist on things.
Shirley's viral video, released over the weekend, in which he says he's uncovering tens of millions of dollars in fraud at...
No, he's not saying it. We watched it happen, but see, the subtle framing that CNN and the mainstream media has to just discount. They can't say, hey, look, he found some fraud. He's alleging this thing. Oh, thank you. I can't even read that name. Oh, Killinator for the 5 subs. Thank you. He's alleging it, so already discount what he's saying.
Minneapolis daycares run by the Somali community was retweeted by Elon Musk and Vice President J.D. Vance.
Yes.
In the video,
they want you to be, the MAGA conservatives are supporting it, so obviously it's bad framing.
Shirley tries to open locked doors and talk to people at various daycares he claims are frauds.
He claims.
Did you come during their normal operating hours when you came to visit?
I came at 11 a.m.
Yeah, when people are at work. They keep on trying to say the normal operating hours are 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. Anybody that actually has kids knows that 2 to 10 is not traditional operating hours. And it's funny because they originally tried to say the Leering Center is defunct. They closed down. A lot of these places didn't even tell you how you can enroll somebody in it. There was obviously workers inside, and now they keep on pivoting. This is like the dog shocking incident where they haven't figured out their lie quite yet, but they'll figure it out over time. And now it's holiday so they're closed, and now they're 2 to 10 p.m. He went during the hours they were closed. Well, if they were closed during those hours, how come none of the workers came out and said, come back at 2 p.m., then we can take care of you? None of them knew anything about daycare,
I believe, and I also came the following day, later in the day. The point of it is not whether or not I came at the right time of their...
The funny part is CNN, just like, what was it? Not Don Lemon. It was The Daily Show. Now they're using the tiny little lavalier mic, the little DJI or the Rode mic. The mainstream media always takes the wrong lessons away from these street journalists. Like, I remember when The Daily Show was there and you had, he's British, but he's black, Trevor Noah. They were upset that more people were tuning into Tim Pool than The Daily Show for their news, because they're both kind of comedy shows. So, Trevor stopped wearing suits. He started wearing hoodies. Oh, I'm casual like Tim wearing a beanie, but it was like, no. Where you're at in New York City, it's currently 100 degrees. Why are you wearing a hoodie? And then he's like, oh no, it's because I'm in air conditioning. It's like, but it's so incongruent. You think people listen to Tim because he's casual, not because he's telling you objective truths. The same thing here. It's like, nobody's buying that CNN all of a sudden can't afford these, $1,000 boom mics. They're just taking the wrong aspect of it. Oh, they're gonna like us more if we shoot with an iPhone and have a tiny little microphone. It's like, no, you guys are missing the point. We don't listen to you guys because you guys are lies.
Operation hours. The point is that blacked out doors, they can't give you any information. You call that number, no one answers.
Yeah, one of the numbers went to Tim Walz's headquarters.
And there should be a way for somebody to actually be able to call that number and somebody be able to answer. These aren't real businesses.
But surely you don't think a daycare should just be unlocked. You shouldn't be able to just walk in.
Not during business hours when he came the next day, that it has to be unlocked. That's fire code. But also, he told her information. We came here during business hours the second day. The phone number doesn't go anywhere. But she's such on a track of, we're here to disprove you. We're not here to have a conversation. We're not here to present CNN viewers with information. We're here to present a narrative saying, well, what about the doors being locked? What he just gave them? She should start to say, wait, what do you mean? You mean they won't open the next day? What do you mean the number doesn't go to anywhere? You mean the windows are tinted? Like this, nothing is making sense about this, but she still keeps on trying to disprove him.
To a
There should be a
daycare.
reception.
No, every daycare is locked.
And so, okay, you bring up a fair point. Then why can't they?
See,
actually
okay,
give me
yeah.
information?
Nick Shirley says, okay, every daycare should be locked. Cool. He's in receiving information and he's rebutting it. This will never happen from CNN.
And so, okay, you bring up a fair point. Then why can't they actually give me information how to enroll a child?
Federal law enforcement has been
I'm surprised they even let him play the rebut. It's just like, here he makes a point. Let's play some B-roll of why he's wrong.
Then why can't they actually give me information how to enroll a child?
Federal law enforcement has been investigating fraud in Minnesota for several years. Both attorneys
Several years of investigating fraud, and yet I don't think there's been a single arrest. And yet this is still occurring. And yet the only time that the American people will know about it is if Nick Shirley goes viral for this.
General Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel said on social media they've indicted dozens of defendants. DHS has posted multiple videos of agents they say are conducting a massive fraud investigation.
A Stern talking to. I want to see massive arrest. I want to see so many arrests occurring that they're like, okay, we got to build a new prison because there are so many of these white collar criminals.
Do you think that federal law enforcement hasn't done enough? I mean, they would say, look, these fraud cases have been going on.
Again, they instead of answering his very valid concern, they went to B-roll and came back with their next hard-hitting journalism question.
Do you think that federal law enforcement hasn't done enough? I mean, they would say, look, these fraud cases have been going on, but they've already done like 80 indictments. The cases have been going on.
Yeah, if there's 80 indictments, and yet he can expose $110 million of fraud in an afternoon, there hasn't been enough indictments.
You know, for years.
Then why did I show up one day in Minnesota and go to all these daycares, no children, they're receiving millions of dollars. We uncovered nearly $110 million in fraud in one day.
How do you know that all the
They don't answer a single question. They just skip to the next gotcha moment.
allegations that you're making are true?
How do I know that they're true? Well, we showed you guys what was happening, and then you guys can go ahead and make your own analysis.
Yeah. How do you know they're true? We're presenting you evidence. Something that CNN is completely... It's almost like a foreign thing to them. How do you know what you think is true? Well, we saw some evidence. We saw some video that makes me think this is true. Let me move this. That's why we think it. And she's just like bewildered at the idea that, well, why don't you just listen to our talking points instead of believing your eyes and ears?
So we can make our own analysis. Are you 100% sure you're true?
Yeah, I am 100% sure I'm true.
CNN is looking into Shirley's claims.
Hi, my name's Whitney Wild. I'm a correspondent for CNN.
We reached out to several of the daycares featured in the now viral video. Only one daycare facility answered and said they are a legitimate business.
Have you seen the videos, purporting that some of these daycares don't have kids inside?
Minnesota Republicans.
Wait. Why didn't she give us the response of it? She's talking to us saying, hey, have you heard of the allegations? Let's hear what they have to say. If there's so much, if these are false, they're going to give you actual reasonings as to why Nick Shirley is propaganda and his accusations are erroneous. But they just cut to more B-roll. This is almost a SNL tier or this parody tier propaganda.
Despite the new focus from the Trump administration, they have been sounding the alarm on fraud for years.
We have talked about fraud. We have gotten stories. We've tried to push this forward every way that we can.
At the daycare where Shirley showed back up, a stream of children walk inside.
You're saying that this
After they got 100 millions of views, everybody's talking about the internet. All of a sudden they can bust in a whole bunch of kids. Again, we're going to get more into why, even if they are providing daycare, why that's also a problem, because why they receiving all this free daycare, but just, oh, look, we gotcha. They brought together some kids and now they're providing care to them. No.
fraudulent daycare, there's kids being dropped off right now.
Yes, the Commissioner of Children literally said a week ago this place was closed.
Did you know
They're
that?
showing face right now.
Yeah,
A viral video,
exactly.
disputed claims, and their full fallout remains to be seen.
I like how if you look at the capital of Minneapolis, you have literally the Somalian flag. Now, again, this is the new Minnesota state flag, but Snopes tries to tell you it's just a coincidence The new Minneapolis state flag looks exactly like one of the various Somalian state flags. They've been conquered. If that flag is larger than the American flag, I'm upset.
Full fallout remains to be seen.
Whitney, you mentioned in your story that there were dozens of convictions going back.
Dozens. If there's dozens of convictions and there was still $110 million of fraud to find in one day, we need to start building extra prisons. I'm sorry.
Can you explain what those convictions established?
Well, this was really the beginning of this massive fraud case that has now led to more than 50 convictions, 56 people at least convicted as of September of this year.
Good. So they know it's an issue. So if you can't play both sides of the coin. There's no fraud here, but also there was 56 convictions. So now it's done. It's like, no, you understand this is a crime that's been occurring a lot. You know it's a huge issue. And yet, when he points it out before CNN can, oh, he's a propaganda artist. Obviously, there's kids here. Well, maybe the store hours are shut. Oh, the doors are locked. That's what you want. You want the windows to be tinted. It's like, no, you know this is a trend. But you just upset not Tim. You're upset that Nick found it, and it ruins your narrative.
Jim, at least 78 people have been indicted in that case. It was this sprawling investigation that, DOJ has really touted as their effort to try to root out what is a fraud problem here in Minnesota, Jim.
And then, of course, that many of them did begin a number of years ago. Whitney Wild, good to have you there. Thanks very much.
So them saying there is a fraud problem. Isn't this just more example of why they should be commending Nick Shirley? Thank you for doing this investigation and exposing these scumbags over there. Because if they truly like this liberalism idea, providing free healthcare for all, helping undocumented immigrants, all this stuff that's going to be, sunshine and daisies no matter if we're going to be massively in debt, they should be outraged at the idea they found $110 million of fraud because it means their system's being taken advantage of. That $110 million could have gone to actual immigrants, actual kids that needed healthcare, actual social services to the needy. If it went to another country, if it went to literal terror groups, they should be equally upset. The fact that she did this whole thing, after 3 minutes and 46 seconds, they get to the conclusion of, there's lots of fraud. There's lots of arrests. It's a trend going on for years. But every single question she asked when she saw Nick in the beginning was, you're wrong. You're wrong. This is propaganda. You know it's a problem. You just hate the fact that Nick found it. It's absolutely disgusting. Now, I will give credit to CBS News over here, where some outlets or some journalists seem like they're taking the side of Nick.
According to federal prosecutors, it was really during COVID that fraudsters set up these fake restaurants or sham businesses and health clinics that would provide things like meals to school children or behavioral health services or housing to people with addiction. And because during COVID you didn't have the same checks and balances, you had social distancing, you couldn't have the site visits, you couldn't have the in-person inspections, well, the fraudsters got away with it all and provided the receipts and collected boatloads of cash from us, the taxpayers.
So we know we have an issue. This is CBS saying it's not the entire group, but there are fraudsters you need to be upset with.
More than 90 people have been charged in the schemes, mostly Somalis, and more than 60 people have been convicted. Now,
here's the thing. I don't care that it's mostly Somalis. I care that it's all fraudsters. If it was mostly Koreans, if it was mostly weird guys with curly hair that have tattoos, I wouldn't be like, oh my God, they're targeting people like my people. And it's like, no, I'm not committing daycare fraud. I don't identify with any of these people. We just want the fraudsters to be arrested. I'm absolutely certain if this wasn't Somalians, this was Mexicans, Koreans, white MAGA Americans, it'd be like, no, we want those people gone. I'm sick of my tax dollars enriching scumbags.
Video getting traction online. It's from influencer Nick Shirley, and he visited several daycares, Somali-owned daycares in the Twin Cities, and basically accused them of doing the same thing. Running these sham operations where kids didn't show up, but still billed the federal government.
The thing that we know that's been happening, he discovered more of it. Thank you. Kudos. That's what this should be. He should be piggybacking on this investigative journalism Nick is doing and doing more of it, not using the entire mainstream media corporate apparatus to try to discount him because it's inconvenient for their political stance.
Collected millions of dollars in Medicaid funds. We visited those sites too, as did state inspectors many times over the last 6 months.
Yes.
And we found the facts on the ground tell a different story. Those daycares, many of them were written up for safety violations, things like maybe busted.
So it got worse. So not only is it likely fraud, if they're actually providing care to kids, we're not getting our money's worth, and they're actually endangering people. Again, if you actually care about the immigrants, if you care about the kids, you should be upset about this too.
equipment or staff training issues, but that's not the same as being fraudulent. So it's important to put all this in context.
They're not defrauding the American people. They're just endangering the kids. They don't even hear themselves. They don't hear themselves. At least he's validating Nick's claims in the sense of this has been happening before, not just trying to frame everything as bad. He's trying to stand up for the Somalian fraudsters by saying they're not just defrauding the American people, they're endangering the kids.
Granted, fraud is indisputably an issue in Minnesota,
Yes.
and next year it's going to turn up the heat continuously on state officials, including Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, who's running for re-election. And there are
he's
14
done.
programs, Medicaid-funded programs, that are currently under investigation by state and federal government. But childcare is not one of them. Again, this is something we're going to keep following well into next year.
Yeah. Something they're going to be providing their propaganda for many years. Why is this thing? Their propaganda for years, because Nick Shirley, a guy with a microphone and a cell phone camera, just destroyed their entire narrative. Now, a lot of places aren't telling you what's going on. Like if you're on Reddit, it's officially an information desert /Minnesota. You have this post of just, hey, Nick Shirley exposes Somali fraud still happening in Tim Walz's Minnesota. They know fraud's been occurring, but if you're on r/Minnesota, they deleted it, locked it, and made sure because it says, we can't have things like this. They could be fake news posted. Oh, now they're concerned about fake news. Never mind the fact that the vaccine didn't stop the spread. Never mind the fact that the vaccine didn't keep you alive. Never mind the fact that the masking was made up, the 6 feet was made up. All that stuff was fake. I'm certain Minnesota had no issue with that. But now, because it's inconvenient for our side, now we're concerned. Now we're concerned about misinformation. Anyone can make a YouTube video with no journalistic standards and say anything they want. There's a ton of YouTube videos out there telling people what they want them to hear. If you want to source this from an actual news source, you can. Oh, so you got to rely on CNN telling you propaganda. You cannot get it from the source. You cannot see the video, the evidence for yourself. You have to go through the mainstream media apparatus to get your propaganda. Absolutely disgusting because, again, some guy on Twitter says, new evidence proves Nick Shirley's a lying fraud. We're not going to watch this whole thing, but you see this. Oh yeah, they have some evidence that since they've gone viral, they've shipped in kids.
In Minneapolis.
They have to learn ABC and numbers.
Director Ahmed Hassan gave WCCO a tour after finding his daycare in the national spotlight.
All right, we've arrived to ABC Learning Center.
In a now viral video, right-wing YouTuber Nick Shirley
that's what they always try to do. Right-wing YouTuber. Who's that? He has a podcast. He used to be a Navy SEAL. I think he's currently he has an issue with Dan Crenshaw right now. I watch him. I just can't think of his name right now. But they always try to frame him as a right-wing YouTuber. Joe Rogan's a right-wing YouTuber. Like they always try to say they're fascists, they're Nazis, they're racist, they're the alt-right. So now we're going to get everybody else as right-wing because he didn't. I don't think Nick Shirley's telling you how to vote. Sean Ryan. Yep, Sean Ryan. I don't think he's trying to tell you who to vote for. He's just giving you information. He's just making content. And now he's the spooky old right. This is from CBS Minnesota. He's the bad guy now.
Dozen daycare centers in Minnesota are taking public funds but not providing a service. He says ABC Learning Center is one of them, knocking on the door in mid-December.
I would like to check a child in the daycare.
Hassan says his employee didn't respond because Shirley was in a group of about 8 people, and his staff were concerned about recent ICE activity.
Is this daycare?
Oh, again, stop. This is ICE. Again, this is just talking points.
No, we're not.
Okay, if they're concerned about ICE activity, then we need to have ICE raid this spot. If they will not answer the door because of ICE activity, they're hiding something.
Proud.
Hassan showed us security footage from the same day Shirley was here. According to the timestamps in the videos, this woman takes a young child into the center at around 9 a.m. that day. About 3 hours before.
Wait, so were they open or were they not? They cannot keep their story straight. Oh, this wasn't business hours. Business hours are 2 to 10. Business hours are at 9.
Shirley arrives at the door closer to the street. Within the hour after Shirley leaves, a woman arrives at the other door with a stroller. A larger family heads inside a few hours later.
I wonder how many. Tell us, when did they leave? Because we saw that video from 2015 in Minneapolis where they had people arriving with kids, checking them in, then leaving with them, and also being handed cash. We just talked about that a couple days ago. We can see them entering, but when do they leave?
Tuesday afternoon, WCCO found at least a dozen children at ABC Learning Center, which is licensed with the state. Records show Minnesota officials last visited the daycare in November, noting some corrected and ongoing violations related to data.
More again. So guys, it's not fraud. We're just endangering them. They're not accomplishing what they think they're accomplishing. Not to mention the idea, we'll get into it more. Why is the government paying, why am I taxpayer dollars paying for $110 million of child care when I would have to pay for it myself? That's bad enough as it is. But also, these people are criminal. If they're able to get $110 million and they cannot create a safe environment for the kids, I want them behind bars as well. Not necessarily for fraud, but for the endangerment. They need to be gone.
Day operations, but no record of fraud.
What did I do? I'm just a typical human being who wants to live and do the right thing. I have kids to feed.
Umi Hassan, the daycare's current owner, believes these latest fraud accusations are political.
There you go.
She and Hassan are Somali Americans.
We pay our taxes. We do whatever we can to be a law-abiding citizen. At the same time, when one Somali does something wrong, we all get collective.
Oh, there it is again. It's racist for you to find me doing something wrong. I have some video of the people arriving. You said I was closed between 9 to 2. Now we have videos of it, so it's like, yeah, how long were they there? Where's their records? And the sad part is just like they said. Oh, here we go. They showed up at 9 p.m. and then you also see this video. It's 2 to 10.
Talk to a mother dropping off her kids.
I take my kids here, 2 o'clock to 10. Yeah, there's a lot of kids inside.
Talk to a mother.
I don't know about that. Now, these are two different locations, but they keep on getting their stories mixed up. But here's the thing is, we have all this stuff. We're law-abiding citizens. We have all these records. Just like clockwork, people guessed this was going to happen. One of the daycare centers got broken into. The overnight burglary of a Somali daycare in South Minneapolis. The break-in comes in the aftermath of the viral video alleging fraud by several Somali childcare centers, where conveniently, all the evidence they have that they're actually taking care of these kids, the documentation, was stolen out of a hole in their wall with cinder blocks. Very, very bizarre times.
My name is Nasrullah Mohammed. That is spelled Nasrullah I'm the manager at Nokomis Daycare Center, and today I want to talk about what happened yesterday. Yesterday morning, I was called by the owner because, unfortunately, someone came in to our daycare.
I'm not buying this. I'm just sharing that. I think he's a liar.
The cleaner called the owner and told him what happened and the vandalism that happened. The owner called us. Me and another manager came into the scene around 6 a.m.
I think this sign with this white lady right here says racism. This was racist because after they got accused of fraud, somebody mysteriously went in there and stole all the documentation that could validate their claims.
We looked and saw what happened, and we saw that the suspect came in from the back, broke in from the back kitchen, and he also destroyed the wall to come in. As he came in,
1,000,000% inside job. I worked investigations. Nobody that is breaking into your area, they're looking for safes, they're looking for containers, drawers, they're looking for everything. Nobody's saying, you know what, out of this entire building, I'm gonna drill through this corner right here, next to an electrical panel. That'd be like the most dangerous thing to do because there should be something below it. I don't think like. The most dangerous place next to the water heater and an electrical panel, the outlets, they knew to drill right there. Inside job. You'd have to be 65 IQ to believe that this was just a random MAGA conservative robbing them because they're a racist.
He broke a door from the wall from Family Dollar from the side.
Oh, from the other healthcare facility in the same strip mall.
He couldn't, unfortunately, we don't know if that he went in or not, but we saw that it was damaged. As we walked around the daycare, we saw that our office doors was broken into as well. We saw that, unfortunately, there was important documentation, enrollment of the children.
They stole the enrollment of the kids. So the thing that can invalidate Nick Shirley's claims, they broke in and they drilled through some random ass wall next to a water heater and an electrical outlet, and they stole the documentation that proves that you're not a fraud. They literally think we're regarded. They do.
Also, employee documentation that was gone.
Look at look at the girl right there when she hears the story. That is the shoe-sized IQ right here of like, they stole the evidence that we have, that we take care of the kids, and she's just exasperated. She's so disappointed.
Fortunately, we saw that there was important documentation, enrollment of the children, and also employee documentation.
No, not anything but the evidence that exonerates him. No, oh my God, like my narrative of they're just taking care of kids, not the evidence. That's what they stole. They didn't steal the cash. They didn't steal the video footage that might show that they're fraudsters. They stole the checking information.
There were also checkbooks that were ripped from our check papers that were ripped from our book. This is devastating news. And
I really wonder. Now we can't assume too much because her shaking her head. That's what we see. I wonder if he wrote some bad checks, and now he's saying, "Oh yeah, also the bad checks that were written out of our account, those were stolen during this time." I really wonder.
We don't know why this is targeting our Somali community.
Talib Kweli looks terrible. No, Talib Kweli is terrible now. This is not him, but it's
one video made by a specific individual made this all happen.
Yeah, oh my God, who's buying this? You had to be regarded to buy this. Very convenient. And there was so many Twitter accounts that said they're gonna say they have threats. There's gonna be break-ins. Oh my God, like everything they said they were gonna happen from the mainstream media to the facilities themselves occurred. Very, very predictable. But Thomas Massie, I have been critical of him before, but he actually makes a good point saying the fraud in Minneapolis is insane and should be prosecuted. But I have questions. When did it become the federal government's role to provide daycare? Can grandmas get payment if they take care of their grandkids? Why not? Do moms who work at home or on a family farm qualify for this assistance? It's a very valid point. Why do some communities, the communities that are easy to buy their votes, get $110 million to operate daycares that, at best, just endanger the kids because they're health violations or safety violations? Even if it isn't fraud, millions of Americans are waking up to the idea of preferential treatment to not them. If anything, even if you believe CNN's story, one, you're upset about the safety violations, but two, you need to be up at arms of saying they can't get away with this. They don't get free healthcare if taxpaying Americans are struggling. And here's the thing is people are waking up to it, and Elon Musk is over here pointing it out saying, hey, people are done. They're checking out the system.
I want to talk about how the average American is starting to feel as major corruption is being exposed, especially now with the case in Minnesota and the daycare fraud. This is not just about money being stolen anymore. It's about a growing feeling that being a good citizen, being a hardworking person, paying your taxes may not be worth it. People are starting to feel...
Why would you do all this? Like, there's lots of videos of Somalians antagonizing the American people. Why are you bothering us? If you just get your bread up, why don't you also sign up for EBT and all? Like, they're trying to brag about taking advantage of the system and say, why don't you take advantage of the system too? It's like, well, if the takers outnumber the makers, society collapses. It becomes just like the same exact areas you claimed asylum from. But more Americans are waking up saying, wait, why would I work harder? Like, I remember during COVID lockdowns, when I got furloughed and my entire teams got furloughed. In California, they supplemented your unemployment money by making it almost, my hourly guys were making more money staying at home with their COVID relief payments than they were at work. And when I was trying to bring them back to work saying, hey, let's get back to it, they're like, nah, I'm living my best life, making more money, hanging out playing Xbox all day. Why would I come back to work? And it's like, yeah, the system is becoming a thing where you feel stupid for doing the right thing.
Stupid. They think, well, I'm here, I'm playing by the rules, I am working hard, I'm providing for my family, I'm doing the hard work.
Yes.
And I'm the idiot.
You
see the memes online and we laugh, like, oh, me on my way to work, thinking that I should have just opened a daycare center in Minnesota and made millions. And again, it is funny, but it's also deeply sad. Because the next thing is, why am I even doing this?
Yes.
And that's the part that no one wants to talk about, because
Everybody's
this kind
waking
of
up.
feeling shapes culture. I come from Brazil, as you know, and in Brazil we have this thing we call the Brazilian way, which is the idea that there's always a shortcut, there's always a loophole, a way to take advantage of a situation. And people think it comes out of nowhere. Oh, it's just the Brazilian way of living. No, this comes from years of Brazilian people being robbed and nothing being done with the thieves.
Yeah, people losing faith in the system collapses the system, because the more people that become takers over the makers, you're about to see that over in San Francisco, Los Angeles. Nobody's paying that tax base that keeps your system afloat. And you keep on siding with the takers over the makers are going to leave.
We now think that survival means cheating the system before it cheats you. Eventually, people stop believing that being honest is rewarded. When a society teaches its citizens that being honest makes you a loser, well, that's really dangerous. You don't just lose money. You lose trust. You lose dignity. You lose the culture that holds it all.
The culture that people are fleeing to. Notice how everybody wants to trash American culture. Oh, white people are bad. Western norms are bad. But then they all want to come to Western countries. I have yet to see a single mass movement of people in Western society saying, we need to flee America. We need to flee the UK to go to Somalia. There's a reason this system is working, and there's a reason this system is being taken advantage of people coming from what I would say inferior systems if it just results in massive fraud.
Together. And once that's gone, it's really hard to get back.
Yeah, it is sad. And it's like Elon Musk tweeting to 3 million people, powerful words. This is getting really bad really fast. And the scary thing is, Nick Shirley, in his efforts, he goes on the PBD podcast. He's now getting threats, and I 100% believe it, because even I get those. But he's being threatened now for just showing what the mainstream media showed years ago, from several years. What our justice system has showed us, now he's in danger.
Stupid. And that's why the fraud has been able to happen for so long, because people like Tim Walz are afraid to be called racist, afraid to be called racist. And me and my generation, we're over it. Like, we don't care.
Yeah, Gen Z's so used to being villainized for having regular opinions. They don't care. It doesn't affect them anymore. Just like how it used to be like, oh, you're being racist. They overuse that word. Sleep is racist. Bird watching is racist. What was it? Exercise is racist. Like, all those things are okay. We tune it out because everything's racist. We don't care. Call me that. It doesn't. It's almost like a badge of honor now to be called that, because it just means that I'm not buying on to every single one of the mainstream media's talking points. I'm not an NPC. That makes you racist. Cool. Whatever. Then they had to call them white nationalists. Then they got to call them fascists. Then they got to call them. They're sick of the key phrases that are supposed to shut you up, like some sort of Harry Potter spell. You don't believe the mainstream narrative? Oh, ex post facto, you're a fascist. Now you gotta, oh my god, I'm frozen. I can't say the truth anymore. They're sick of it. It doesn't work on them anymore.
Love that, buddy. Like, we do not care. Call us a racist. I do not care, because I am not a racist. We're just seeing that prices of homes are so expensive.
Yes.
I don't even have a friend that can afford a home. People aren't getting married because of how expensive things are. And we're paying so much money in taxes. Most kids are, I'm lucky because I didn't go to college, but most kids are starting their life off behind the finish.
I got nieces getting close to college age. One of them definitely college bound. She has these specific goals, but the other one just wants to surpass it because they see the millennial generation of all these people with diplomas doing nothing with it, and then seeing people that are like, vastly successful with no college education. And it's like, yeah, people are opting out of the system because the system is broken.
And the starting line, they're thousands of dollars in the debt. And so, yes, we're upset because you guys are stealing millions of dollars and getting rich, and then you're bragging about it. The white man working on TikTok. Who's actually the racist? You're the racist. You're the one saying the white man. You work, white woman. You work, white man.
Yep.
We're sick of it. Nobody cares. Like, stop committing fraud. If you're going to be here, be happy to be here and work hard like we're working hard. Whether you're black, Mexican, Asian, white, just go and work. And don't
contribute.
Start playing this victim card and start trying to play make things political about.
Well, they're protecting it because they're getting rich off it. So that's the game of it. Of, you found me doing something bad, but that makes you a racist.
Money, for instance, or don't get mad at people for making money. Like, that's why America is the greatest country in the world, is because of capitalism And we had 250 years to do it. All these other countries had thousands of years to do it, but they didn't do it. That's why we have to protect what's ours.
Oh, wait. That was wrong. Actually, okay, wait. What the heck? That's not the right clip. But this is not the right clip, but he is getting threats. And the thing is, though, is he's getting threats. And the thing is, though, is he has started a movement. Even though, God forbid something happens to Nick Shirley. Even if something happens to him where he has to go underground and it's too dangerous for him to actually do on-the-street journalism, people are starting to wake up. Everybody is finding how much fraud there is. Like, wait, what's this? I'm just Right Angle News Network. The $14 million going to all these different organizations. The 40 daycare centers in Columbus, Ohio, opened up using the same defunct Somali shell company in a single day. They collected $14 million in subsidies in 2024 alone. It's out of control. And now you have other people. So he's inspired an entire generation. Well, Nick Sorter isn't... Oh, no, sorry, not Nick Sorter. Sorry. It's Cam Higbee. He's out there doing the same thing Nick is doing. They've actually been in the same protests and rallies and recorded what's going on in the country. But now it's got all these other citizen journalists doing the same.
I went up and she could hear people rustling around on the other side of the ring camera as if they were listening to her but not responding.
Kristen Magnuson and I also went
Jonathan Cho
to this
too.
House right after you guys to see if we get the same response, and we sort of did. We saw the same thing. The windows with vinyl covering, can't see inside. We ring the doorbell, but actually somebody responds to us. Hey, is this...
So not too much on the houses, but he's over in Washington. He's looking into it too. And then you got this other guy. Where is he even at? I forget what location he's at, but he's like 2 daycares next to each other and none of them are open.
All right, so I actually just found 2 daycare centers right next to each other. This one right here is listed on maps.
Some strip mall.
That one's supposed to be open, and it's not. This one, Little Jack's Corner, that
is this Ohio?
One is not listed on maps. I looked it up online. That is also supposed to be open.
I don't know.
And it is not open.
So you have all these journalists and even just regular people saying, hey, I need to go out there and figure out what's happening.
So let's get into it, and I know that this is going to ruffle some feathers, but I don't give a fuck. Go get your Somalian sisters over in Minnesota yelling at people and cussing them out because they're getting caught for fraud.
It's not a race thing. It's a taxpayer thing. Everybody's upset.
Jabs. This is telling people they don't like them because their skin is white. In full hijab. Kicking people off the property of the mosque because they're investigating allegedly at the mosque in Minnesota. It's mostly a Somalian community. So they were basically...
Does she actually get there? I forgot this. This might not be the right one. Oh, yeah, but people are going there. I'm just going to go there to see if they cuss me out. Everybody doing investigations, but here's the thing is, even if there's not a single arrest, and I'm really hoping there's massive arrests, at least you have the, the Deputy Secretary of Department of Human and Health Services. At least something's being done about it. They're cutting off the funds.
I'm here with Assistant Secretary Alex Adams. Alex oversees the Administration for Children and Families. Intrepid journalists have made shocking and credible allegations
Intrepid journalists, good, I like
fraud in Minnesota's child care programs. We believe the state of Minnesota has allowed scammers and fake daycares to siphon millions of taxpayer dollars over the past decade.
My office, ACF, provides Minnesota $185 million in child care funds each year.
Why? Why are they getting free child care? I really want to know why this became a thing. Even if it isn't fraud, it's just in dangerous situations because everybody's violating the city ordinances. How come they don't get their funds cut? But also, how come single mothers? How come struggling parents? You can't have a single income household and raise kids. How come the mothers aren't getting this $110 million as well? Why is it only going to one society, and why are they getting to take advantage of it?
That money should be helping 19,000 American children, including toddlers and infants.
Yes.
Any dollar stolen by fraudsters is stolen from those children.
Yes.
Yesterday, I spoke directly with the director of the Minnesota Child Care Services Office. She could not tell me with confidence whether those allegations of fraud are isolated or whether there's fraud stretching statewide.
Today, we have taken 3 direct actions against the blatant fraud that seems to be rampant in Minnesota. First, I have activated our Defend the Spend system for all ACF child care payments across America. Starting today, we require a justification, receipt, or photo evidence before we make a payment.
I think that's going to be defrauded too. Locks keep honest people out. These receipt systems are just going to make it so the fraudsters have to take one extra step. Once one of them figures it out, they'll let all their buddies know. It's not going to stop this system.
Second, I've just signed and sent a demand letter to Governor Walz. I required a full 360 review of these centers. This includes attendance records, licenses, complaints, investigations, and inspections.
And third, we've launched a dedicated fraud reporting hotline and email address at childcare.gov. Whether you're a parent, a provider, a member of the public, we want to hear from you.
Good.
Let me be crystal clear. ACF expects every state to uphold the highest standards of oversight, monitoring, and accountability for federal dollars. Minnesota is no exception.
Perfect.
We're committed to holding bad actors accountable. Regardless of rank or office, anyone who's involved in perpetrating this fraud against the American people,
he's talking about Governor Tim Walz,
should expect to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
And they say they have now frozen all child care payments to the state of Minnesota. That's exactly what we've been wanting. Even if there's not a single arrest, it stops the fraud. I want massive arrests, but honestly, I'll take a win where I can get it. Yeah, Walz is cooked. I think he's done. So we are going to go over, we're going to highlight, we're going to review all of 2025. We're going to go over the top 10 videos from 2025 and just kind of watch them. And just, this was such an eventful year. I think it's easy for us to forget what was there. So we're going to watch all that. But honestly, I think we got a lot of people here right now, but we've been live streaming for an hour and a half. Before we go through, because we got a lot of videos. We got what happened over in LA. We got what happened to Charlie Kirk. We got some viral videos. We got a lot of stuff to cover right now. And we're gonna get through all that. I'm gonna use a restroom real quick. I'm gonna grab something to drink, and we're gonna view all that stuff. But I will be right back. Give me like 2 minutes. Alright guys, I'm back. I got my garbage protein chips. I got my glass bottle of Mexican Coca-Cola. We're eating unhealthy. I'm eating like a teenager. I mean, it's been a long year, so we got a lot to talk about. I mean, 2025 was a crazy year. Like, I don't really put much of my home life out there, but it's like 2025, I got married. I had a kid. Found out the kid wasn't mine. I got divorced. I reconnected with my son. I got cut off from my son. I got engaged again, and then I found out that she was a Nigerian scam artist. Like, all in all, 2025 was a pretty good year for me, all things considered. No, I'm kidding. None of that stuff happened. Everybody's all like, "Oh my god, this is a joke, guys. My life isn't that interesting." That would have been wild if that was my year. Yeah. Could you imagine all that stuff was happening like behind the scenes? Like, if If someone did like, could you imagine if this entire time I'm just like this regular guy, kind of like boring. I'm staying home all the time. I'm a Jerry Springer material, and someone did like an expose video about like Decoy, like the dark side of Decoy, and it's like he's got all these problems back there. That'd be crazy. I need have a napkin. Found out he wasn't. Yeah. I'm glad it wasn't true. I mean, would that just make the Decoy lore even better? Like, people would be like, man, this guy, he's lived life and a half. I mean, yeah, we live in it. And what would be funny is if 2025, if that was a good year for me, I think the lore behind me on my bad years would be wild. Yeah. This is the thing, is like I like soda too much. All I have is diet and Coke Zero or whatever. So live streaming, I feel like I treat myself to something nice, even though are these bad for you? These protein chips? I feel like Tim Pool talked about having not having enough protein, and once he upped his protein intake, he started feeling better. I feel like once I started having my creatine intake go up, I gained the right the right kind of weight, and also protein I put in there. But I mean, is this bad for me, or is this just alright? Yeah. You're good without that bad lore. Cottage cheese, meat, and fish. I mean, I should. Alright, I'll cover the super chats and then you over in Thailand. That's it's wild. Thailand Muay Thai. That's legit. Everything that's good will kill you. Sad but true. Sad but true. Switching to water instead of diet soda will make you feel even better. Get out of here with your inconvenient facts, man. Like, I'm here to sit in a hug box and have you guys tell me everything's okay. Eat fatty foods. Nothing bad will happen to you ever. You're not gonna get, diseases for eating terrible. That's what I want. I don't want inconvenient facts telling me that I'm obviously going to be harmed by this. Water like what the dog drinks. I mean, like, what is it? Parks and Rec, when the guy likes steak and bacon, someone serves him a salad and he's like, "Wait, excuse me, sir. You gave me the food that my food eats." Yeah, I do some cardio and such. I think I just need to be dripping sweat more often. I need to do like harder workouts. Like, I have my little workout routine here. Like, I got you can't see it in this angle, but I got my weights there. I got a cool little hammer, a Thor's hammer, kettlebell. I got some cool stuff, but I think I need to get out there, you know? Yeah, I drink too much coffee too. I had to cut. I wake up every day, have a coffee in the morning, and then or an Americano in the morning, and then I would have an Americano in the afternoon. And then when I was having two of that, I think my anxiety levels were out the roof. Made the secondary coffee into a half calf, and then just cut out the secondary coffee entirely. And I think I started feeling better after that. Sobi just clipped my Decoy talking about his divorce. I mean, whatever. It is what it is. Oh yeah, smoking is a secret to Mad Gains. Yeah, that Clav guy, I didn't know much about him. I did the video saying, hey, the legal precedence of him hitting that guy with his car, I wanted to not set the wrong one, and then finding out he's just kind of like a shock jock grifter. One should have been, I should have predicted it, but yeah, he's all bad. Oh, no. Careful, coffee can become a drug or / high. I 1,000,000% believe that as well. Like, it was so bad to the point where when I worked my office job, I'd get my stuff done in the morning, and then there's some things that need like computer processing power. So it's like, oh, it's printing out, or it's populating a report. It's like 5 minutes. So I'd go get myself a coffee. I'd have my coffee and I would feel good, like euphoric. Like, if you have your morning coffee and you feel good, just like happy, full on addiction mode, it's all bad, man. Yeah, Draco Khan saying you wish coffee caffeine affected you. I forgot who it was, but it was a guy on Joe Rogan's podcast said, go off caffeine for 30 days. The withdrawal will be bad. You'll actually get headaches and it'll be rough. But the first time you come back to caffeine will be a crazy moment. Yeah, Sabi says coffee makes me tired. That would be the thing. When I have my office job, I would have my second coffee like at 4 p.m. I'd get home and I can immediately fall asleep. Like it didn't keep me up. Anonymous says, I like my coffee like my woman bitter. No, what was True Detective? I like my coffee like my woman strong and black. I can't imagine me going back to having coffee that is like chocolatey at all. Like I used to always have like a mocha frappuccino with like chocolate chip bits in it. It's like it's basically a chocolate shake, but it's like no. Once you get older and bitter like me, you just want straight black iced Americano. Oh my god. Terrible, guys. Terrible. No. All right, so let's go ahead and get to it today. We got to cover the rest of the year, like I said before. Most other years, where is it? Oh, we do a 2024, 2023 wasn't real, 3-hour long video. It takes me forever to make. Nobody really watches it. So we're just going to cover the top videos of this year. And we're going to watch them. We're going to react to them because it was such an eventful year. We got, maybe we'll review the me hitting 1 million subscriber video. That was pretty cool. But we got to talk about the LA riots. We're not going to watch all of them. Most of my top videos were about the LA riots, about over the ice raids. We're just going to cover one of them. Talk about the fall, Charlie Kirk. We're going to talk about we're just going to review a lot of this stuff. Viral videos. But let me know in the chat. My 10th most watched video is about Kentucky and how they arrested the protesters that are on the bridge. Should I review when Asmongold watched my video and react to him reacting to me, or should I react to my original video? Let me know in chat. Let's see. No substances. Asmon? It seems like everybody... Okay, Asmon. Yeah. Yeah, we're getting super meta with it because my video, 982,000 views, which is great. But as always, he is such a good YouTuber, just a content creator. 1.5 million views to my 82. Most of the time when I do a video, I'll get like 200K. Well, actually, it's like 400K now. He's almost guaranteed to get 1 million views per video if he watches a mine. So it's not that I'm jealous. I'm just aspiring to be like him. That's why I'm on Twitch now. That's what we're doing. You reacting to Asmon, reacting to you, reacting to the ice riots. This is one of his most watched videos, and we're going top 10 most watched videos from 2025. That's what we're gonna do. And if you happen to be not on twitch.tv/decoy, if you have Amazon Prime, you can go to Amazon. You can connect your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and give me a free $5 a month subscription. It's just part of your Amazon Prime subscription. So if you want to give me your Prime sub over there, that'd be awesome. Thanks for the bits. But I mean, if it's confusing, you don't got to do that either. But yeah, we got to Decoy, you legend. I've heard that before. It's not like the bread end. I don't know. Yeah, still trying to get monetized. I mean, that's the thing, is Twitch really hooked me up and got me running over there. Like, they've been very, very supportive. So I honestly think on the back end, they're trying to pivot away from Hassan and some of the more extreme Twitch streamers. Like, he's no longer the face of TwitchCon anymore. He's no longer the face of the streaming awards. They don't want to deal with his bad press if it means that not Decoy becoming the face of Twitch, but the idea that they're going to give people like me a chance to shine on the front page. Obviously, I'm going to appreciate that, because that audience is still going to stay on Twitch. They're just going to watch somebody else. Maybe it could be me. Decaf Decoy is monetized. I just don't want to have channel memberships on Decaf Decoy, because if you're paying channel member on Decoy Voice or just Decoy now, why would I try to get money from you twice? Yeah, I'm Decoy on Twitch, Kick, YouTube, just not on Instagram. Instagram, it's a little bit harder. But yeah, thank you for the super chat. We're gonna cover super chats at the end of the show. But let's go ahead and look at 2025 It was a wild year. The 10th most watched video was Kentucky Just Snapped. But let's go ahead and watch Asmongold watching me. Oh, thank you for this prime sub, Wannabe Alhoon.
Kentucky just.
Oh, actually, how do I gotta make this smaller so we can see his face reacting to my face? We're going full meta right now, guys.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
What happens when you have anti-ICE protesters from... The dynamic of me... Well, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, man. Of me watching Asmon, watching me maybe 10 pounds lighter this is wild, guys. Blue Cincinnati wander across a bridge into deep red Kentucky.
Ooh, bro, they went to the PvP server.
That's the thing, is like Twitch is the PvP social media. There's no hug boxes out there. It's wild that you can just cross a certain street and go from coddling criminals parts of Kentucky to actually deep red parts of Kentucky where they're actually going to make you do Fed time. I remember during the COVID lockdowns on how I lived in LA. Everybody's locked down, and I don't have kids, but like my managers would be like, "Oh yeah, our kids they're getting cabin fever. They got to wear a mask. They can't go anywhere." And then my nephew played on the Little League just maybe 45 minutes away from me in LA. Getting there, oh, thanks for the prime sub, Azarelli. But going to a Little League game just 45 minutes away from LA, nobody's wearing masks. The kids are playing, they're happy, they're outdoors. It was mind-boggling for me to go to the snack bar at this Little League area, and the girl inside the snack bar, so she's indoors, not wearing a mask, just serving me food, and then when I drive home, everything's locked up, nobody's in person learning. Like, it was crazy to me on how bad I look in this freeze frame. We gotta play.
Big mistake. Big mistake. Shouldn't do that.
Finally get to see the FAFO scale in action as these activists block the Roebling Bridge between Ohio and Kentucky. And while Cincinnati PD is gently arresting these people, all we have is each other. All we have is each other, mutual aid. This doesn't look like a person that is a net taxpayer. I don't believe so.
We got ourselves a 2%er here.
That's
right.
While protesting, Kentucky's Covington police immediately laid down the law.
They got a paintball gun. Damn. They're just getting dragged away.
And it's wild to think about. This was the majority of the year. Protests just like this. And them not learning a lesson. Because every single protest we saw during this in the year, nothing changed. If anything, the Trump administration has just turned things up, arrested more of them, and yet they don't learn a single thing. They just keep on going back to the same protest because they think just because the local police cut us loose doesn't mean the feds or the neighboring Kentucky police will be the same way. Now, one copper started landing haymakers on a protester in a Cincinnati Reds cap while
just beat the fucking shit out of him. I'm good.
Oh yeah, he got beaten.
You resisting arrest? You're trying to cause problems?
Lady attacked the cops with her tactical slipper. Yeah, just resisting arrest as if this is just something.
Oh my god!
It won't be punished. Tactical slipper. As the K9 cops were finally deployed. The Ferguson.
Oh shit!
What's interesting is how
build
Kentucky
bridges, not walls. Is the irony not?
Okay. You know what? It's funny. Brand Flex says, "I can fix her." It's the funniest comment. It's a comment you see all the time whenever you see a liberal protester that just happens to be good looking. I laugh every time I see it because, sad to say, we're all thinking it.
Lost on them when they're creating a wall of people?
Yeah, build bridges, not walls.
That,
with a wall of people. Well,
you're against.
I think the irony is whenever the anti-ICE protesters would be like, "Get ICE out of here. You don't belong in our community," and it's like, kind of ironic you're saying that. Oh, thank you, Tree Man Slim, for the subscription. Wait, there it is.
Building, so you're standing on a bridge, you're obstructing a bridge by building a wall, holding a sign to build bridges and not wall. This is the kind of shit that makes me think that we're living inside of a simulation.
These media. Not a simulation. we're living in separate realities. These people, they just go on Reddit, they watch the mainstream media, they listen to their favorite, champagne socialist celebrities, and they think this is what's causing change. Oh, we're gonna peacefully protest on a bridge and defeat fascism. It's not a simulation. They just live on a separate reality. They're on a narcotic called mainstream media, social media algorithms, and they don't understand that the world isn't your liberal arts class where everybody's paying to be there to listen to you. The teachers pay to sit there and watch you and coddle your bad ideas. This is the real world. People are trying to go to work. People are trying to feed their families. They don't have time for your nonsense, your unemployed behavior. Reported on the arrests versus how the liberal media highlights
Kentucky cops beat protesters. Good.
Kentucky cops that beat protesters, simply demonstrating.
By the way, my viewpoint is that if you are in the street, I think the cops should be able to drag your fucking ass off the street. You need to get off the street.
It's interesting how Florida, they said the average citizen, like if there's people blocking the street, you don't have to stop for them. Like if they're in the road trying to stop you, you don't know if they're peaceful protesters, or you don't know if they're cartel members trying to steal your truck or something. You don't have to stop for them. You will not be prosecuted for hitting somebody on the road if you're going to. I'm not a lawyer. Figure it out if you're actually in Florida. But the adage is they have the laws that protect the driver, not the protester, and they don't seem to have the freeway stoppages that Los Angeles does, that New York City does, that Cincinnati does.
You're trying to obstruct traffic. I don't care. If someone, I don't think you could make it legal to run people over.
No, shouldn't.
But I certainly wouldn't give a fuck. Sorry. Just don't do it. Get out of the road. With extreme force, yeah, I don't care about that at all. It's a safety issue. Absolutely.
Yeah, just because you have some peaceful protesters doesn't mean that violent criminals can't take advantage of these tactics.
Florida did? Yeah, exactly. Fucking based. Florida made that legal? Yeah, you can just run them over.
Again, we're not attorneys. Figure out the actual law.
You know what they don't do in Florida, by the way? They don't stand in front of the street.
Yep. Against the ICE arrest of a hospital chaplain, with Cincinnati's local outlet sensationalizing it.
This is our country! Why are we being beat up because we're doing a peaceful march?
Story I'm getting.
Is he gonna say it?
That's crazy, right? How is it that this is what it must feel like to be racist? Because like I'm so validated all the time, over and over and over. This is the only form of racism that I can participate in for now.
Why are we being beat up because we're doing a peaceful march?
Story I'm getting is
Shut up,
peacefully
bitch.
assembling, having a protest, and then somebody.
It's sad because it's just unemployed behavior. Non-stop. That's changing nothing. You lying and reframing your peaceful protest that was blocking a bridge, blocking infrastructure. Can't do that in America. We're getting beat up as you guys are getting peacefully arrested until you started kicking your sandals at them and not abiding to law enforcement. Just because you're in Cincinnati doesn't mean that when you block a bridge that goes into Kentucky, they're going to just say, oh, you know what? You guys are unemployed. Of course you can just stop commerce.
Came down here in a car and antagonized them, and there was a confrontation between that driver and the protesters.
He said, I'm American, and he just threw me down on the ground, and I am 70
We are a country of immigrants, love our neighbors.
years old. This is...
That's this false framing I don't like. We say, yes, America was founded by immigrants who were the pioneers. They were not fighting off Native Americans. They were coming in, going to war with Native Americans. They were turning dust into civilization. They were struggling. There was no social safety net. There was no voucher to get a free hotel room at the Roosevelt Hotel. There was no pocket money, EBT cards, secret overnight flights to wherever you want to go in the country. There was no open up a daycare and get $110 billion or $1 million. Immigrants pioneers, entirely separate things, but this false equivalency of because America was founded by people that weren't here, they made something out of nothing. The person that's currently trafficking people around our country, currently or previously being, was he accused or convicted? I forget, of domestic violence. Kilmore and the pioneers, they're the same thing. That's the sheer racism she has. She can't tell anybody apart.
This is my country.
This is possibly the...
Shut up, Karen. Go back to the nursing home.
It almost sounds like he's saying that to me.
Street, bitch.
It sounds like he's saying this to me.
Illustration
of culture clash, as plenty of liberal places would simply allow activists to block a bridge. But Kentucky is showing them this renaissance of justice, as they're simply bewildered at the idea that they will be forcefully arrested when taking over our infrastructure. As Cincinnati's local outlet covers a story, reporting how 13 were arrested by Kentucky's police for rioting.
For riot in the first degree, unlawful assembly, failure to disperse, obstructing a highway, obstructing emergency responders, criminal mischief, disorderly conduct, and resisting arrest. Bro. See, this is why I'm telling you guys, we need to make sure that we have these prison work programs set up. We've got to...
Asmongold, talking directly to you. You're not watching this video. I know you're not. But I'm talking directly to you. You have millions upon millions of dollars. You're living well below your means. Use those funds to build a private prison. You want somewhere for them to go. You got the funds. You got the means. Build your private prison. Go out there, make your streamer award show. Ball out, get a mansion. I hope you do. But also build that private prison. If anybody could do it, it'd be you.
To get that guy from El Salvador over to America and figure out how he gets all of them to get to work, and we need to do the same thing to them.
Amongst other things.
Throw the book at him,
but framing it with a car antagonized.
A black SUV was seen driving the wrong way down the bridge as rallies. Okay, police stated that some protesters blocked the bridge while others marched.
Yeah, what was he supposed to do if you're blocking the other lane and you're in front of it? Here's a pro tip, guys. If you don't want this car to run into you, go in this little place. It's like the slab of concrete. It's on the side. It's where you're supposed to walk. Go on the sidewalk. Peaceful protesters. Imagine you're just trying to get to work, and the unemployed hordes with nothing to do on a weekday afternoon start pounding on your vehicle while waving some other country's flag. Okay, in chat, just give me a Y or an N in the chat. Do you consciously know in the decoy voice, the decoy videos, that most everything has either alliteration or it rhymes? I'm not out there. I'm not like a rapping newscaster or podcaster, but do you know that it all rhymes? It all has alliteration. It kind of goes like there's bizarre phrasing I use, and even like misenunciations of stuff to make it rhyme more. Or is it just a vibe? Because I feel like most people just kind of know it's a little bit more pleasant to listen to. But it seems, yeah, people know I go into Dr. Seuss mode sometimes. So, yeah, most people notice it. I feel like it should be a subconscious thing where you're watching, like, the worst of society. Everything's going bad. It's like, oh, my God, like, I'm essentially doom scrolling as I watch Decoy or Decoy Voice back in the day. But I feel good when I'm listening to it. Okay, so most yeah, people say it flows nicely. Okay. Yeah, that has...
Welcome to California. Yeah, I totally don't give a shit if people run them over.
Shakespeare. You know what? I am the modern day Shakespeare. Thank you for that, Westcat.
Sorry.
It's absolutely nothing to do with what they're protesting. As he's it's autism and it's okay. Thank you. Activists are allegedly angry over a Cincinnati children's chaplain being arrested after he recently lost his asylum status in America. As back in 2022, he filed a lawsuit over a guy they suspected of terror. They deported him, and they got all mad about it. The feds flagging him after applying for a job in an Oregon prison. But now facing deportation, they claim his life is in danger if sent back to Egypt, which they're already...
Damn, that's too bad. Shouldn't have been here.
Accommodating for this. And why is it always on America's responsibility to take care of the world? Why do we gotta be the world police? Why do we gotta save everybody? Atrocities happen in every single country. Apparently this is a fascist dictatorship. why are we the ones that have to fix everything for everybody? Why do we have to feed everybody? Like when they got rid of USAID, they're like, there's a whole bunch of people in Africa that will no longer get their gender affirming care. By all means, I want people to be happy. If they be happier as the other, they're an adult, they be happier as the other gender. Cool. I don't need to police you and tell you what to make you happy. You're an adult, you can make your own decisions. But why was it the American taxpayer's responsibility to help out somebody in Zimbabwe do this thing? I don't understand. People to third-party countries.
Yep.
As one, I really wonder if he was given the option of the South Sudan or El Salvador, would he suddenly change his mind and prefer
Probably
to go
not.
home? And two, they keep framing him as this children's chaplain wrongfully losing his asylum status. Falsely labeling as, oh my god, he saves the kids. Like, I was having a conversation with a guy I know. That would like dox me if I said why, but it's like, okay, a buddy of mine, he was saying something about how he used to be an activist and he would walk around march around LA after what is the movie Michael B. Jordan did a movie about his life. He got shot on a subway. Wasn't Freddie Gray? Who is it, chat? Who is it? Michael B. Jordan did a movie about him. He was like a black teenager. He's in a subway. He's like a father. I think maybe not a teenager. A young man was a father, and he got shot by the police. Who was he? But either way, he said he was marching on behalf of him, and he kept on saying he was a father. He was a father. I'm like, yeah, the movie is going to skew it a certain way. The media is going to skew it a certain way. They're not going to tell you the reality of all the bad aspects of a life as a word. No, it's not Space Jam. I can look it up right now. But just the idea that always a framing of he was just an innocent person. The girl, they try to say she was a nurse. Fruitvale Station. But who is the guy Fruitvale Station's about? But yeah, they always say like, oh, the one girl, she was just Breonna Taylor. She was just an EMT sleeping in her bed, not at all affiliated with the drug trade. She wasn't being used as a human shield from her boyfriend in a shootout with the police. Like all these things they're trying to say. We have an old picture of her receiving flowers as she became an EMT, so she's an EMT now. This guy right here, he was a chaplain, not the person that was actually on something happened there on the FBI list. Yeah, Oscar Grant. Yeah, body cams into a lot of these allegations. But you really had to search to find out why he lost it. As even
why did he lose it?
NPR's network reports on his case. You got to do some deep digging. Like I feel like a lot of you can always. There's a definite cadence to my videos, and here's the secret. Here's the secret sauce behind it. You want to become the next Decoy, learn how to rhyme, do a lot of alliteration, use the movie preview voice when you do your videos. You find it's the viral video, it's the viral video surrounding the viral video, it's the news reporting behind that, framing it, and it's going to be all the extraneous circumstances as to what caused that initial incident in the first place. It's very formulaic, but honestly, whenever a viral video happens, I kind of feel like that's the thing I want to know. I want to see, here's a 10-second clip that went viral. Here's all the stuff that happened that made it be what it was. Here's the direct backlash. Here's a little bit of, like, regular commentary, the news reporting, my thoughts on it. It just brings you all that stuff and, one-stop shop, one click. You get all of it. It's over his time on the board of an Egyptian community organization that has ties with an organization that their own government classifies as a terror group. The one thing I don't like about people sometimes saying is they're like, he doesn't say certain words or certain countries or certain, whatever. It's like, I'm showing you. I'm still giving you the information. Just sometimes YouTube has weird AI quirks where you say a certain word, even in a positive context, it still flags it and deboosts it. So I still want to give you the same information. I'm not covering for anybody. I'm just giving it to you in a way that I know will cut through the noise that is AI bot nonsense.
No way.
No way.
No way. Wow. Supporting terrorists again. Get them out, bro. They got to get rid of these people. Oh my God. They got to get rid of all of them.
They'll show Asmongold saying they got to get rid of this guy because he supports terror. But the mainstream media will say, but he's a chaplain. Kid's chaplain. See the false framing right there? They want to make you look like a bad guy because you don't want literal terror in your community. Oh, thank you, Arrow, for the 5 gifted. He openly admitted his affiliation with on his application.
I think that people don't understand if they actually had like an open recruiting for like ICE to just go and fucking get rid of all these people, they would be like the website would be shut down by the amount of people trying to apply.
The crazy part is, what is it? This was 5 months ago. That's exactly what they did. They hired all these new ICE agents. They offered this insane bonus, and all these people applied for it. They're happy to do it, provide for their families. And now CNN is freaking out. I won't pull up the clip right now, but currently CNN is freaking out because there's so many Mexicans that want to become ICE agents. They're like, I don't get it. They're doing it for money to feed their family, but they're turning on their own people. Well, maybe certain people that get here the legal way don't like the criminal element of their own ethnicity. Why would you think that they're the same people? Law-abiding citizen, got here the right way, wants to pay taxes and provide for their family, and arrest criminals. Criminals. Just because they happen to kind of look like each other and have similar last names doesn't mean they're the same. They're a monolith. They do the same thing with Asians. They do the same thing with blacks. They do the same thing with everything because all minorities, they can't tell the difference of us. What was it? Joe Biden said something about like, what was it? Joe Biden. One of them said, unlike the black community, the Hispanic community is diverse as breakfast tacos. One of the most offensive things they've ever said, but somehow the minorities just still lined up and said, you know what? Not even the minorities. White, college-educated woman still lined up in droves to vote for him. Wait, I'm not Tim Pool. You don't know that. But now the response is that group has been ubiquitous in many aspects of the country's civic life. As honestly, I have no idea how that clears his name, other than possibly the most important aspect of this case is being conveniently omitted.
Isn't it weird how all of these people just somehow end up on the side of supporting militant Islamic terrorist groups? How does that keep happening?
Because all they care about is what's anti-white. This stopped becoming about diversity, equity, inclusion. It just became about certain people don't like white people, and it's the only racism they can get away with. Super messed up because you'll see it with the Asian community a lot now, especially online. They call them boba liberals, where it's like brought over by airplane, the new Asian liberals. But I think it's called H Mart. It's like a Asian market. They'll say, "Oh, we side-eye white people." Like, what are the white people doing in my market? And they do these videos, and they're all snarky and they're happy, and it's like, you guys would never in a million years would they side-eye Hispanics, side-eye African Americans. Like, they wouldn't do it because they know the only safe racism, because they're racists, the only safe racism they can do is against white people. And all of a sudden, Asians are no longer on the very bottom of the pecking order. They feel superior in being able to be racist to this group. And it's like mind-boggling. Thank you, Infraction. It's mind-boggling that they almost wear it with a badge. I was able to be racist today, and I'm not gonna get backlash by the mainstream. It's sickening.
What are the odds? I feel like they're like 100%. To be fair, the Egyptian government would call a SHU a terrorist organization. It was facing away from the government. Not our problem.
Yeah,
not our problem.
Why do we need to be the police of the Egyptian government? If the Egyptian government says we're afraid of them, then by all means, let's use that as a classification. Why do we need to start splitting hairs over in Egypt saying, well, that's not actual terror? It's like, no. Why do we need to subject ourselves to potential terror just to be the humanitarian police for another country?
Not our issue. I do not want to import Middle Eastern problems and Middle Eastern conflicts to America. I don't want to deal with that. And I don't think that the Middle East wants us to import our problems over to the Middle East either.
Yep. Most of the reporting as why do all the headlines say children's chaplain, but nothing about the possible ties to terror attempting to get a position inside our prison system? Now, I understand their argument. They're framing this as a very loose connection to that organization. And for all we know, this could be true. But it honestly feels like the activist issue isn't with US policy regarding terror, but Egypt's classification of that organization. So why? But again, they just framed it as he was a children's chaplain. MAGA conservatives want to get rid of children's chaplains. It's like, no, this is much more nuanced than that, but they just don't like to look at it. Aren't they protesting bridges in Egypt? Or is this yet another example of activists marching on behalf of something they know little to nothing about? What exactly that?
Wonder. I really wonder. What could it possibly be?
Kentucky isn't playing around, as some of the felonies were
not too far. It's a shame. Amazing when you know what I'm talking about. What am I? What do I not know about with this? Let me get
blasting chatters.
Just a second. You're so limited in my knowledge of this. Here, let me explain what I think. Anybody who has any connection with any of these weird terrorist groups at all, I think should be instantly deported if they're not a United States citizen, with no restrictions at all.
I think it's funny right here. Okay, so he's reacting to a chatter saying, Zach, you've gone too far. You are so limited in your knowledge. It's a shame. You're amazing when you talk about what you know. So Asmongold can't talk about his country and what he's seen on the internet and how much, incompatible cultures can be detrimental to society as a whole. Can't talk about that. But some random old white lady saying, oh my God, I don't know this guy has ties to terror, but I know they labeled him a kid's chaplain, so I'm going to march in the streets on behalf of them. That makes this a fascist country. This person seems to have no issue with listening to that old white lady, know nothing about who they're deporting, and yet going out there to block streets. But Asmongold just giving his opinion on incompatibility, oh, now he has to shut up. That's how they control the narrative. They don't want you to say this thing because then they're going to label you as a ist. A phobe.
If you have a connection with one of these groups, I want you removed from the country, period.
Yeah.
I don't care what the fine print is. I don't care what the rules are. Change the rules to make that the policy. That we do not need to import these people. These people are problems.
Yep.
And also, maybe not all of them are problems, but enough of them are problems to where it creates an issue for everybody. Yeah, I'm not interested in allowing anybody in here at all. Your worldview of Muslims and Arabs is limited. What about this has to do with Muslims or Arabs?
But again, why is it our responsibility to take care of another country? I've gone past being, I was never really big MAGA. I support Trump. I don't join groups often. I like the idea of America first, but I've since become America only. I don't care about take care of Americans first, and then, we can help out other countries. No. Stop policing everybody else. Stop sending missiles to our allies and also to our enemies, having them fight it out. No. If it does not benefit Americans, I don't want it to happen. I don't want my tax dollars to fund it.
That's nothing. I would say the same thing about people in Africa or people in South America or people in Asia. It has nothing to do with Muslims or Arabs. That's not even the point. The point is that this is a person that's coming into the country that could potentially have a problematic past or a problematic involvement. Why would I want them in the country? I don't. What does this have to do? I don't even get this.
Because deflection. It's just saying, I'm calling you a racist. It should work like a Harry Potter spell to shut you up.
Please bring it up. I'm Egyptian. I know how it is. I don't know what it is at all. You mentioned Islamic terrorism?
Because the guy's connected to it. What?
Okay. So, Hezbollah is an Islamic terrorist organization. Hamas is an Islamic terrorist organization. I'm trying to... There's another third one that starts with an H. Why am I not thinking of it? There's another one as well, right? The Houthis are an Islamic terrorist organization. There are Islamic terrorist organizations. They do exist. Did I say that every terrorist organization is Islamic? No, of course not, because that's not true.
Yeah.
Why would anybody say that? It's not true. So the entire idea, you're putting words in my mouth, getting mad at me, because I'm calling this out as a specific thing. I read what it said. That's what they said it was.
It's funny because they're doing the same thing. We're watching it happen in real time. The same thing they did about the guy who's a children's chaplain. They falsely frame him to say you attacking him is a bad thing. Asmongold's making a statement about a certain terror group, but they're saying, oh, your worldview of this entire religion and this entire ethnicity is it's just oversimplification. What is it called? Merchandising of the oversimplification so you can label them something and shut them up. It's just, that guy said gatekeeping.
I'm not making a judgment on this. They are. So if you're getting mad at me for this, go ahead and get mad at them.
They won't do that, though.
Now, ISIS, Taliban, yeah, you're. This is just so
back up.
obnoxious.
He banned
so
him.
obnoxious, putting words in my
Oh,
mouth,
yeah,
getting
he
mad at me for something I didn't say. It's so annoying.
Tried to.
The context is Islamic terrorism because of
The funny thing is that when he has like something like 20 to 40,000 live viewers, he can ban somebody. When you're struggling like Decaf Decoy or me on Twitch with my 79 live viewers, I can't ban a single one of you guys, man. Don't use that to your advantage, but I need every single one of you guys, man.
this guy. Yeah, I've never been like this. And also, by the way, there's a lot of people that are Muslim, as far as I know, in Egypt. The ironic thing about this thing is that, do you know which countries do the best job dealing with Islamic terrorism? The Islamic countries over there. The problem is that
what was that video was viral? It was a guy that's, I think it was Egypt or maybe it was the UAE, was saying Western's like inability to identify the terror groups is going to be the end of them because we know they do bad things. But for some reason, it's not racist when they say, hey, these are the terror groups, you got to get rid of them. But if America wants to get rid of those same terror groups, we're all of a sudden racist. Was it Qatar? It was Qatar.
United States and in Europe, I think that people view any type of criticism of it as some degree of racism, so they're afraid to look at it.
Yep.
And they even say that. There's even a guy from like UAE that said that himself.
Oh, it was a UAE? Yep. Same video we're
It's a
talking
Muslim
about.
country under Sharia? Yeah. It's a black person that agrees. He's being rude. Calling me stupid and saying he was making a patronizing comment that was based off of some.
I'm not trying to shut him up, but we're talking about 2025. Talking about 25. There we go. He pleads on the misdemeanor charges, with 4 still facing felony riot convictions.
Yeah.
As their defense attorney is arguing at one point, this was a peaceful assembly, but the Kentucky judge just got frustrated, stating this was a riot, as 5+ people gathered with violent behavior, attacking the police. The simple fact. And the white lady was, thanks, MRC for the prime sub. But it's like, we were just peacefully assembling, not talking about the 20 people fighting police. We were peacefully assembling. That makes us fascism. It's like, no, we can't listen to that crazy, emotional white lady.
Just look at the video. It's clearly not a peaceful. If you're standing in the road, it's not peaceful.
No.
It's that simple. If you're obstructing people's freedom of movement, it's not peaceful. It's literally that simple.
This case hasn't been thrown out makes me believe they're about to find out. It really looks like Kentucky's justice system is trying to set the precedence of just because you're angry over something beyond your understanding doesn't mean you get to throw a temper tantrum blocking our public streets. I think that's like the common theme of 2025 as a whole. Like, we got all these other videos to cover. We're doing just the top 10, but it's just, I'm upset about something I don't fully understand, so everybody has to listen to me. That was 2025 in a nutshell. As that's
Even if you do understand it, it doesn't mean that you can block streets.
Valid
That's
point.
the issue. And what do you think of the idea of self-deporting illegals with clean pass, having a streamlined way back into the country?
That's exactly what we did. I think it's if you wait for them to find you, you can never become a citizen. You can't come back. But if you go back the right way, you get $1,000 on a card. You get free accommodations to go home. You get enough time to get your finances in order. But also, you're allowed to come back in the country.
Don't want to give
if you do it the legal way.
Anybody that was here illegally any sort of a benefit, because I think it creates a reward structure around bad behavior. But on a fundamental level, I would much rather have a lot of these hardworking illegals than the annoying
The $3,000 was like, I think, a holiday bonus. I think that's over now.
Obnoxious Karen standing in the middle of the street. Like, that's my actual opinion on it. I think that we all agree that many of those illegals like America a lot more than these annoying Karens. But it's a bad precedent, and we can't do that, obviously.
Sounds like a slippery slope, but there's a reason why in Florida,
Yeah, there it is, Florida.
activists politely protest alligator Alcatraz from the safety of the side of the road.
Isn't that crazy?
And that's what the Constitution allows you. Peaceful assembly. You can have your voice be heard, but Los Angeles lets your voice be heard on the 101 freeway, and Florida says, peacefully assemble.
Look how well behaved they are.
Because they're afraid.
This is what
they're afraid of consequences.
Happens whenever the threat of being run over exists.
Yes.
You can easily make people do this. Yeah, we don't have to live in a chaotic society ruled by mentally ill people.
Jesus, that's one way to put it.
There's a difference between protesting and civil disobedience.
Yes.
Civil disobedience is in defiance of the law, and idiots defy the law and call it protest. Well, the difference is that, so well, here's real, like, you know, for example, like Rosa Parks sitting at the front of like a bus instead of the back of the bus. This was something that is like standing in the middle of a highway because you're mad that some person got deported by the federal government.
There's somebody with ties of terror. They keep on forgetting that.
It's not like a direct connection here. Whereas with Rosa Parks or sitting in diners or something else, there is a direct connection with this behavior.
When liberal Los Angeles, California
Can't even compare
loses
the two.
access to their freeways. And I remember living in LA, and what was it? It was the first thing I had, it was like in downtown. It was a soccer team, not Mexico, some smaller, like South American soccer team that won a World Cup game. This is years and years ago. They won a World Cup game, and then every single intersection was blocked with people from that country. So this is like a decade ago. And I was like, wait, why does something occurring overseas have to impede my ability to get to work or get home from work? And now it was outside LAX when I was in LA. Some other Middle Eastern country bombed another Middle Eastern country, and they started blocking the 405 freeway on behalf of the war overseas. What the fuck does that have to do with me getting to the airport? But that's how it is constantly in LA. They're upset about something, so everybody has to suffer, even though this happened oceans away. Whenever the Democrats don't get their way. I've covered this third world phenomenon for years now, as sadly the only time the city sees law and order is when Trump deploys the Marines, or when there was mass looting during the lockdown. And the crazy part is, I think they said, even CBS reported it, they're scratching their head. 2025 is going to have the biggest decline in murders for however long. Is it because people just became less violent, or is it because we had National Guard in all these like major cities that look like third world nations? They know it's because of Trump, but they won't admit it. And the National Guard had to be installed before it stopped. But let me know if you think Kentucky will actually lock up these so-called activists, as some people think a felony conviction is too harsh, but I think it isn't enough. I think if you ever get arrested for activism, you should lose all access to public benefits.
Yep.
As a U.S. taxpayer shouldn't be subsidizing this unemployed behavior. And if you got time
I'm okay with people that get the benefits, but at the same time, like, I just don't want to see, like, I think that, again, like, you got to put these people in jail or something like that. Like,
no, here's the problem is, I remember when I just worked security at a place. I'm like Tim Pool talking about skateboarding. When I worked security at a place, the homeless population there use the jail system as almost like a doctor visit. They don't care. They know they're gonna get arrested every now and then. They're good. Like, hey, I got a rash. I think this might be MRSA. My tooth needs to be removed. Whatever it may be. They didn't care about if they got arrested because it was just part of their life. It's not a punishment from me or you. Like, we miss work. I'm sorry, we go to jail. We miss work. We get fired. We're amongst the homeless people. It smells terrible. Like, there's a lot of reasons we don't want to get arrested. They don't care. That's why I think it should hit them where it hurts. Their social benefits. If they got to start going back to work, they're not going to protest anymore. If you have a homeless person, I remember back in the day, it was the most bizarre discovery. You'd have a homeless person come in there to shoplift or whatever. Oftentimes, they would leave their bicycle out front, and they'd leave a couple, like, you know, they're always like carrying their life with them. So a couple backpacks and whatever. If they come in, they'd shoplift, they come out, they get their bags, and they take off. If you just stood in front of their crap, like if you tried to grab them, they're going to fight you and get to their bike and ride away or whatever. But if you just stand in front of their stuff and say, hey, look, you got to come back, we got to talk about this. You know, you stole from us, let's just be civil. Like, I'm not mad at you. I'm just like, I got to do a job. If you're standing in front of their stuff, they'll come back with you. If they got to choose between a brief visit to jail or losing their backpack, their belongings, their bicycle, and they got to start from scratch again, they'll comply. And it's like, you have to do punishments befitting of the person. Just the way they say speeding tickets and parking fines are only for the poor. Because if you're making $100K a month, a $80 fine doesn't mean a thing. If you work for $12 an hour, an $80 fine is like life altering. Things need to be different.
Get these people out of society.
Block a bridge on a Wednesday afternoon, you got time to get a regular job. Possibly on a farm. I heard a lot of them are hiring.
Yeah, I heard that too.
If you appreciate my concise, lighthearted commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, subscribe to Decoy Voice.
It's crazy. I think that
we're gonna slowly see my my ending tag change over time. It'll be interesting.
It's so fucking funny, man. And I'm glad to see. I also think it's very funny that, like, in Florida, all of these people don't cause any problems because they know it won't actually fly there at all. And so that's really one of my biggest complaints about this in general. There's the video right there. I'll give it a like. And I totally agree with what he's saying, by the way. I absolutely agree with it. And like, I think that, like, really all you have to do is impose consequences and a degree of actual accountability, and all of this stuff immediately evaporates. Yeah, it totally evaporates and it goes away, and you're not going to have this problem ever.
Soft on crime policies just do not work whatsoever. So we covered what happened over in Kentucky. That'll be the only video we cover with the filter that is the commentary of Asmongold. I don't want to do too much of that. So it's all going to go super fast. So back in 2 months ago, almost 1 million views. So we're just doing the top 10 videos of the year for 2025. I got to skip over a small part of this because apparently it flagged something, but this video's still up. But yeah, what happened over in TwitchCon, it's kind of crazy how long ago this seems. And now that I'm on Twitch, I feel like they're really trying to pivot and get rid of and shed all the bad aspects of the platform. But again, I'm on Twitch now, so I won't talk bad about Twitch. No, I gotta be honest. This was a big part of the year, so we gotta talk about it. Twitch is officially finished, as their streaming site always seemed unsafe, but that's nothing compared to how at their convention, they essentially served up their top streamer to a predator, as Amiru made her way to this year's Twitch. And it's crazy how they initially just tried to brush it off the side. Remember, as this unfolded, Twitch didn't want to talk about it, and Amiru was like, hey, unless if it wasn't for that random guy recording her meet and greet, nobody would know about this assault. Where her and her friends seemed uneasy about doing meet and greets.
The reason I canceled my meet and greet is I don't want to be in the same place for 2 hours. Because of people being weird.
Okay.
And then I'm under contract.
It's crazy how they know it's bad. The meet and greets are terrible. And the one thing I haven't been able to bring up is I always give kudos to Brett Cooper in her live show. But when she had her meet and greet, it's like Brett Cooper's on a stage, huge line of paying fans go to talk to her. But you got this, like, I don't know if it's her guard for everything, but I guess I should pull it up. You can't see it on camera. You have it on my Instagram. If you guys follow me over on Instagram, it's a Decoy BTS or whatever. But with this meet and greet, off to like where this would be right here, there's like this big yoked buff security guard, like just he's like a, I don't mean this in a bad way, but like a junkyard dog. He's just on his chain. He's watching you and he's ready to tackle you if you do something weird. Because obviously, especially with female content creators, people are weird. It's very sad. That's just the way it is. And it's like all 4 girls are uncomfortable with meet and greets. There's a long history of people being weird, and yet they did nothing to protect them.
With them, so I can't cancel one and not cancel the other.
Interesting. Oh.
So I'm sorry,
I kept my
Emmy.
meet and greet because I wanted to keep my show.
Yep.
Surely it'll be
I'm
fine.
sorry, Emmy.
Did not want to do it, but they want. Okay, so I can't play this part, but everybody knows what happened. It was she's talking to this guy. This random dude walks across like several panels, grabs her. She starts screaming, and then he assaults her. Very, very scary situation. Terrible for Twitch to let this happen. Terrible for them to sweep it on the rug. The guy got away, and I think it was because someone stitched him out back home. But it's sad to think that this is the audience of Twitch. If you're such a fan of Amiru, and you would want to wait in line to meet her, like I'm not that big of a fan of. Well, I didn't know much about her before. I think she's pretty good now, but if you're that much like me, for Brett Cooper, that much of a fan, I'm willing to wait in a line to get 20 seconds of her time to say, wow, I really appreciate your work. You would think if all of a sudden you saw this girl screaming because she's being attacked, there should be at least one, I don't even say male, one bold enough individual, could have been a girl too, to step in there and do something about it. Grab the guy at least. Don't let him get away. Do something to stop this person you're allegedly a huge fan of. Like, this guy really could have done something, and because he was right there, sees her getting assaulted, and just steps up. That would have been dream scenario for him because he's that much of a fan. But in a room full of all these people, nobody would step up. Are we really surprised? We really aren't, and it's sad. But yeah, let's get past that moment. It's sad. The guy walks away after someone takes advantage of that. As sadly, this is the same streamer that got attacked in Santa Monica, where less than 7 months ago, some other stalker attacked her and her friends there.
Hey, stop! Whoa, whoa, whoa!
And in that video, I remember I pretty much... What the heck?
Security!
How come this isn't that? I ended that video saying this is either gonna red pill them and they're gonna go get their two-way rights, and now they have since done it since that second incident. But they're either gonna be they're gonna take this seriously, their own personal security, or your personal safety is your personal responsibility. A lot of people forget that. They think the police will be able to protect me. But would they take it seriously, or will they continue to kind of live in this alternate reality of like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be okay, all's well that ends well? Well, apparently Amiru wanted more security, but Twitch didn't let her.
Please, please!
As obviously the girls were pretty shaken up, just realizing how defenseless they truly are and what little local law enforcement can do to protect them. So you'd wonder if they'd bolster their teams with a bodyguard. But tragically, she just talked about how TwitchCon banned her private security.
I had a security guard 2 years ago where there was a guy following me around TwitchCon.
Yeah, they banned a
he
guard.
Asked him to stop multiple times. My guard asked him and the guy wouldn't stop, so he grabbed the guy, but he didn't like hurt him. He was just holding the guy until like the con security came. And then for some reason they're like, yeah, because your security guard touched him, he's like perma-banned from the venue forever.
So Twitch, knowing that she has a history of stalkers, not only from knowing that all their content creators have a history of stalkers, I'm sorry to say, but if you are, I'm not trying to make myself bigger than I am, but it's like, I provide a service of commentating on what's going on in the world, trying to bring all, like, essentially, like, take all the doom scrolling out of it and just say, hey, here's the highlights, I'm going to give you some of my opinions, I'm a regular guy just like you. If the content creator isn't doing anything other than showing up in a bikini and a hot tub, you know that's your audience. You know you cater specifically to them. So it's not like they didn't have to hear from Amiru in this weird one-off situation of a stalker. They provide content that just serves up content for stalkers to be attracted to, like a moth to a flame. They're more than aware of this. It shouldn't be news. They should be more than prepared, but they aren't. The live streams they cash in on, but the last TwitchCon they ran. And in response, they took measures to protect the predators from her security. Because sadly, I think they have not an unlimited amount of Amirus, because she's like one of the top streamers, but if Joe Rogan disappeared, nobody becomes a new Joe Rogan. It's like, you know, the whole culture kind of goes in a spin, like spins out of control. Like it'll fizzle. Like Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was Turning Point USA. Now that he's sadly gone, there's no helm to it. It's over. Amiru's gone. She's a great talent. She has good content. But there's another girl waiting to be the new front page person. They know that she's easily replaced on their end. But the culture of allowing stalkers to be creepy stalkers, they need to protect that more than their individual person. Very scary stuff. Obviously, these live stream girls don't feel comfortable doing these events. They're openly admitting it on Twitch. But in order to keep their show, they need to surrender their security and basically be served up to whatever predators Twitch's product attracts. As just over a week ago, they promised the presence of armed law enforcement, since several of their streamers expressed concerns over their physical safety, with Asmongold outright saying, women should not attend this event, where Tectone pointed out, if they can't even moderate their own website, how are they going to moderate real life? As even I thought about going to TwitchCon this year, but after hearing Asmongold, Tectone, and even Hassan were worried about being assaulted, and keep in mind, these are all 6'3" plus large individuals, I figured they know more about it than me, so I stayed home too. It's kind of lucky I didn't claimed they'd keep you safe, saying they have world-class teams protecting attendees, partnering with San Diego PD, and was that the class teams. Oh no, I thought this was the M-dash, where like ChatGPT had a weird propensity to always put the M-dash instead of a comma, and I'm like, was this written by ChatGPT? now protecting attendees, partnering with San Diego PD and other law enforcement agencies. But somehow all Amiru got were these two completely useless individuals, only able to get there after the attack as they were positioned a whole way away, letting her attacker easily escape. And she later said that they laughed about it. They didn't know what happened. They weren't even watching her thing. They weren't securing her. These world-class security teams, they just laughed about it. Like, oh man, that was crazy. Now, they did make a statement about the attack, saying the individual responsible for allowing the situation to occur has been removed from their position, then went right back into acting like business as usual. I wouldn't be surprised if this girl and her entire team outright quit overnight, and nobody would blame them because they're literally putting their life on the line for Twitch. I all thought they were gonna get a huge Rumble or Kick deal, but it didn't happen. I think they for her to say what she said about Twitch later on, I feel like they made amends somewhere on the back end, because there were lawsuits occurring, and now she's still on there. So I think that at the end of the day, Amiru won. All this posturing like you'll protect these girls, seemingly forcing them into uncomfortable situations by dangling their shows in front of them, and then banning their personal security guards. This carefully curated scenario couldn't be any more pro-pervert if they tried. That's exactly what these are. The fucked up part about all of this is, what if this wasn't just a pervert? What if this was like what happened to that singer Christina Grimmie, where at a meet and greet, an insane fan shot her? And she was a singer on The Voice. It wasn't even like, people get these parasocial relationships with a singer or an actor because they think they know them, but they only really interact with them like 20 minutes out of their day or their song or whatever. Imagine somebody gets to the level where they're spending 8 hours a day watching Hassan, thinking they're part of their life and just absorbing it, and then they're on a different level of stalker. Twitch knows this, and yet they did less for their people, knowing they're actually even more exposed. Twitch can talk about all the world-class security they want, but absolutely nobody should trust anything they say. So hopefully Amiru and her team get all the help they need. They sue TwitchCon for every cent they have, ensuring she never has to stream on that insane platform ever again, and Amazon finally goes in and cleans house at Twitch. That's the thing. Wasn't a fan of Twitch before, giving them a chance because I feel like they definitely are trying to pivot. Again, we'll still criticize them for their terrible behavior before. Oh yeah, you know what? And that's the thing, is sometimes if I have a video that's more serious, if it's very serious, like what happened to Charlie Kirk, there will be no music at all. If it's something like this, like Amiru getting assaulted, I'm not trying to say, here's a video about Amiru. Smash that like button, guys. Like, that was unclassy. So yeah, a lot of these videos won't have an end to it. Yeah, that incident was really sad. And it's like, you would think that it would change everything. But after that whole Nina fiasco with the shoplifting and bringing her back, and also the other assaulting, I understand Amazon and Twitch are going to be like a cruise ship, a giant ship in the water. Like, they're not limber. They're not a bicycle, immediately pivot. It's going to take a while for them to change course. Let's see if they can. Yeah. So we're going to cover right here. This is Seattle's riot over there. Most of the stories, my top stories of 2025, are going to be about the LA riot. So we're just going to cover the one. But this one is a bit different. In liberal cities, unless you're oh my God. Volume is crazy low. What is going on with me? It's the same exact mic and everything. Police are backed by the Marines. Safety just isn't a thing. As a couple days ago, Washington police were outnumbered by the mobs and are chased off the streets. This is unacceptable. What is this? Yeah, we're outnumbered. Turk Wheeler, I don't know how to pronounce that. I understand they got a mission, they got an objective, but if you have somebody in black bloc throwing a rock into your windshield, immediately stop your operation, go out there and lock her up, because that just makes it so they feel comfortable doing it again. It's about sending the message. The fact that they threw that rock into that car right there and they just kept on fleeing, disgusting. Mobs and are chased off the streets. Yeah, unbelievable. As activists set up these large barricades outside. They keep on saying the police is militarized, they're fascists or whatever, thinking this is going to stop anything. I'm sorry. There's never been no revolution. There's never been any overthrowing of a fascist dictatorship. brought together by the power of friendship like this, locking our arms and all these people that are not combat ready. Delirium. The federal buildings. And even though the riot police easily dismantled their garbage heap, and they're using the kid gloves. Whenever they come out with the pepper ball rounds, kid gloves. Eventually, the police start to seemingly retreat. As these idiots rebuild that same it just got taken down. Whenever they need to leave this thing, it takes them maybe an extra 10 minutes to get out of the federal facility. But you guys and your infinite and unemployedness have all the time in the world to build this little barricade that they could easily take away every single time. Again, that's why I think if you get arrested at one of these protests or riots or whatever, instantly all social benefits you get. EBT, probably with the exception of disability, but EBT cards, housing vouchers, whatever it may be, we are subsidizing this. If you have a 40-hour-a-week job and you're barely scraping by, you have no time to go protest like this in a meaningless fashion. If you get all those benefits cut away, you're going to return to work. Barricade. So knowing this, Katie Davis Court from the Post Millennial and Cam Higbee bravely go back out to Seattle to document the destruction, as the rioters try to set fire to the federal building. And it's crazy how they keep on bashing Nick Shirley for going out there to do all his on-the-street investigative journalism in Minneapolis, but if it wasn't for Cam Higbee and Katie Davis Court here, we would not know this is happening because it's citizen journalists with their cell phone cameras, not a single CNN reporter out there. Because remember, even, quote, right-wing news outlets like Fox News, when they covered the LA riots, they were saying, mostly peaceful. There was one Molotov cocktail thrown, but it was mostly peaceful. It's like, no, this is real journalism. Them, the mainstream media hating on it, just lets us know they're more propaganda than anything. But mainly, just kept a tiny bonfire on the street, attempting to block traffic from going by. As Jonathan Cho shows us, Seattle is just a scene out of Mad Max if it was a Lifetime original movie. But obviously, they're too afraid to block this garbage truck. Oh my god, this garbage truck that doesn't have brakes that can stop on a dime, this might hurt us. They conveniently don't get in front of that. It's almost like they know consequences exist. Just because they act like toddlers doesn't mean they are toddlers. Or even these. He shrugged his face like, I can't believe a garbage truck would drive somewhere on the street. Block this garbage truck. What happened? This person in the orange beanie. What? Why would they do that? Or even these armored cyber trucks. Or even this random SUV with a family inside, floated right through their group. Yeah, the family being inside is the big key word. If it's me in a car, actually I'm not gonna speak on it, but if a guy's in a car and they're slamming on his windshield, he might act a certain way. If he's got his kid in the car, he has a different level of responsibility. Guy doesn't want to go to jail just because he got pissed off on the road. A lot of fathers would go to jail protecting their kids. Get degeneracy. Even though it looked like this guy got hit, oops, a cone at the SUV that already sped away. Yeah, because the cone's gonna do something. As the only car they successfully stopped was some scared girl who apparently had to abandon her vehicle at a fair. Which begs the question, what does a random girl, a family, and a garbage truck have to do with Donald Trump's deportations? Absolutely nothing, but where were the cops during all of this? Apparently they were stationed nearby, but didn't seem to make any major arrests.
In Madison.
This is Jonathan Cho right here.
That's where all the Antifa militants are now waiting.
As their local police chief seems focused on protecting the protesters.
How will SPD show up under your leadership to serve?
Because he's got to respond to the mayor. The mayor likes these riots, these protests. They want to fight ICE and the Trump administration. So obviously the police chief appointed by, well, not appointed by, but employed by the mayor. I don't know if he got appointed by them, but the idea that If they want to keep their job as a police chief, they gotta support the rioters over law and order. Sad times.
Our residents when Seattleites are protesting the federal administration and are facing the U.S. military on the streets of Seattle.
I will do everything in my power, I want to be clear, to protect anyone in Seattle from anyone who comes to this city with the intention to hurt them or inhibit their First Amendment rights.
Talking about the rioters, not the out-of-town protesters that got to the intersection to throw bottles at them. Interesting how he sees this.
At some point, I will probably go to jail and be in prison.
Says that with pride. He ain't doing that. As Cam Higbee was recording the riots, the mob attacked him. Yeah, it was bad. He beat him down so bad. As bootleg Batman did. I can't show it on YouTube. Like when I covered the all those white women that were walking around New York City and just getting randomly punched in the face by multiple individuals. Apparently you're not allowed to highlight damage like that. So it's not the violent act itself. I know they don't want to see violence on YouTube, and that's fine, but you can't even show the aftermath of it. Absolutely nothing to stop it. With Cam's helmet showing the damage of the attack, waking up the next morning with a random nosebleed as he definitely had a concussion. And that's the official strategy they've adopted. They know what they're doing at best is dumb, and at worst is a felony. So just like we saw in Los Angeles, they've begun attacking anybody who dares record their crimes. Oh no! Oh, stop recording! I hate, that's such a bottom feeder mentality. We snitches get this or whatever. Like, snitches are a bad thing. And it's just like, what is it called? Intimidation. What is it? It's just not robbery. Robbery's when, yeah, this is robbery. It's just saying we're shoplifting, but now we're making a robbery because we're intimidating you from stopping us on this. Very sad and scary to know that a lot of society in certain cultures just accept this. Oh, yeah, snitches don't do that. I'm gonna beat this guy up just for watching. This is third world nonsense right here. But since Trump showed up the local police with his Marines, LAPD finally took back the city. So what about places like Seattle, where Trump isn't necessarily focusing his ICE raids? Sadly, both Cam and Katie reported that the police were being hands-off in protecting the federal building. And since you didn't see the attacks on the streets of Seattle on the mainstream media, the only people that would show us are being beaten in the streets with little to no protection from the mob. Third world nonsense. The mainstream media won't show us. The law enforcement agencies we spend millions upon millions of dollars won't protect us. And then anybody telling you that this is happening gets beaten down. Third world nonsense. We cannot survive as a society. And although you do hear these anti-police activists chanting, we can police ourselves, just look at what happened at the No Kings protest in Salt Lake City, where one person— My favorite thing about the No Kings protest, I don't think it's in this video, where they say, No Kings protest, No Kings protest, and they say, well, wait a minute, we're doing No Kings protest in Canada against Trump, but we have a king. And they say, okay, well, no monarchies now. And it's like, wait, what? Sheer idiocy. Lost their life. They got lucky that the shooter was an idiot and someone snatched his backpack with the weapon still inside as he tried to hide in plain sight.
It's a rifle right here. Hey, right there. This guy, I just grabbed this from this guy.
Yeah, all these anti-police people suddenly need the police instantly.
He's right there. Get off the ground. Get off the ground. Get out.
But now, the local CBS affiliate headlines, exactly. Peaceful protester died after being unintentionally shot by a designated peacekeeper at the protest. For being reportedly peaceful people that protest peacefully, they sure do violently end each other quite frequently. And just like the 2020 BLM Summer of Love, activists are already losing their lives over something they have zero chance of protesting their way into change. So what does the Los Angeles mayor say? The protests will continue until the raids stop.
But the real solution of all of this is for the administration to stop the raids.
This sounds like a threat to me. We won't stop destroying our own house until you guys stop enforcing the law. This sounds like a threat.
We have heard that these raids might take place for the next 30 days.
Should happen for the next 4 years. This is the Trump administration. People voted for this.
We don't know how many are going to take place in a given day.
Then Trump goes online to reply, even though ICE agents are getting attacked by the Democrats, nothing will stop this, as they will now expand their efforts, especially in all these protests constantly. Oh my God, we're going to defeat ICE, this or that. If anything, it just makes them know if you're catching flack, you're over the target. It just brings more attention in. Chicago, New York, and Los Angeles. So it definitely looks like we're in for another summer of Democrat riots all across the country. And we were. Except these aren't about black lives. These are about the Democrats' new class of serfs. Yep.
Raids has really had a devastating effect and has been a body blow to our economy. I don't think
the thing that I always upset about Los Angeles and California as a whole is they say, immigrants are our economy, they keep us afloat, blah, blah, that's why we're the biggest GDP or whatever. If we had a tax surplus, or we had all these, like, you know, we weren't deeply in debt, constantly having to let our roads go into squalor, or ending social services for different things for Americans, they would truly be a contribution to society. But if we're constantly in debt, billions of dollars of debt, and we have no idea, no accountability for where this money goes, the system isn't working. So you can't simultaneously brag about how well they keep our economy afloat and the fact that we're in debt, or we're in a deficit. Doesn't make sense that way.
The president understands that we have entire sectors of our economy that cannot function without immigrant labor.
That is not a flex. That is an issue. He's talking about a dysfunctioning economy while running the city into a $1 billion deficit, as now her residents are crying about their missing serfs.
So I'm in my beautiful city, LA, and I have friends texting me like all morning. My gardener didn't show up, my housekeeper didn't show up, oh, my farmer's market was closed.
Notice that they always say, like, oh, they're doctors and engineers, but she's not saying my doctor wasn't there, or PhD professor wasn't there. No, they say all these serf level jobs. This is not the flex. This is not her being all high and mighty. Oh my God, I can't believe I employ all these people working for a living wage. No, here's a serf class. Where are my serfs? Hands off my serfs is not the stance that they want to take.
Everyone's scared. And you 1%ers that only voted for Trump because of money? Guess what? You're going to have to do your own dishes, or clean your own house, or mow your own lawn.
The 1%ers didn't get Trump in office. The average American got Trump in office. The average American mows their own lawn, washes their own dishes. She is completely detached from reality.
And oh, that wonderful produce, the organic produce you get for your brunches? You're going to actually have to do some work around your house.
And we probably should be paying more for those products. Prices will probably go up, but I don't like the idea. I don't like the idea that my iPhone is likely made by S-Labor. I don't like the idea that I'm not a customer of it, but all that stuff that was happening up in Camarillo outside of LA County was by PG-13 kids working at that farm. These are issues. Prices should go up so these people can make a living wage, but this is like left-wing talking points. But here she is saying, don't enforce the law. We need this cheap labor. Why do they always go back to this?
Kick every Latino out of this country, then who is going to be cleaning your toilet, Donald Trump?
Oh, that's no.
Sobbing, hands off our serfs is the absolute worst way to win over the masses. But sadly, that's all. But they think that that's the morally virtuous way to live. We brought these people in here to do the work we don't want to do. Doesn't that make me better than you? No. All they have left has gone to the days of the Democrats represent the working class Americans, where they complain about the raids impacting farming, stating they rely on immigrants to work long hours because Americans aren't willing to do this work. Well, maybe it's because they get paid an average of $20,000 a year. Even though I'm no math Asian, $20K divided by the long hours, and let's say 45 a week, totals out to be something like $8 an hour, which is less than half the minimum wage in Los Angeles County. I'm really trying to keep this concise, but I really want to clearly illustrate how these anti-immigration protests, promoted by Democrat politicians, aren't actually about families, but protecting their essentially indentured servants. As in, they protect you from deportation so they don't have to pay you as much. That's the one thing that I didn't think about before when people are making the point of it on Twitter is the H-1B visa situation is a is almost like indentured servitude. So let's say you're from, they say Microsoft can bring in a programmer from India, and they'll give him a decent wage, like maybe like $60K a year, and they'll get paid less than what a college grad in America would make, like $90K a year. And they get them locked into these jobs because if your citizenship is contingent on your H-1B status, that means that even if your employer treats you bad, makes you work all the holidays, underpays you for market value, and, even assaults you at the workplace, there's not much you can do about your employer. You can't quit. You can't complain to HR, because once you lose that job, you're going back home. It's like indentured servitude, and yet they keep on pushing this in our face like, oh my God, this is a good thing. We're taking care of all the other countries, and we're like the world's food bank and piggy bank, but it's just taking advantage of the less advantaged. Sad. So as we watch Civil War Part 2 finally break out, that looks an awful lot like the first Civil War, just know it's actually about the same exact thing from the same exact political party. Yo, sometimes there's things I forgot I did. I thought that was a gem. Let's watch this again. Civil War's back. And so they don't have to pay you as much. So as we watch Civil War Part 2 finally break out, that looks an awful lot like the first Civil War, just know it's actually about the same exact thing from the same exact political party. Yes. Don't doom scroll on social media all day when you have my concise, lighthearted commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, so subscribe to Decoy Voice. Alright, okay, so we had the whole full thing over there. Yeah, it was like a small piece from the Patriot I had in there. It's kind of funny. Yeah, it sounds like muskets, but I mean, it's a circle. Is it different from a StarCraft agent? I played StarCraft when I was a kid, but I was terrible at it. I'll play against the bots and still lose. So we're doing the top 10 videos from 2025 just to show the sheer absurdity of it, and also just cover things that we probably forgot about, even though this was just from a month ago of more anti-ICE riots, but we're only going to cover the one in LA, but this one was particular. This idiot activist thought she'd be Chicago's AOC, only to possibly end up living... Oh, this is a Halloween episode because I'm wearing my my Yeti outfit. In Chicago's DOC, as just outside their federal building, several Democrats actively running for election impeded on ICE's ability to enforce a law, where this cat girl running for Congress, got tossed like she was on Alinity's live stream, to which getting lightly shoved basically became her entire personality. Yeah, she just talked about this nonstop.
As I said, the third time that ICE has done this to me, but essentially a car was about to run over a fellow protester, and so I went to check on that person, and that was all the justification an officer needed to pick me up and throw me to the ground.
As this is that's the thing, we need to stop making victimization a talking point. Like, I was attacked, and now all of a sudden everybody wants to talk to you. You'll be on all the talk shows. You're so popular. You're so valuable. Oh, how did the administration harm you most? And it's like, we got the Oppression Olympics out of that, and now the most significant thing she's done while running for office is say, my other protester was about to be run over, and here she is sprinting in front of a vehicle. Allegedly her checking on someone about to be run over. They're actually squatting down in front of the car, right, to sit in front of moving vehicles, as if this makes them some sort of a modern-day freedom fighter, ignoring the fact that she said this was the third time she'd been shoved aside. Yes, as she really thought this. If you've been assaulted by ICE 3 separate occasions, I could understand if you were like at Home Depot and I don't even know what the context of you being assaulted by ICE would be, but it's just a one-off incident. But if you are a professional antagonizer of federal law enforcement, all of my benefit of the doubt goes out the window. This would illustrate how evil ICE is, instead of highlighting how she's too dumb to realize the first 2 times did nothing to stop ICE. But that won't make her stop trying. And here she is again. As later that same evening, she was seen sitting sun up to sundown. She's got nothing better to do than to fight ICE because she thinks it's gonna get her a seat in Congress to make her a multimillionaire. Likely make her a multimillionaire. This is quite the grift. On the same driveway, only to be later seen again blocking federal vehicles. Because the first time she got hit by, or she got tossed on her butt lightly, she got to go on talk shows. Her TikTok blew up. So now that's all she's trying to do. She's not trying to accomplish anything. If anything she knows, when they protest ICE, they just flood the zone with more ICE agents. It's not about stopping ICE. It's about having her viral moment so she could potentially get into Congress and become a multimillionaire. The songs have never done anything. To which she herself posted on social media to 10 million views. Jeez. But now, the Department of Justice is indicting her. She's so interesting. She's on all these news outlets and everybody's talking about her. And the biggest thing she did wasn't accomplish anything in the private sector, wasn't actually passing anything like in a local city council meeting. It was being tossed to the ground. The oppression Olympics is very real and we need to get rid of it. Over it. Where she originally used this to campaign for Congress.
My name is Kat Abou-Ghazaleh. I'm running for Congress in the 9th District of Illinois. The Department of Justice is charging 6 people, including myself, with federal crimes for exercising our First Amendment rights near ICE's Broadview.
Again, relabeling. We were exercising our First Amendment rights. I wasn't watching my friends squat in front of a SUV where they're out of their line of sight and then rushing in front of it. No, this is not peacefully having your voice be heard. This is you being a professional antagonizer.
Processing center.
But the fact that she may go to prison over this is finally settling in.
What do you think about those charges, though? They seem really serious. Conspiracy to impede or injure an ICE officer, assaulting or impeding that officer.
I don't think she's scared of this.
Those are pretty big charges.
The charges, I think they're actually like slightly different, but no matter what the charges are in the indictment, I plan on pleading not guilty. And this is a political prosecution.
Oh, is it?
Plain and simple.
Yeah.
Even she's confused about it.
The indictment alleges that you and others, quote, surrounded a federal officer's vehicle, banged on its hood and window.
No, this isn't what they reported. We saw it on a video. You uploaded that video.
Etched pig on the side and impeded movement. Did you etch the word pig on the side of an officer's car?
I'm not speaking to the specifics.
If you didn't do it, you just say I didn't do it. This makes me believe that's exactly what happened, and she had it on video.
Of anything that's in the indictment right now.
Well, let's not watch the video of what happened that day that they are. What do you, when you see that, what do you think right now?
Tara, once again, this is my first time being federally indicted. Like I said,
yeah.
I plan on pleading not guilty. The evidence will come out in court, and
the evidence came out right now. Talk about it. I get it. An attorney says you're probably fucked, so don't talk about this. But here it is, just trying to use this moment as like this is her viral moment. Maybe she'll get elected in office. Because sad to say, getting arrested is almost like a badge of honor for them. And the messed up part is ever since they gave Trump a mugshot, I have his. Yeah. Ever since Trump's mugshot backfired on him and his mugshot became like his battle cry, I think a lot of Democrats have been trying to have their Trump mugshot moment, but not understanding that it wasn't because we like mugshots, we like criminals. It's like because a lot of people can identify with the idea that our legal system is broken. He highlights that. You getting arrested for pounding on a federal vehicle on camera and uploading it and possibly carving pig into the side of it isn't the same thing as a corrupt government arresting an innocent person. Entirely different, but you're too dense to figure that out.
And I plan on winning. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah.
Rage quit.
Did she just sign off?
He's bewildered by the idea that she can't speak to this. It's like she has to know. She has nothing to offer. Rage quitting over simple questioning is exactly why activists can't actually serve in Congress. As sure, she can parrot all her social media programming at a protest, but offers nothing in terms of how this helps her movement, other than giving her a viral moment to relive. Every single time she logs onto social media, we're getting lightly shoved as the most interesting thing about her life, which is becoming a huge problem with the left as a whole. Man, this monkey guy here is so based. He has so many good talking points. effectively championed victimhood, where getting arrested, attacked, or anything that attracts pity immediately places them in the center of attention, as now the Democrats are starting to look like what I call Disneyland handicaps. Yep. Where a while back they let anybody in a wheelchair go right to the front of the line, until basically everybody suddenly had a wheelchair. And that's the modern day Democrats. As at that protest, exactly, it's just, if you're a victim of a crime, actually a minority victim of a crime, you get to go to the front of the line. If you're a victim of a hate crime, you get to go to the way front of the line. So people start faking hate crimes, and all of a sudden they wonder why do we have all these hoaxes? It's because they can become financially rewarded for doing it. It's sad. She's not even the only one being indicted, as that cat candidate is running for Congress, but also another cat running for a seat on the Cook County Board, and some straw man is trying to be a trustee. And honestly, I think it all leads back to that senator from California that got arrested by the Fed. Oh, the saddest sobbing senator, Padilla. He runs at, I guess senators have a special badge they can wear, a pin, that lets you know, oh, they're official. She's having a press conference, she's not taking questions. This pathetic example of a politician runs in there and starts screaming at her. Nobody knows who the fuck he is because he's some random ass senator, and they arrest him delicately, and he's crying. He's on Fox News crying. He's on MSNBC crying. He's talking about it so frequently of the fascist dictatorship. They lightly arrested me because I wasn't wearing my senator badge and I was showing up to a press conference I didn't belong at. This is why they became the party of tears, the party of victimhood, because that's the most interesting thing he can do. He knows he can't beat the Trump administration because the Trump administration is the popular opinion of the American people. The most interesting thing and most impactful thing he can do for his party is become a crybaby, doing the rounds on social media, doing the rounds on the mainstream media, showing how pathetic they are because they don't speak to the average, I'm accomplishing something American. They only cater to the emotional, do-nothing, liberal stay-at-home, accomplish nothing, and are led by their emotions. Their feelings overpower the facts. They don't care, and they lean in on that, and it's getting pathetic. He literally went on a press tour for months, constantly crying about being cuffed, where I don't even remember his real name other than California's saddest sobbing senator. He never shares any individual political stances, any actual solutions to accomplish anything, but constantly gets to be on TV because he's California's saddest sobbing senator. But to the Democrats, crying is like a form of currency. As that cat girl claims right-wingers call for her arrest because she's the only one that We're calling for her arrest because we saw you doing the crime. And stand up to ICE and Trump. Well, let's be clear. Standing up to ICE and Trump. It'd be one thing if she was like underground railroading it, where she was actually rescuing people or harboring people or breaking the law and accomplishing something. Not getting in front of a car, slamming on it, posting it on social media, going on podcasts and saying, my lawyer says I can't say nothing, and running away. This is not accomplishing anything. The only thing you provide is a viral moment that you yourself framed. These activists have done nothing to stifle ICE.
First and foremost, those operations continue. They continue unabated. The temporary restraining order and the meetings with the judge and all the other accoutrements that comes with what her orders are that will have no effect on Operation Midway Blitz. We're going to go out there and we're going to accomplish the mission.
You put a target on the back of all the people that live in the community you're protesting at. Cool, you have a nice little moment that made you popular. You went viral on Twitter. You have all these talking points in this social media video. But the guys that you're allegedly trying to protect now know that's where they are.
Closing in on 3,000 apprehensions as we speak. We're going to speed those apprehensions up. And now we're even going to go harder now, Harris. We go harder now. And I'm not worried about it at all.
As Trump's DOJ is now going months back to arrest all these ICE antagonists. Good.
To date, we have charged 97 individuals either with assault or impeding of federal agents engaged in immigration enforcement operations, and we will continue to charge more as we obtain the evidence. Every American has a right to peacefully protest. What is not constitutionally protected is a right to engage in violence or to impede federal agents by assaulting, doxing, or obstructing their operations.
And even in some recent scenarios, even shooting them.
And an officer-involved shooting.
And that's the thing, they will never talk about the offshoots of like, we're just peacefully protesting. Well, people to get shot. People are actually assaulting them. Those two guys from, I forgot what country they're from, they actually kidnapped the ICE agents. It's getting worse, but they conveniently omit all the instances of violence that they themselves have promoted.
In question were federal agents, DHS, Department of Homeland Security, and FBI.
So this Democrat cat running for Congress gets shoved aside multiple times and now faces 14 years of prison time, taking her Gen Z TikToks to Gen Pop, but somehow in her mind that amounts to, I'm the only one that can stop the Trump administration. That level of delusion should be disqualifying, but the Democrats don't actually have to accomplish anything. They're now the official party of vibes. That happened during the Biden administration, didn't accomplish anything, was always on vacation at the beach doing nothing, but they're like, well, because the mainstream media isn't freaking out all the time, I'm now relaxed. Just look at the mayoral race in New York City. He won too. Their local idiot is campaigning on free everything, with New York's governor stepping in to echo his same stupid sentiments. Only to later state, this isn't realistic.
We know that Mamdani does want to tax the rich more, bring it up about 2%. He can't do that on his own. You've previously said that you wouldn't be raising taxes. Have you reconsidered that stance?
No, I would say...
She goes on stage because they got the vibes. It sounds cool to say free everything, but when it comes down to it, she's not going to deliver. She knew she wasn't going to deliver, but she needs the vibes.
One energetic rally does not get me to change my positions, I assure you.
But don't let that stop the Democrats from giving him a 94% probability to win. You'd have to be hitting a crack pipe to believe that pipe dream, but ironically, I'm sure that's the one thing he'll make free. Modern day Shakespeare. As again, it just proves they're officially the party of vibes. NYC can't make everything free, just like Chicago can't stop ICE. But I don't think it matters to their voters as long as they get their feel-good vibes from all those artificial likes from Chinese TikTok. Yeah, so if you appreciate my concise Halloween commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, subscribe to Decoy Voice. Yeah, that was back in just a month ago, and then I think this all started 6 months ago. So this video had 1.3 million views, and it was from June 4th. So this was in, Minneapolis. I think this was the first big ICE protest. It wasn't the protest that was in San Diego, because we're not going to cover all the ICE videos. Yeah, we just have this. We're not going to cover all the ICE videos, but this was the first one, accomplished nothing, but it didn't stop them from destroying many major cities in the country just because we got nothing better to do. Yeah, what someone said. From Gen Z TikTok to Gen Pop's Chef's Kiss. Yeah, that is what makes the channel what it is. Gold nuggets like that. If you weren't paying attention, you'd miss it. I feel like a lot of people watch Asmongold, Decaf Decoy, Tim Pool in the background, but Decoy Voice or just Decoy, you have to pay attention to, man. Minnesota is in the middle. Oh my god, I don't know why it's so quiet. Minnesota is in the middle of a civil war, but this time the enemy is stupidity, as the feds rolled in to serve some high-risk search warrants. But rumors got out that they were actually ICE and not the DEA. Yeah, they want... How many times do they just see law enforcement and say, oh my god, it's ICE, we gotta stop them, not serving a high-risk search warrant on drug dealers in the community, human traffickers, or even, what was the case over in, it was called the sports drink, the sports bar or something, or I forget what it was more recent, where the employees were yelling at Louisiana state troopers, I think. They were like investigating crimes against kids, and they yelled at them, and it's like, no, they're gonna arrest them. They're gonna arrest them because we can't let them just impede on actual law enforcement just because they're too regarded to know the difference between ICE agents and ATF. As the activists surrounded them outside a store that ironically says, make tacos, not walls. Go home. It's almost like you don't know what side they're on. And these aren't ICE agents. This is ATF. It's hilarious how they're chanting, "Go home and get the F out," which kinda sounds like they're in support of what ICE is doing. But spoiler alert, this isn't ICE. This wasn't even about immigration. These protesters are just idiots that somehow got tricked into protecting criminal traffickers, as the protesters desperately tried to protect wanted criminals from the ATF. Always. And I think they're doing the moral superior thing. They can't walk anywhere in their city without seeing the suffering that drugs do to their community. People on the fentanyl lean, people overdosing, the homeless population getting wrecked, like their lives being destroyed, and yet they think, because we don't like ICE, we should stop all law enforcement, period. Oh no, I got shoved because I was shoving the cops. They're literally just the Ralph Wiggum meme, as even if this was ICE, shrieking on social media means absolutely nothing.
You want with that gun? You want with that gun?
And you would only say all this thing to the cops, oh, you a UAP with that weapon, if you don't think they're going to use a weapon on you. It's just the same thing as anybody yelling at, I might even make this point here, the same thing of anybody yelling at a cashier at a job, or yeah, a barista at Starbucks. They're yelling at them because they know they're at work and they can't do anything back to them. They're the modern day bullies, the adult bullies, and they don't see how it doesn't make them look tough. It makes them look pathetic.
You ain't that gun. You ain't that gun.
Nobody's buying it. I'd like to see him say that to another gangbanger with a gun. Won't happen. And the fact that he went to his selfie cam makes you know it's not about stopping ICE. It's about getting his social media moment. It's pathetic. Thinks he looks hard while fixing his hair in his selfie cam, but he's no different than the emotional idiots that yell at baristas. It's not that the cops can act tough because they're caring. It's the Karen that can act tough because he knows someone at their job can't fight back. As Nick Shirley shows us. Oh yeah, Nick Shirley back at 500,000 subscribers. He is ultra celebrity now because his work over in Minneapolis. And this was this was Minneapolis again. He's everywhere. He's everywhere in the world. And like, you know, he interviewed people at CCAT. I think he was over in Ireland too. He's doing it. He's actually out there.
Abolish the police.
And shortly after, abolish the police. We need the police. It's just like that. I might even make the same point again, but over in, I believe it was Seattle, when the protesters blocked off the freeway and were marching on the freeway against police brutality or something. They didn't block one of the on-ramps to the freeway, so someone was just on the freeway wondering, why is it empty? All of a sudden turns a corner and sees a whole bunch of people on the freeway, tries to swerve around them, accidentally hits some people, and the entire group, the anti-police movement, is saying, call 911, get the cops. Same thing here. Because they're here back. And Shirley shows us, this group doesn't know what they want.
Abolish the police.
And abolish the police. Help us! Help us! We pay your salaries. I don't know, man. I'm big on the whole net taxpayer thing. I don't think that you should really have a voice if you're not a net taxpayer. If you're going to complain about how the tax dollars are spent, you need to be putting money into the tax base.
What's going on? The cops won't protect us from these FBI agents.
So you know they're not ICE then. Whenever they shout abolish the police, what they really mean is, strong-arm law enforcement hurts my feelings. So please don't police unless you're protecting me. As these people are just emotional infants, throwing fits when they don't understand things. He's like...
That's your city.
He dumps out this police and he's doing like the whole like, what you think about that? And it's like, these guys are federal agents. They don't live here. They're going to come by, they're going to enforce a law, they're going to go home. You got to live with this, idiot. Fits when they don't understand things.
That's your city. So get the out!
Again. Are they chanting on behalf of ICE or are they chanting against ICE? Get out of my community. You don't belong here. And the main problem with this protest here is, like, if you guys are serious about this, the protesters should be policing themselves. You're dumping garbage out on the ground. It's like, hey, is this accomplishing what task? Is this defeating ICE? Or is this just destruction for the sake of destruction? The rioters during the BLM protests, if they were complaining about, if you got 99 cops and one bad cop, or 99 good cops and one good, if you have 99 good cops and one bad cop, but no one's speaking out against the bad cop, you got 100 bad cops. For the BLM protesters to be like, oh yeah, we're trying to stop police brutality, but then they see 99 peaceful protesters and 20 riotous looters throwing bricks through Starbucks windows and stealing TVs from Best Buy. If the rest of the protesters aren't policing them, saying, hey, that's not what this is about, this isn't social justice, this is you just rioting, you just have a mass riot. They see it one way, but not the other.
Animals! You act like animals!
You act like animals, but us throwing garbage on our own community is civilization, apparently.
We protect us!
How is throwing garbage on the ground protecting anybody? And who are you protecting from the DEA? Is it ICE? I mean, is it immigrants or is it drug dealers?
We don't need any of you!
As trash in your own city. We don't need any of you. Isn't that the same? Was that the same lady that was like, we need the cops to protect us from the feds, but we don't need the feds? It's just ridiculous. He is equally stupid and ineffective.
Now that people are trying to block ICE from leaving this place, they're throwing garbages.
We don't need you here, but we're gonna block you in here. They're just, someone said petulant children in chat. It's true.
Here on the streets, trashing it. They're not gonna let the police leave here.
But they think they're the warrior princess. This guy fell. It's so accurate. And I promised I didn't add those sound effects in. That was these protesters from the actually quoting Xena, the warrior princess, to get their point across. But at some point, the feds got fed up.
All of these people right here are blocking.
Nick was doing God's work. Why can't we block the streets? Yeah, no. I could be mean about his BMI. I'm just saying, if you didn't think this guy was at work, you would not be stepping up to him like this. Nothing annoys me more than the fake tough guy, as the moment he mentions lawsuit, everybody knows he can't win a fight without the assistance of an attorney. I keep on saying this story before, in case you missed it, is I remember there's this guy. We're just, I forgot what the context was, but he was angry at me and one of my coworkers, right? These are white kids too. And he was saying something like, yo, what's up? And calling me the N-word. Like he's gonna fight me. What's up, N-word, blah, blah, blah. He's talking trash to me. So then I just walk up to him like, okay, what are you gonna do? And then he says, hey, because I'm at work, he's like, if you touch me, I'll sue you. And I hate the whole gangsta fluid thing where you instantly go from, I'm a gangbanger, I'm a tough guy, you're saying I'm the N-word, and then also, I'm gonna fight you, to instantaneously turning into, my daddy's a lawyer, and I'll sue you if you harm me. Like, so many examples of this. Pretty much having to save this guy from getting run over.
This is how the charity works.
They're all up in arms on that, but had he not tossed this guy, he was about to get run over by this van. This guy literally saving him from actual harm, and everybody gets all up in arms like, hey, I don't want to dehumanize anybody, but it's very similar to a dog walking into a cactus, or a dog walking up to a rattlesnake. You yanking at a dog's chain away from a rattlesnake would be terrible. Oh, he's going to yelp, it's going to be very sad, it's going to hurt him. But it's infinitely better than him being bit by the rattlesnake. That was this. Yank the dog away from the rattlesnake, but everybody gets upset about the yanking, not the idea that he saved him from that. Run over.
This is how the charity works.
Get away from this car. Oh, would you do that to that imbecile?
I could get you a good paying job.
I want the job. I really want to know what job he's offering them. These guys.
You a good paying job. Guns don't belong here. Put the gun down. I'll get you a job. You're hired. Please, man.
These special agents look like they unlocked all the top tier DLC in real life. But $1 million of training and kit on them. He's getting paid like $200K. They're living their best life. Like they've gone up the ranks. They're Fed agents kitted out like this. And this guy with his haircut's like, I know you live in your dream world, but how about you get that next? How about I come? I work for you instead. I'm sure they're just jealous of a job that allows you to have a mullet.
Police are not pepper spraying. They're throwing stuff out here in the streets. They're blocking eyes, blocking the FBI from coming through.
Yeah, this comes out of their local tax base, the destruction of this trash can, but he thinks this is so funny. But intelligence wasn't this group's strong suit. They wasted their entire afternoon, got wet, and did all this, all so they can have their social media moments, and barely bothering federal law enforcement.
Never forget it!
This is my favorite.
How are you doing?
I'm alright.
Yeah, so what happened? What just happened?
I don't know, I was riding by to go to the gym, and then I hear them just yelling ice, and then this restaurant closed down, I don't know. But I know I didn't like what I seen by the energy that's out here.
The energy, the vibes were off, so I'm out here yelling at the cops. I don't know what they were enforcing, but you know what? This is how I spend my free time. This was a common theme that seemed to repeat with anybody that Nick Shirley spoke to, as they're super angry about ICE operating in their sanctuary city, but they have zero evidence this is ICE, which is just what happens when you have more emotions than information. That's the entire premise. Low information voters can get riled up and be emotional. It's very easy to control somebody that's emotional, period. And that's the Democrat strategy in a nutshell. You get weaponized, unemployed behavior. As this all sparked over social media posts saying this was an ICE raid, getting shared everywhere. This is an ICE raid. Minneapolis, those guys. And interactions. Despite the fact that the Minneapolis police said there was no immigration enforcement activity today, with the local sheriff's department echoing the same exact statement, but that the feds were teamed up to execute some high-risk warrants in the area. That even their Democrat mayor had clarified this was regarding drugs and money laundering, but no arrests were made, which is just great. As for something to prompt a response from multiple federal agencies, deploying a whole fleet of MRAPs that cost nearly $500,000 apiece, they have to be going after someone that you 100% don't want in your community. But these groups did the same exact thing in Boston, where they but the vibes, I got here and the energy was just off, so I'm part of the mob stopping somebody serving high-risk search warrants. Literal useful idiots. Thought they were crowding and shaming an ICE operation when they actually just burned an undercover surveillance on a murder investigation. Now this sounds insanely stupid to assist criminals like this, but 4 years ago, they openly told us this was their mission. Who do we protect? Black criminals. Who do we protect? Black criminals. And we saw. It's almost unbelievable that happened. I use that clip all the time, but that's literally where they're at now. We don't care if you're a criminal. We don't care if crime is primarily intra-racial, meaning if you're a black criminal, you more commonly victimize black individuals. Korean criminals victimize Korean victims more frequently than anything. They don't care they don't care about who they're protecting. They just want it to be based on race. Ridiculous. All this yesterday in San Diego, where their community went out to stop the deportation of a wanted criminal. This is the first one in San Diego. They were going after a known criminal at a restaurant. They saw them, thought, oh my god, it's ICE, and this started off the riots in California.
Yo, back up! Back up! That's right!
Criminal simps, yeah.
Right. Back up! Back up! You guys are
They're Nazis because they're serving a high-risk warrant. It's not immigration. It's a warrant about criminals, but they call them fascists because they have more emotions than they do information. But the liberal news media covered it as ICE agents are using scary weapons, so the community is fighting back. We haven't seen propaganda this pathetic since fiery but mostly peaceful. Don't doom scroll on social media all day when you have my concise, lighthearted commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, so subscribe to Decoy Voice. I wish I had a count of how many subscribers I had at each juncture there. But yeah, so the next video we have, because we're just doing the top 10 videos from the year, was 1.4 million views 9 months ago. And it's crazy because you have Charlie Kirk talking to this individual over on a college campus. But I remember, I guess my comment isn't there. I didn't pin it because it was just kind of a thing I said. But where is it? Wow, there was so much. That's what I forgot to do. I was going to go through the top comments on every single video that I did. But wow, this is like not even... Is this comments based on top? Sort by top? Damn, so I guess my comment wasn't even the top comment. But back in the day, you could probably find somewhere else where I said, I genuinely think Charlie Kirk is saving the country because he's talking to the youth, getting them off of the mainstream media narrative, and he's not afraid of being labeled scary things. Oh, you're a racist, you're a fascist, you're a bigot, or whatever. I guess my comment really got buried because there was a lot of people talking. Wow, what the heck? Very bizarre that my comment isn't there. But yeah, this, Charlie Kirk gets the cops involved. This is from 9 months ago. And then this is, sad to say, right before his assassination.
I was just walking.
Oh, the audio is always messed up.
And then I see this truck full of 4 white men pass by me, MAGA apparel, everything, you know. They drove past me and they were like, bend over.
So they said the N-word on campus to you.
Well, yes. Next instance,
saying that there's this heinous hate crime that occurred on campus, and yet nothing happened from it. I'm so glad Charlie Kirk called him out. This was a pivotal moment, I think.
And then just drove off.
Hold on. So a bunch of Trump guys who are largely white heterosexual males then also threatened to you?
Different group of people, but yes.
Multiple H crimes against him. That's why Charlie Kirk always will be such I don't know, I call it icon, but he's such a, I don't even know how to say it. It's not icon. That's not the word I'm looking for. But just the idea that Charlie Kirk was bold enough to say, hey, if Charlie Kirk was wrong and this guy actually did experience these hate crimes, he's going to look like a terrible person. Oh, he just poured his heart out to you and said these terrible things that happened to him, and you sat there and questioned him, you laughed at him, you belittled the crime, that the hate crime. But it's like, no, he was bold enough to say, you know what, I don't believe you because this is unrealistic.
All in one night?
All in one night, sir.
All in one night.
I think you're making this up.
Yeah. These are very serious claims this guy's making. And I wouldn't want to make fun of anybody that went through that. But just like Charlie Kirk, I don't think a single one of these accusations actually occurred. As the more Charlie challenges his claims, the more fabricated his story sounds. As this all began when Charlie went to the University of Tennessee to speak with the students, until he encountered this guy.
I was hate crime 5 times in one night.
5 times in a night.
3 of them.
And that's the thing. I think that's the world CNN wants us to live in, because then that way they can justify all the terrible things they say, do, and want to happen in America. If there aren't actual instances of 5 hate crimes happening in a night, and the best case you have is somebody making something up, we live in a pretty good society if the worst instance of this is made up.
By Trump supporters.
What happened to you?
I was just walking, and then I see this truck full of 4 white men pass by me, MAGA apparel, everything, you know.
And then, crap! Oops. Just too picturesque. Truck, MAGA supporters, MAGA hats. This was like this is like a Netflix script.
Did they say this is MAGA country?
Anyways.
That's when he knew he messed up. That's when he knew that this was too unbelievable. I think it's very telling if someone shares a traumatic experience, but is immediately met with comparisons to the worst race hoax of our lifetime, and their reaction isn't anger, it's nothing. They either have incredibly thick skin or are lying. I wonder which one this will turn out to be.
They drove past me and they were like, "F you, bend over."
Horrendous. 99.9% of MAGA supporters would be like, no, that's not okay, don't do it. I understand there are racist people, so yeah, there are people that do say that. As you see it in chat, it's usually bots or people from out of the country, but the idea that there are racists out there, but most people would find that unacceptable.
So they said the N-word on campus to you?
Well, yes.
Oh, yeah? Okay, so what happened to them when you reported them?
I didn't report them.
Oh, really? Okay, so maybe it didn't happen.
Okay, anyways.
I don't believe you.
Anyways, next instance, they threatened to rape me and then just drove off.
Hold on, so a bunch of Trump guys who are largely white heterosexual males then also threatened to rape you?
Different group of people, but yes.
All in one night?
All in one night, sir.
I think you're making this up.
Okay, that's fine.
Now,
if they were doing that, there would have been more than one victim. If they were bold enough to just get random guys out there saying these horrendous things, this would be like an epidemic. There'd be more than just this guy with "I am my ancestors' wildest dream" t-shirt. This would be a problem. The feds would be involved. It's all made up. I gotta say, it sounds made up.
We're talking about crimes. Threatening to rape you is an intent of a crime. Did you go to the police? You file a police report? You hire an attorney? You sue the school? Why?
Yeah, you would have to sue the school and you'd make money. You would be on the front page of every single mainstream media outlet if this did occur.
No, but you're coming in front of 2,000 people to say it. Why did you not go to the university and say this happened?
Okay, because how would I report them?
Anyone. There's hotlines all over this campus. You guys have nothing but, like, if something happens to you, I think you're making this up. I think you're doing this to try to make a point.
Okay. Well,
I don't think there's any evidence.
I can promise you, God as my witness, I am not. Anyways.
Yikes. Now, one thing I'll point out is I can understand why someone would not report the crime. I've talked about it before, but a long time ago, some guys tried to rob me in the street, but I was able to successfully keep my belongings. And I do remember initially being shaken up and not wanting to file a report with the police, just to relive the incident with the detective, retelling it to the DA, then potentially testifying to it in front of a courtroom. It's a whole thing you gotta go through, and being in court is just, it's a pain. Like, in case you haven't, if you've been lucky enough to not have to go, the problem with testifying is you got to drive all the way downtown to testify in the courthouse. You get there, and if you're lucky, you get seen before lunch. And I'm so ADHD, like, I'm glued to my phone. It's a problem. I need to be kinder to my eyes. But when you're in the courtroom, you're not allowed to be on your phone. So you just have to be totally attentive to the most boring cases you've heard ever. Non-stop of them. And you got to sit there and watch. Like, everybody else can be on their phone if they're not, like, in your group. You're sitting there all day. If they break you for lunch, you got to go somewhere for an hour. There's no good food options in the area. You come back and you just wait and pray that your case is up. And sometimes the DA or the defense attorney says, "Hey, we want to postpone, blah, 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 we got this, we got that." So you got to come back again. Like, you waste your entire day, and it's kind of unnerving where you get either their public defender who's trash, or you get their pay lawyer that's their only job is to make you feel stupid, or to try to get you slip up on your story, or have something that is very stressful for you to tell the judge. You're being recorded, you have the jury there. It's kind of a stressful thing, and you have somebody trying to, like, just antagonize you the entire time. I get it. You don't want to volunteer for that thing and retell your story if you can just kind of move on with your life. I get why you wouldn't want to report a crime, but something like that, if he's willing to go in front of all the people at a Charlie Kirk comeback tour, speak my mind thing, makes me think you're not afraid to tell your story in a courtroom. It was just something I was eager to forget until someone told me, "Yeah, but what about the next victim? You've seen their face, you've actually got their license plate, you should report this." To which I did, and to LAPD's credit, they actually found the whole crew quite quickly. And when they were snitching on each other, they openly admitted to specifically targeting Asian people as they perceived us as softer targets. So when you got a guy like this student here, sharing his stories of horrendous crimes that occurred on campus, you would think if he's willing to share it with Charlie and thousands of his classmates, he would have no issues sharing it with law enforcement, if for nothing else but to save the next victim that looks like him. Unless, like Charlie suggests, he's not there to stop heinous crime, like Charlie suggests and everybody ever believes. He's just trying to shame conservatives.
Let's do this. I'm going to show you the university official, and why don't you go file a Department of Education complaint, and let's find these terrible people that did this to you. We'll be able to look at security camera
footage. He wants to find them too.
See.
These are terrible people. You don't want these people in society, because the thing is that they're going to, in a group, threaten this person. It's only going to escalate. They're going to actually victimize somebody if these people exist. If this entire population exists, you got to get rid of them.
Okay, I'll think about that.
But you didn't do that. You'll think about it. Hold on. Why wouldn't you want to do that immediately?
Can I talk? Anyways, I feel like every time I step foot on this campus, I have a wall of vitriol and hate at my back. So y'all need to clock them. And I hate overgeneralizing.
You need to clock them. He allegedly has the opportunity to do it himself, but won't.
But I'm not going to say all Trump supporters are racist, but a good amount. Anyways.
This is just what happens when the demand for racism exceeds the supply. And combine that with a culture of championing victimhood, you'll have people that blatantly make up stories like this because modern day liberalism incentivizes it.
My question to you is, if you had one message to say to these people with the hate in their hearts, what would you tell them?
I would tell you to stop lying.
He's like, no, shame the MAGA conservatives. I made up this fine story talking about guys in trucks threatening to R him. Terrible, terrible thing to do. Terrible accusation to make. Instead of saying, I made up this instead of here's this fictitious incident that occurred, instead of shaming people because I made up this thing, he's shaming him for making it up. That's why he was a national treasure and always will be.
What would you tell them? Not to me.
No, honestly,
they don't exist.
I think
you
you're
exist.
Jussie Smollett at this campus. I think you're completely making this whole thing up. I will bring this to Linda McMahon, the head of the Department of Education, the federal government. I will make sure these people are arrested by Kash Patel, the head of the FBI. Will you do this or not?
That's really cute, Charlie, but I'm trying to give you the opportunity to alleviate hate within this group of people.
And there it is. If this really happened and he had the opportunity to get a direct line to the head of the FBI to charge these angry MAGA men with a hate crime, that's the best way Charlie Kirk can assist you. But if the only objective he has is to make Charlie shame Trump supporters, I 100% don't believe a single claim that guy is making.
Because you just came in front of 2,000 people, and we're going to go bring in the police, we'll bring in the FBI, because what you just said is unacceptable. This is going to become a very big issue. We're going to put this on social media, because nowhere in America should you be allowed.
And sadly, nothing came of this. This guy backed off. I'm guessing this was a hoax.
To go in front of a microphone with no evidence, no willingness to report, no likelihood to talk to police and say, oh, this happened to be at night, and ruin the reputation of half the country.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You'll be hearing from a lot of institutions, and if you did indeed lie, you will be civilly liable for smearing this university publicly for a very big number. We'll find out if you're telling the truth.
As nobody on YouTube believes this guy's story, and sadly, I don't think that guy got sued ever. They let him crawl away from it. I think there should have been consequences, but I don't think Charlie is was vindictive like that. He made his point, and then the guy hopefully learned his lesson and didn't make any hoaxes like that. And basically anywhere you see this reposted is the same. And I really hope Kirk can finally confirm whether or not this actually occurred, as apparently hate hoaxes on college campuses is becoming a growing trend, which is absolutely disgusting, as these crimes do occur, but every time someone makes one up for either political reasons or just for attention, it only promotes skepticism to anybody that actually experienced these. But why is this a growing problem? Because apparently there's no real punishment for it. Yes. As the most famous instance of this is Jussie Smollett, who apparently had his conviction overturned, as a PBS article for some reason had to include. This was the headline for them. This was more important than him committing the crime. It's because his identity. Include his identity in the article. So when attempting this, best case scenario, you gain fame and fortune from your fellow liberals. They made him the biggest face of their movement, even though the story was unbelievable from the get-go. First case, nothing.
I will, thank you. Hope you have a good lawyer. Thank you. And I want you to understand the implications of this. No one has had the stones to stand up to this stuff for years past. And so many innocent people have been drug into this crap, saying that all the white people are coming after me. I don't believe it. It's wrong, and we're putting an end to it.
And here's the thing. He was covering both sides of it. If those people were genuinely making those threats, throw them in jail. If he's making up this hoax, throw him in jail. He doesn't care about making his political point. It's just about objective reality. What's just. Bring back justice. There weren't too many characters like that in the world anymore. And that's why I think Charlie Kirk is the most important commentator in politics today. Not only because he goes to college campuses to have rational, long-form discussions with the students, proving how shallow their arguments are past their NPC talking points, and how they don't hate conservatives and Charlie Kirk, they hate what they've been told about conservatives and Charlie Kirk. But most importantly, with this story, he's either going to help prosecute a group of racists and keep them off the streets, or more likely, he's going to punish those who would make up stories in order to slander. And it's never going to stop. They're never going to stop making up these hoaxes until they're doing a hard time for it. The ultimate example about Jussie Smollett actually still being seen as the victim in this scenario makes it so more people do the same, because infinite possibilities, almost zero consequences. Trump supporters, as harsh consequences is the only thing that can stop this nonsense. But if you appreciate my concise, light-hearted commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, hopefully I've earned your subscription, then go check out the video on what happens when anti-Elon protesters meet reality. Yeah, all the Teslas being set ablaze was nuts. It was like, at one period of time in America, it'd be Elon Musk is saving it. Everybody loved Elon Musk. And then when he all of a sudden said, hey, I want free speech to return to the internet, he became the worst person ever, and it's very sad. This video is a viral video, but I feel like it kind of ties into this other one. Like, this was my third most watched video of the year at 1.6 million views. Since it ties into this, here's the aftermath of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. It's really sad. Charlie Kirk was a true man of God and spoke about forgiving our enemies as nothing annoys them more. But Charlie was a better man than all of us.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend that Robinson had confessed to them.
Kind of scary at the idea that I don't think they would have caught him if it wasn't for his confession. Like, they really had no leads. They didn't know what it was, and it's almost like dumb luck they caught him. Like, there was another incident. What was the other incident of the was it Luigi? That they wouldn't have caught him unless he like was randomly at a McDonald's or something, right? Yeah, all these things kind of seem like dumb luck is what solves these. It's kind of scary, actually.
Or implied that he had committed the incident. Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist!" ! Catch!
Scary
A
stuff.
second unfired casing read, "Oh Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Ciao."
Oh, yeah, it's not an anti-Nazi song. I guess it was like an anti-fascism song. But then you had, just after Hassan was singing that same song to begin his stream, scary stuff. Since they finally caught that guy that shot him, he's likely going to face a firing squad.
I hope he's going to be found guilty, I would imagine, and I hope he gets the death penalty. What he did, Charlie Kirk was the finest person. He didn't deserve this.
Now, I don't want to go too much into who that coward was. Of all the people in the world, Charlie he deserved it the least. But I would find there's scumbags on both sides, conservative and left. But I don't think you'd have a large celebration if any liberal hero this happened to them. I'll sit here and talk trash about Newsom or Hassan, and I don't even know who else is out like big on the left wing, but I don't like these people. I think they're detrimental to culture or politics. They're bad people, but I don't want no physical harm to happen to any of them. I just want them to be ridiculed. Like, yeah, well, they make fun of me, I make fun of them, whatever. Nothing should happen to them. But it's crazy how much the left celebrated what happened to Charlie dancing around because that's what they want. They did the same thing when Luigi took out the healthcare CEO, and it's like, yeah, I think healthcare is a scam. I think I pay way too much for very little services, and what I know about the doctors or the education system beyond doctors, I lose faith in them every day. I want no physical harm to happen to any of them over there. This was a very big red pill moment for a lot of us, knowing that most conservatives see the left as misguided and a little low information. Most liberals see conservatives as evil that deserve violence. Very scary time in America. As these low-life idiots that have accomplished nothing always want to somehow immortalize themselves alongside someone actually great. I just want to highlight how this implicates everyone and everything. And I don't want to say the guy's name. I try not to highlight the shooters at all, because we know that as a whole, whenever one of these incidents happened, there's always going to be copycats because there's losers that see it and say, hey, that do-nothing idiot got to become famous, got to become dog for a day, so I'm going to do the incident too. I'm going to do something terrible as well. If you highlight the person that did it, everybody's curious about them, but you make copycats. I do my best to make them the side background character in the story. The story's about Charlie. It's about what Trump's doing. It's not about the guy that did it. That radicalized him into doing this, as MSNBC immediately goes into damage control.
Again, about those bullet casings and the inscriptions, hey fascist, the words Bella Ciao, the words if you read this, you are gay. What do you see as the significance?
Really, I would need to actually see these words in the way that they are on the bullet casings in the gun to make a proper interpretation.
Covering for him. This isn't our fault. It's really nothing, guys. Like, they have to address it because everybody's talking about it, but they have to do it in a way that exonerates themselves.
But just knowing what those words are, I'm kind of overwhelmed with how immature it all sounds.
Very immature.
And that there is no really chronic theme.
With other idiotic theories spreading online that try to cover up his motivations. When the message was clear, the coward thought he was fighting fascism.
Well, I will leave that up to you to interpret what those engravings mean. I think the clearest one that says "catch fascist," there's not, and by the way, that's like catch like a ball, catch this. I think that speaks for itself.
As something recently made him this way, where he recently went away to college, allegedly a part of this organization, the Democrat Socialists of America.
When I say when we fight, you say we win. When we fight. When we fight.
They normalize the fight, fascist, Nazi, or whatever, so it justifies it. And when they actually do these terrible acts, CNN goes up and says, well, you know what? I'd have to see the way the word fascist was written before I condemn anybody.
When we fight!
So after years of painting conservatives as fascists, encouraging them to fight back, they can't be surprised when some psycho acts upon their specific instruction, which is why these liberal college universities specifically need to be looked into, as they have a long history of fostering this mentality. And after this when you see this like ending, the Kirks, all of them, somebody needs to be behind bars for this. This is not regular graffiti. This is calls to action. This is scary stuff. This is like literally, I see this no different of someone said, hey, here's a terror group, graffitiing the terror group's name on the side of your Seattle Central College. People need to go behind bars for this. You need to show the general public this type of behavior is not just acceptable. It's not just part of living in a large city. No, you need to be locked away from general society if you genuinely think this. A long history of fostering this mentality. And after this murder, universities everywhere are having to fire faculty over their insane social media posts, essentially rationalizing. They all went on social media thinking, oh, we can cheer on this guy that committed a terror attack, that committed an assassination, not knowing that they should lose their jobs and not be anywhere near education for this. The assassination, as this even gets down to the high school level, with even cheerleading coaches getting exposed for it, which just shows how widespread this issue is in education specifically, as these idiots wouldn't take to social media to post their selfies celebrating a murder unless they thought they'd be met with overwhelming support. But when the left cries, Charlie was a martyr for freedom of expression, but now people are losing their jobs. Rolling Stone forgets the fact that they themselves once encouraged this behavior. As I've never been a fan of cancel culture, but this isn't that. Anybody is free to challenge Charlie's conservative worldviews, but once you say, conservatives deserve to die over their virtues, you are a danger to half of society. As several nurses took to social media to celebrate, where they were quickly terminated from their workplace, including employees from animal hospitals doing the same. That's even occurring at fire departments. Because I'm not the most famous, because you can't trust any of these people to give care to half the population, actually more than half the population. They are willing to cheer on the death of Charlie. They are willing to give you bad service. I saw someone on Reddit, someone was saying about if they're a tattoo artist, and if they were giving tattoos to somebody that had conservative values or anything they could say, like, isn't them being completely aligned with progressive liberal values top to bottom, they were going to make the tattoo as painful as possible. That to me is sociopathic behavior, and they need to be behind bars. No, they're not actually harming somebody, but if they're causing more discomfort to somebody based on what they believe, they need to be locked away too. I'm done playing games on, like, graffiti's not bad. A mildly uncomfortable tattoo isn't bad. It's like, no, you guys are psychopaths. You don't belong in society. Sorry, not sorry. This person, but well known enough to get recognized quite frequently in real life. And I'm 100% uncomfortable with any of those individuals being my nurse, taking care of my pet, or even rescuing me from a burning building if they think the moderate version of me deserved to die. And there's 77 million Trump voters that feel the same exact way we do. That's why there's this huge movement online of conservatives gleefully becoming Karens, tracking down HR departments and calling them. As it's even happening to sports journalists. And notice how nobody on the right thought, my God, they're saying all these terrible things about Charlie. Let's draw up new hate speech laws. Let's make sure you can't say anything derogatory to the family or his movement. It's like, no, keep free speech. Let them snitch on themselves. I want to know if my doctor celebrates the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I want that to be in public, and I want them to brag about it if they genuinely think that. No free speech law is going to make us safer. It's just going to push them underground, making them more dangerous. Employees in sports organizations, and causing the boycott of video games, where Redditors are starting to get afraid of being held accountable for their sickening social media posts. Oh, how dare they make me feel accountable for what I actually think? And even a comedian got reposted over his insensitive joke about assassination, only for it to be an old video about the healthcare CEO. Which this mistake would look bad, except it just highlights the issue with modern-day Democrats. Ever since they got comfortable calling for the end of Trump, this slowly seeped out into anybody and everybody they disagree with were simply committing the crime of not being in their cult, because you could never pass their purity test. We saw that with the left wing with Hassan and H3H3 Ethan. Jordan Peterson warned Ethan, he said, I like you, but if you're going to try to grift to this left-wing audience, you're always going to not pass their purity test. Something is going to cause them to cancel you just like they gleefully canceled everybody else. And unfortunately, it became down to his religion. Who his nationality is. Because he happens to be from this place, the left turned on him like that because eventually they're going to come after you. As you don't get this huge wave of idiots cheering when Charlie Kirk gets murdered without the horrifying displays of support for Luigi. As this is the spear of political... Oh yeah, you can't see this. The spear of political violence. People who encourage it, justify it, and cheer it on. Regular people, and the people that commit the violence. You don't get the spear being impactful if you don't have the rest of the stick, and the Democrats have been proudly saying, we are the spear of that stick. Violence. You don't get the psychos that actually commit it without the Taylor Swift levels of fandom for it. All these little TikTok dances and jokes don't seem like they're encouraging murder, but I don't see it any other way. So the left can cry about cancel culture finally backfiring all they want. This is something that had to happen for a civil society to correct itself. Where Asmongold went to his 4 million subscribers to ask for more of the same.
make sure to talk to HR and let them know how uncomfortable you feel that there's a person who's working at your company who might want to advocate to have you killed because you disagree with them. Tell them that it makes you afraid to come into work. Tell them that, you know, you don't know. Maybe
this isn't you being a Karen and making stuff up. Look, I'm so afraid. It's like, no, I'm genuinely afraid this person's going to key my car. That's how you should feel.
Going to file a lawsuit, you feel unsafe at your workplace, and honestly, here's the important thing, you should feel unsafe because these people would justify violence against anybody who disagrees with them.
And this won't, including their own. All it takes is you getting out of line on one thing, and the same anger they had at the healthcare CEO, Charlie Kirk, Donald Trump, will be you next because you can never pass their parity test. And these people are too dense to figure that out. Won't be the only episode. He's making it his mission to expose anybody cheering on political violence. And unlike Charlie Kirk, Asmongold isn't a political figure. He was originally a Twitch video game streamer, which exposes an entirely different audience to who the left actually is, where previously video gamers were a prime audience for internet propaganda from places like Reddit. So of course, Redditors were allegedly calling for the targeting of Asmongold. Scary. But as I checked for the authenticity of that thread, I found that subreddit was deleted for violating Reddit's rules. But also found when you search for that subreddit's post, only Chinese searches came alongside it, reinforcing the idea this is the work of Chinese bots. And in case you don't know what that means that people that were searching for r/deprogram, Google will attach search terms to each other, just like it's how it's if you watch Asmongold on Reddit or you watch me on Asmongold on YouTube or me on YouTube, it'll likely suggest my content or his content, vice versa, because we're closely attached to each other in terms of audience. So if you have that deprogram, that post, people also search for things that are Chinese. When did his term end? Who's the vice premier? Other Chinese words, Xi fourth term, is Xi a good leader? Right? It's all Chinese propaganda letting you know the people that went here were also looking at Chinese topics. This was a fake trend placed on American Reddit. Alongside it, reinforcing the idea this is the work of Chinese bots.
What we're seeing is our adversaries want violence. China, we have bots from Russia, China, all over the world that are trying to instill disinformation and encourage violence.
As you knew, social media sites were being astroturfed by bots to increase viewership, but now we've basically confirmed it's Chinese bots trying to push this anti-American agenda to terminally online idiots that don't even know they're being manipulated. And we saw exactly that in that video that Nick Shirley did in Minneapolis, where they were protesting ATF, saying they're ICE, and that girl came up and said, I was going to the gym and the vibes ain't right here, so I'm actually also angry at whatever the mob says they're angry at. That's Reddit in a nutshell. They don't have to have facts, they don't have to have information, they just have to have vibes, and they say, hey, the Chinese are going on Reddit saying this is the thing, I think that thing too. As Charlie Kirk's in-person popularity on college campuses were a testament to this, drawing in huge Donald Trump-sized crowds, proving that Gen Z is shifting incredibly to the right. People were saying after Charlie was assassinated that he was likely going to be a future president. I don't know if he had political aspirations. I thought that was just hype around him due to the tragedy, but the more I look into it, the more I think Charlie Kirk was definitely going to be a young president in the future. And when the left could no longer win the argument with words, they immediately went to violence. And make no mistake, Democrat leadership was directing this the entire time, as the bullets were clearly marked with anti-fascism phrases, responding to the years of Democrat messaging.
Do you think Donald Trump is a fascist?
Yes, I do.
This is what kicking the shit out of fascism looks like.
Yeah, they wanted this.
The spread of the lawlessness and the fascist chaos.
So when we say Donald Trump is a fascist, a form of racist nationalism.
We are now living in a fascist dictatorship.
We're worried about our democracy falling to an authoritarian and potentially fascist form of government.
And allow him to take over this country as a fascist dictator.
When fascism isn't just coming, it's already here.
No one has ever been more dangerous to this country than Donald Trump, and he is a fascist to his core.
So of course, and that's a sad thing, is they can feign innocence all they want. We have so much evidence of them calling for exactly this. With Charlie Kirk and the rest of us, it is scary that they got away with it for so long. Conservatives in Congress call for a moment of silence for Charlie. The Democrats can't have that. Sickening.
Let's wait a minute. The House will be in order. The House will be in order.
Even all the way in Europe, they do the same.
The murder of political activist Charlie Kirk, a husband, loving father, and patriot, has shocked the world. Please stand with me in reflection and prayer in his honor, and I yield the rest of my time for a moment of silence.
Sehr geehrte Kolleginnen und Kollegen.
Literally throwing a fit.
Sie können noch weitermachen.
Shameful shit, man. They're the same thing as that girl in Minneapolis. I don't know what I'm angry about, but you know what? I heard some stuff, the vibes are off, and now I'm throwing a fit like a toddler in a high chair. Exactly what they are. Shameful shit. I can't believe all of Europe has to pay taxes to these people. Now they think their pounding interrupts the moment of silence for Charlie, but that sound is the symbolism of moderates finally mobilizing against them. That rumbling is the sound of the silent majority slowly marching into action. From video gamers calling HR departments to political influencers courageously returning to college campuses to take up Charlie's cause. Even to the liberals that before the election quietly supported Trump.
Do you know how many artists that have reached out to me that are like in hippies, man, that thanked me for endorsing Trump because they can't do it.
Yes.
They said they want to, but they don't want to be attacked. They can't say it.
Are now openly leaving the left.
This was the day that I decided I'm never voting Democrat again.
This was important.
I just came here to announce my official divorce from the Democratic Party.
But I've grown really tired of the performance, the fear-mongering, and the refusal to have real conversations.
I was an old school Democrat. I will never vote a Democrat, ever. I was a Purple Party independent. You lost me. I'm all red now.
That was the last bastion. I can't be a liberal no more. You see the comments?
Because they know they're next. They know if they get out of line, they'll call for their death too. They need to walk away from that movement. That movement needs to go. The Democrats need to go the way of the Whig Party.
Left has done a really great job of pushing us all over to the right.
Or even prominent liberal figures like Shoe on Head. What is it? Shoe on Head, Anna Shoe on Head, Anna Kasparian. You have these very, very prominent left-wing Democrats for a long time seeing the Democrat Party for who they are. They still have the same liberal progressive values and, kudos to them, but at least they're not afraid to call out the Democrat Party, the establishment, for the literal death cult they become. The left's celebration of murder sent her away from them. I keep seeing people posting online about losing sleep over this specific assassination and how they never met Charlie, but this is just hitting them differently. But it's because Charlie was us. As when they go after a healthcare CEO or presidential candidate, it's still horrible, but not many regular people identify with a CEO or president. But everybody knows what it is to have an unpopular opinion, and now we know the left would celebrate if we were killed over it. Where Shoe on Head correctly identifies how no matter how progressive you think you are, you'll never be pure enough for them. Even if you think a Ukrainian war refugee should be safe, or you don't want your city to burn over immigration enforcement, or something simple as you still want to drive your electric vehicle. At some point in time, the liberal hive mind might just turn on you and openly call for your demise. So they took to social media to celebrate Charlie Kirk's murder because they thought it would scare the silent majority from speaking out, not knowing this is the official turning point of the USA. But they also went out there to celebrate because that's who they always are. They were hateful people just waiting for an opportunity to show the world how they feel. So normally I would want to advertise something here, but all I want to plug is the crowdfunding for Charlie Kirk's family. It was started by Tucker Carlson, whose organization already contributed $1 million, and as of right now, it's near $3 million. So if you're like me and don't think Charlie's family should ever want for anything, please consider contributing or at least sharing the link if you can. Yeah, on those serious topics, I don't like to plug my channel, so he was assassinated, but like and subscribe. That seemed not not the right thing to do. So all we have, the last 2 videos of the year, actually another one about Charlie Kirk on how his movement went worldwide with 1.6 million views. And then also the most watched video of the LA riots at 1.7 million views. So we've been going for almost 2 hours now. I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick, probably grab myself another snack because I'm starving. But give me 1 minute or 2 minutes and I'll be right back. We're back. This has been a very long stream. Ever since election, I don't think I've streamed for this long. Now I'm gonna be up. I literally started streaming. I was like, oh, I'll just do a little brief recap. Didn't realize how long it was gonna be, and then I looked outside and it's dark already. This is wild. Yeah, I usually stream at Monday at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and we've been going since what 1 p.m. It was just supposed to be a New Year's Eve recap. So yeah, let's go ahead and just get back to this. But yeah. After Charlie Kirk's his assassination, his movement went global. The memory of Charlie Kirk. Kirk is starting a revolution all across America, but I had no idea he'd have such an impact in the UK, all the way down to marches in Australia and back up to movements in South Korea, where ironically this reminds me of those recent riots in France 4 days ago where the far left burned a Korean restaurant in protest of French leadership, as these concurrent protests just highlight the key differences between the left and the right. As reportedly, this TikTok was about Charlie.
The best part of this whole
I think they confirmed this was about Charlie.
Is that he is not martyr material, so his death will mean nothing. It will activate no one. It will impact few.
The fact that she's literally giddy about somebody losing their life because they had a different opinion than her is evil. I like to see the give people the benefit of the doubt and give people their fair shake, but you don't get giddy over somebody's death without that being in you. It's evil.
Great.
Completely oblivious to the vigils hitting college campuses, with huge crowds even in New York City, as NASCAR races paid their respects, but also MLB games as the New York Yankees had a moment of silence alongside the NFL also honoring his life. Just showing that the real world isn't the internet. The real world isn't Reddit. People are still normal. But then, we started seeing Spain paying their respects. Marches all the way in Australia holding up signs for Charlie, with South Korean citizens singing, "We are Charlie Kirk." Where we all knew the assassination of Charlie Kirk was going to ignite American conservatives and moderates, but nobody could have imagined he would become the face of freedom for the entire planet. As at the UK's Unite the Kingdom march, which was reported as 110,000 people, but was more likely millions.
Yeah. This is the counter-revolution. There's been a globalist revolution.
Nick Shirley was everywhere. I'm telling you right now, man. Like, I remember when I was just trying to give him a bump when he was like, maybe 100K, but now he's going to greatly surpass me, and it's really amazing to see how much of an impact he's had and how much he's just evolved over time. So kudos to Nick.
For 20 years, we are the counter-revolution. It's not going anywhere, mate.
Carrying posters of not only Charlie Kirk, but his entire family, as they all rallied behind his memory.
To Charlie's family, we all pray for you, and we hope we honour his life.
So, of course, the left tried. Disgraceful. People coming together for essentially a memorial for the biggest assassination in modern day history, I would say. And they have to come out there and say, you know what? All these people care about this guy because he was willing to speak to people and have peaceful discourse. It's racist, guys. That's their spin on it. To make this about the spooky far right.
What you're seeing here is probably the biggest far right demonstration ever held.
Not because they actually think it's far right, super conservative. They just label it far right to make you default to not liking it.
And I've been among this crowd, and I think it's obvious that many of the people here wearing our flag as.
They say wearing our flag is a badge of white identity, but also they're trying to say what's the UK flag called? It's called something, I forget. But they're trying to say the UK flag is a sign of racism now because it's exclusionary. Oh, thank you, Teresa, for subscribing to your Prime sub.
A badge of their own white identity and as a mark
Union Jack, thank you for that.
of hatred of our multicultural, multinational society.
But who knew the multicultural society? Right? We need to stand for the multicultural society, even though this is a multicultural society. It was so diverse.
Erica Kerr, this is for you. We love you. We stand with you.
She's in the UK. I don't think she's from the UK, and yet this is the diversity they don't like to see.
We will always have your back, and we love your husband, Charlie.
I have to come and support the event
uniting the whole country, bringing everybody together.
Because these are all people, they're diverse, but they want to assimilate to Western society. They hate that word because it takes away from them saying diversity is key, because they just want cheap votes. They want cheap labor. They don't want diversity, they want subservience, and it's sickening.
Bringing the 4 nations together, that's why I dress up and then come and support. I'll be integrated, so I have to respect the culture.
And notice how nobody was shouting down any of those very diverse conservatives. Yeah, I thought this was the far-right racist people. How come they weren't shouting down that woman that obviously speaks English as a second or third language and that very African individual? They don't care about them. They don't want to deport them because they are positive contributions to Western culture, as they're all embracing Western culture and rejecting liberal tyranny. But nothing scares a political elite more than when the common man bands together against the ruling class. So they immediately went back to their same old tired playbook.
Tell me what community looks like. This is what community looks like.
So, woman against the far right. Reject racist lies. What lies are they rejecting? And also, refugees are not to blame. I really wonder if this same movement would get together over the R-ing of the kids in the UK. The grooming gangs. Because I just recently saw they said grooming gangs, the phrase grooming gangs is anti that religion. How do you attach this to that without being a racist? I don't know. Because anybody can be a part of a grooming gang, but somehow they only connect to that certain ethnicity because that's what they're conveniently looking the other way on. If this woman against the far-right movement is more against Charlie Kirk talking to college students than they are about actual groups that are R-ing young girls in their country, they have to be a paid-for. This is completely inorganic. What does woman against the far-right feminism group have to do with freedom for a country that would not give them, because back here you see socialist worker freedom for Palestine. How many would they have the right to do this in that country? With her midriff showing, with her shoulders showing? If the answer is no, I don't think they know what they're talking about. Of protesters, that mysteriously get these signs left behind by these mysterious figures, who they later discovered are funded by none other than their own tax dollars. Kinda interesting how the same exact thing was happening in the US until the Trump administration started tracing who was funding these riots, and they evaporated overnight. So of course, to offset millions of angry Englishmen, masked Antifa and Black Bloc had to make an appearance, chanting disgusting phrases.
This is for all the people that want to be here on our side. But
where their coppers initially admitted the problem areas weren't with the Unite the Kingdom marchers, but the Antifa idiots, to which the Met Police marched them right into each other, just so they could later state there was significant aggression directed at officers by the Unite the Kingdom protesters. So they made the violence occur. They knew they were going to make the violence occur. Only one side got arrested, kind of like a certain event that occurred on a certain 6th day of a month in America. But also turning off the replies, as the mainstream media rushed to echo those sentiments, stating far-right activists with clashes breaking out.
Marching through the streets of London, one of the largest right-wing demonstrations to take place in the UK in modern times. Organized by the far-right anti-immigration activist Tommy Robinson, close by a much smaller counter-protest organized by anti-racism activists.
Oh, the far-right versus the anti-racists. I wonder if this is framed a certain way.
I'm just really against racism.
So close at one point that right-wing marchers began throwing things at them and pushing police. London's Metropolitan Police said a number of its officers were assaulted by the right-wing demonstrators, Dorica, and that 25...
Look, if there are right-wing protesters and they're beating on cops, they should go to jail. It's not that hard to say that, but the left seems to never want to admit this is a reality.
People were arrested.
It really seems like every single time they start to lose control, they revert back to the same exact plays. As in this enormous march across the UK, I didn't see a single incident of property damage, compared to neighboring France that had their own riots 4 days earlier, as it initially started with the French angry at their political leadership. But then, women carrying French flags were being attacked by those not, with the block everything protests, beginning to build barricades in the street, making makeshift roadblocks to stop traffic. And then burning buses to stop the streets, as sadly, that wasn't the only place they used fire on the freeways, as they specifically burned a Korean restaurant, attacking the responding French police with trash cans. But the mainstream media didn't seem to cover it like the Unite the Kingdom rally, where they seemed to make it more about pressure on the government and how it started online in far-right circles. But this left-wing protest started because the right-wing people were talking about it online. They're so ridiculous and they wonder why nobody listens to them anymore. Now happens to have left-wing groups. So when the left burns down entire sections of the city, they're protesters in Paris. But if the entire community marches against the establishment, that's the far-right clashing with the police. But they only classify you as far-right, so they can later call you a fascist, as they simultaneously encourage psychos online. They need to eliminate these evil fascists. But now, normal people no longer fear being called a fascist when they just murdered Charlie Kirk over allegedly being one, when all he was doing, because they heard Charlie Kirk for themselves. They didn't listen to mainstream media's opinion of him. They saw him talking to people themselves. They saw him calling this out and being bold enough to talk to college kids in a hostile environment saying, "I think you're a liar, we need to fix America." The idea that they saw that with their own eyes and ears, and they saw how the left portrayed him, that's when they broke free. That was the red pill moment. Was having conversations and spreading the truth. And the more the left goes into overdrive trying to silence anybody that notices, the more the average citizen is finally saying no to their political violence. So as the calls for political violence have only amplified, people are now losing their jobs in neurology at universities. Good. Microsoft is combing through their ranks to do the same, and even American Airlines is firing pilots who think it's okay to celebrate murder. Amazing. As we're seeing a turning point, not only in the US, with Americans making it their mission to dish out consequences, but now conservatives worldwide are rallying behind Charlie, as the left didn't even think he'd be seen as a martyr, but now Charlie's known globally as the face of finally fighting back. So if you appreciate my concise, sometimes lighthearted commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, subscribe to Decoy Voice. It was this one from a girl. Is this the same video? Being gleeful that he wasn't gonna be a martyr, knowing that he just sparked a global movement. His legacy will be remembered forever, I believe. So, yeah. One last video, the top video from 2025. We thought it wasn't real, but it definitely was real. This was when they took Los Angeles back from the rioters that have been rioting for months now. What is it? They were marching downtown LA. The sheriffs finally got a tighter grip on things because they were deploying the National Guard. So finally they took off the kid gloves. This was 1.7 million views back in June 2015 in LA. Oh, thank you for Freebird for the Prime sub. If you guys haven't already, if you're following me over on YouTube and you're on Amazon Prime, you have Amazon Prime, but you don't watch on Twitch, you can go to twitch.tv/decoy, attach the accounts, give me your Prime subscription. It's free for you, but it actually gives me like a $5 a month subscription. If you can't, it's confusing, totally understandable, just be watching. But yeah, this was the biggest video of the year. This is actually most of my top videos of the year, but I didn't want to cover LA riots for most of the my 2025 recap. So this is it, guys. This was the most important video I did of the year. Again, remember, I was not slated to hit 1 million subscribers until the riots happened over there. We covered it. Everybody was interested because it was a wild time that once they started to look into who was funding these riots, they ended instantaneously. Crazy times looking back on it. Funny how you can finally... Oh yeah, this is my No Kings protest jersey I would wear of the LA Kings. Should I wear it right now? I don't think I need to wear it, do I? No, I'm okay. Here we go. No Kings protest. Funny how you can finally have a peaceful protest when you just let the police go Rambo mode. As the anti-Trump No Kings protests march through the streets of downtown Los Angeles, with Elijah Schaffer showing us they're just walking around the homeless because Trump is the problem in LA. Yeah, you sing abject poverty all the way around you, but a guy that's in the White House that you have layers of protection, your super Democrat governor, your super Democrat mayor, you don't care about the homelessness. You just care about the law enforcement and going after actual criminals in your society. Giving all sorts of confusing, long-winded signs, including tax the rich. LA is a city of immigrants. And JD Vance ate my... JD Vance, this man ate my son. I think it's actually a meme, and it's kind of funny that guy snuck in there. And I like that JD Vance is leading into this meme. It's funny. I actually don't even know... Okay, here it is. I didn't read this sign before, but it says, if you have ever wondered what you do during slavery, the Holocaust, or the Civil Rights Movement, you're doing it right now. And that's why they try to do this false equivalency of MAGA fascists and ICE agents kidnapping people and sending them to labor camps. Complete mislabeling of what's happening. They're going after criminals that actually lose their court cases and they're deporting them. Fine. But then when they keep on labeling them fascists and kidnapping and secret police, that's how they're able to get these people out there moving. Because a lot of them are paid for. We know that. But the people that are just useful idiots have to believe everything on this text right here for them to get out there. My son. But the real issue was what they were saying. Again, old people that have zero connection to what's going on in the world. Just like that old woman that was over in Kentucky saying, we're just peacefully having our voices heard, and they're throwing us to the ground. No, nobody's listening to you. JD Vance ate my son. But the real issue was what they were saying.
I'm just so scared. I'm 74 years old.
74 years old.
I worry about everything, and I don't understand why people voted for this person.
Including sacrifice ourselves as human shields.
And then we gotta put our bodies on the front line when needed.
The white woman standing on this thing saying putting our bodies on the line when needed. Everybody cheers. Yeah. Follow the leaders of color first, which infers something different, but the leaders of colors first. When they ask you to be a shield, be a effing shield. They're cheering for that. I can only imagine you being a white volunteer, a white protester. You show up like, hey, we're going to defeat fascism. And all of a sudden they say, hey, we're going to start rioting. We're going to store the parts of the city. Be our human shield. Yeah, wait, what? Imagine showing up to this protest because social media told you Trump is a dictator. Then some lady on stage tells you, you're here to be a human shield. That's some weapons-grade brainwashing if you stay, as they definitely knew they'd need some human shields. As the LA sheriffs came in with massive numbers, almost like a show-of-force parade. And Anthony Cabasa records how they brought back the armored cowboy cop cavalry, who immediately got to business, pushing the protests away. I always love saying this because we keep on talking about how they get in front of the cops' faces. Oh, why are you so big and bold with your gat? And they shout at them. They push back the police. They throw water bottles on them. And it's like, yeah, the cops are all afraid Mayor Karen Bass is going to throw them in prison forever for the crime of touching a protester or a rioter. But a horse, a police horse is a cop second and a horse first. If they throw a bottle at a horse, he's going to defend himself. You can't blame a horse for being a horse. There's no judge in the world that would convict a horse. They would just put him out to pasture. He gets to retire and not deal with all this crap. It's the ultimate red pill moment for these protesters. Again, waving foreign flags of countries they demand they don't go to. They can't live in, pushing the protests away. With MSNBC desperately trying to control the narrative.
So you can see, whoa, they're messing with the horses, guys. Let's go. Let's back up here.
Yeah, they're messing with the horses. We're here to do journalism, not document their actual crimes.
Obviously, people are unhappy, Ari. People don't want to see horses trampling. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Whoa. We're good, Ari. We're good.
Notice how they play that beside the Army's 250th parade, as if they wanted to cover that. Oh my God, MAGA Trump, his fascist military parade, beside them literally having a riot in LA. And it says, LA rally follows days of protests against ICE raids. This is a riot. This is a riot, and yet they're trying to frame this and then take the camera and avert away from when they're attacking police horses.
Good. We're good. Keep going. We're good.
I understand he's trying to get out of the way for his own safety, but it really seems like he's trying not to show you how these idiots are antagonizing the police horses. As they'll complain about the police shoving back this old man, but ignore how he basically forced them to do it. Yeah, it's for his own safety. We use the analogy of a dog walking up to a rattlesnake. You're gonna yank especially if you love your dog, you're going to yank his chain super hard and get him away from the rattlesnake. It's gonna hurt him, they're gonna yelp, it's gonna look bad. But it's infinitely better than letting your dog get bit by the rattlesnake. This police horse, people don't realize how large horses are when they see them in person. It's kind of weird. Like, yeah, look at the dimensions of it, but the horse can kick through your chest, break all your ribs, and not even know it did it. This is for his safety, and yet they're like, oh my god, like, they shoved an old man. As these police horses are actually doing a great job at crowd control. And anybody that knows anything about horses knows they're frightful, fearful animals. They are prey in the wild. All these sounds, all this stuff in their peripheral, you really gotta train that stuff out of a horse to get them to exist in it. These horses are being very, very well trained and well behaved right now. At any moment, instinct can kick in and they can start trampling people. Yeah, waving flags of countries they demand they not live in. Cowboy cops can't. They tear gas can. And none of this would happen if Trump wasn't saying, I'm going to deploy the National Guard. Mayor Karen Bass was not going to allow them to disperse the rioters because she was using that as a threat, saying, if you want these riots to stop, if you want the citizens to stop destroying the city, stop the ICE riots. So when these activists tried to take back some of the street, the sheriffs had no issues marching right through. Still using the kid gloves, but at least they're using gloves. Snatching that guy. I hereby declare. And the sad thing is, when the local sheriffs arrest them, they see local DAs. Nothing's gonna happen to those guys, and I imagine nothing will happen to those guys legally. But should the Fed show up and they gave the military arrest powers, and we're also using, I think they were using military judges to oversee those trials, that's when they actually see some consequences, because that's Fed time. With the LAPD looking like a scene from the Revolutionary War. All the flags they demand of the countries they don't live in. As the city eventually devolved into a combat zone. And it's crazy to think the city was being destroyed. Like, you could not go through certain parts of the city. I remember I had to go to a hospital up in, I think it was Hollywood. And there were still several off-ramps that were just closed because they didn't want protests to happen around the federal building. It's insane to know. Once they said, hey, let's look at USAID and let's see what exactly is funding these rioters here. Let's set up cell phone, I forgot what it's called. It was that guy, man, I forget his name. I forget his name, but he was like, I'm setting up cell phone perimeters around there just to see where the people are going and how many riots they've been at. Once they started checking in on the money going into this, it disappeared overnight, meaning if you're in America, your taxpayers paid for this. Geofencing, yep. I really wonder if the mayor let local law enforcement do this 6 days ago, would they have been able to destroy any cop cars or loot any stores? Nope. As it really seems she only let the police do their thing so they don't get showed up by Trump's Marines. As a USMC stayed at the ready outside the federal building, with BG on the scene showing us them shaming the Marines. But treating them drastically differently, as they're not playing with paintballs, the Marines are carrying M27s. Interesting when you don't treat them like peaceful protesters, but idiots that just raised the city for several days, they suddenly know how to behave, as local KTLA showed us how quickly they quelled the crowds, but also stating this was following a day of peaceful No Kings protests. At this point in time in the video, you've seen 4 minutes of rioting, and then KTLA has the audacity to say peaceful protests. It was almost as bad as when Fox News was covering the riots and the looting for the ICE protests, and they're like, it's mostly peaceful. There was one Molotov cocktail thrown, but it was a mostly peaceful protest. Conveniently omitting how the LAPD reported concrete, rocks, bottles, and commercial-grade fireworks being flung at police officers. Peaceful guys. And I admit, unlike the riots, there wasn't any burning of police vehicles or looting of sushi restaurants, but likely because they were actually allowed to immediately arrest any bad actors, as several cities like San Diego had peaceful protests. Even over in Philadelphia, it was much of the same. But if all these American flags at a liberal protest seem unfamiliar, it's because somebody was paying to have them massively distributed. Remember, the left was getting criticism of saying, why are you guys all waving foreign flags of the countries you demand you not live in? We love Mexico, we love El Salvador, but don't send us to live there. Oh, don't send us to go back there. So then they say, okay, wave more American flags. It wasn't organic that they all had American flags in their garage. They had to have American flags delivered, paid for by probably our tax dollars. And they weren't the only city astroturfing their protests with pro-American sentiments. But over in Texas, they had a very different approach to the No King. This always disgusts me because they're all very open borders about everything, and they'll wear something of a fictitious story about making women subservient and covering them up, when there's a religion that they're bringing into the country that is very about making women very subservient and covering them up, who also have reproduction. I think if like the average family of that religion has 5 to 6 kids, the average American family is below replacement rate, so it's under 2 kids. You don't have to talk about a fictitious group or a fictitious reality to complain about this, not to kneel. All you have to do is look at the country that we're bringing in people from. It's so stupid, I'm like, they have to be paid for. King's movement. Oh no, there's this... It's always interesting that they keep referencing a fictional story about oppressing women, while simultaneously they're openly endorsing the mass importing of a certain belief system into this country. And here's the thing, is I'm not trying to say, the religion, you gotta stop religious freedom in America, whatever. It's like, if Minneapolis, I forgot the other state, if New York City wants to import that and make that their official religion, freedom of religion, whatever. I just will never understand for all of me, why white educated college liberals want that. They have all the progressive values, LGBT, woman's right to choose, all these things for feminism, but they also simultaneously want in this religion that has the goal of bringing in their rule of law in their community. By all means, freedom of religion, that's America's value, to a fault. But why is the group that's going to be most impacted by that religion? Like, remember, the reason terror attacks are mostly conservative, right-wing, is because you involve one specific religion committing terror attacks. That's why it skews one way. They don't like conservative Christian values, but they like other conservative religious values. I don't get it. Brainwashing, yep. That is incredibly oppressive to women, and you don't have to watch a TV show, it's actually happening. I'm not trying to say they're wrong, I'm not trying to say they're right. And the crazy part is about this whole thing about Nick Shirley, and they say, oh, the feminist groups are standing against Nick Shirley and the Somalian population. You're bringing in them, they keep on saying Somalia runs things better than America. The percentage of female G mutilation in that country is 99%. The percentage of female, I'm not saying the word, mutilation in that country is 99%. And you're thinking, bring in the people from there to teach us how to run over here. Change our state flag to look more like their flag. I don't know about you. Again, freedom of religion, whatever you want, but I can't understand for the life of me why a white, college-educated liberal woman skewed insanely more Democrat, while black men, Asian men, Hispanic men, all minority male populations swung more for Trump from 2016 to 2022. I'm sorry, 2016 to 2020 to 2024. They became more conservative, and then that other group became more liberal, when they are literally bringing in a population of people where 99% of their women have experienced female GM. Mind-boggling to me. I'm just saying it looks stupid. But at least they were peaceful, unlike in Washington where they pelted the police vehicles driving away. And in Seattle, scared drivers actually drove through their makeshift barricades. Then in Salt Lake City, there was a shooting. Sad.
Again, it's just so early right now. Fortunately, we have everyone involved in custody, and we're going to be sorting that out. We also had a lot of witnesses, and we're talking with the witnesses as well to see what we can learn.
But when looking at all the protest coverage, they barely seem to acknowledge it. And over in Portland, they're angry at the coppers pointing weapons at them, when later, they actually invaded an ICE facility, injuring several officers. Which really makes you wonder if they had the Marines, would any of this be happening? No, as over in New Jersey, they allegedly were protesting another federal building. When notice they're wearing the garb, I know there's a hijab, and there's a couple different variations of it, but isn't this the specific one to the terror group? I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty certain that white one is the one for the specific terror group. And a riot broke out, and 4 known criminals ended up escaping. And did any of these activists step back and think, okay, maybe we're not necessarily accomplishing anything? No, they just mindlessly do whatever the mob tells them. As this No Kings rally is essentially against Trump's deportations. But as of April, he's only shipped off 140,000 people. And I'm not a math. Less than Obama, but since the media didn't tell them Obama deporting those people is bad, they're not freaked out about it. Because remember, the Trump kids in cages, who built the cages? The Obama administration. Who did more deportations in less time? Obama. But nobody told them to get angry, so they didn't go out there and destroy their own city. But I think 140 in 4 months, multiplied by 3 to make the year, and times 4 for 4 years in office, should only make 1.6 million. Which is nothing compared to how many people Obama deported without due process. And as Mays Moore shows us, he even campaigned on it, and they still voted for him.
The Bush administration has done nothing to control the problem that we have.
Obama would be a would be considered a MAGA conservative today. Senator Joe Biden would be considered a MAGA conservative today.
Had 5 million undocumented workers come over the borders. It has become an extraordinary problem, and the reason the American people are concerned is because they are seeing their own economic position slip away. And oftentimes, employers are exploiting these undocumented workers.
Because this was when the Democrats served the low-income voters, like the lower class in America. Now the Democrats said, hey, it's kind of hard to cater to them. It's easier to cater to undocumented individuals. Give them driver's license and let them vote.
Not paying the minimum wage. They're not observing worker safety laws. As president, I will make sure that we finally have the kind of border security that we need.
Obama is basically a MAGA conservative by today's standards, but the left simply adores him only because nobody has told them not to. They adore him because they felt like they'd be called a racist if they weren't. Plain and simple. As they have zero virtues, just NPC talking points to parrot. But that's why they can't stand up to debate. They couldn't talk to Charlie Kirk because they didn't actually have values and virtues and reasoning, rational thinking as to why they think the things they do. All they had was NPC talking points that they were out there to proudly parrot because it made them feel good. The question here is, if everybody should be allowed to simply walk in and become an American, with everything going on in the Middle East, with our allies' city being struck. As they continue to attack our enemies. If America gets involved in a hot conflict, do these newcomers get sent to the front line to die, or is that specifically reserved for American-born men? In the UK, I was wondering that too, where you had all these African migrants seeking asylum in Ukraine. Russia invades, all the Africans flee, and they say they're treating us racist. They're not letting us go. They're trying to send us to the front line. And CNN did a report, I think it was CNN, saying, you know, we're not here to fight this war. We're going to Europe now, or deeper into Europe now, because this isn't our war. And it's like, okay, so you know they're not gonna fight, but they need social services because they're seeking asylum. UK's taking them in by I believe the millions now. They say they're also thinking about bringing back the draft, but they also just recently made a statement saying compulsory military conscription will be optional for Muslims because I think it's in their book that they can't take up arms against their own religion. Again, that's debatable, but in the UK, they're already seeing it. They will not have to fight in their military, but they're more than entitled to the social services, which means that their vote is effectively already bought and paid for. As we saw in the recent war in Eastern Europe, refugees that receive social service. Yeah. Not our war, Africans fleeing Ukraine. I'm sorry, it was not CNN, it was the BBC. For years, immediately fled the country. And I honestly don't think somebody should be forced to the front lines to fight someone else's war. But when you have massive amounts of people demanding that they deserve to stay in America, so much that they're willing to destroy the city to prove their loyalty, should the need arise, are the Democrats then going to ask or even draft them to fight? No, and that answer tells you everything. And that's the sad part is if they were giving them asylum in Ukraine for all that time and they say, okay, we're not going to fight the war, sad to say, if I was the next country and, you know, they don't have logic, you'd say, okay, you know what? Time for you to go back home. If you're fleeing war there, if you were going to sign up for your country, you would have done it back home. You obviously didn't do it for them. If the reason we're fighting in that country is to stop the war from expanding in Europe, they keep on citing World War II. If they think it's coming to them next, it does them no benefit to bring them to the next country. Sounds callous, but that is reality. Don't doom scroll on social media all day when you have my concise, lighthearted commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, so subscribe to Decoy Voice. And that was it. That was 2025 in a nutshell. That was all the videos we had. Top 10. Took us... How long was this video going to be? This video was going to be like over two hours long, but I mean, that was that. If you guys haven't already, yeah, good. We're gonna re-upload just the VOD or whatever to decap Decoy. But yeah, if you haven't already, we got Decoy Voice. You can subscribe, or Decoy. You can subscribe to after I got 1 million. We're able to relabel it. It's pretty cool. Makes me kind of more prestigious and makes it seem like a rapper. Subscribe over to Decap Decoy. I think, what is it? Yeah, that Asmongold video is popping off right now, and also. We got, like, I think another 1,000 subscribers since this live stream has started, which is amazing. If you haven't already, go to twitch.tv/decoy, especially if you have Amazon Prime. You don't watch anybody on Twitch. You can attach your Twitch account to your Amazon Prime account and give me a $5 a month subscription. Doesn't cost you anything. It is Bezos bucks. It really helps me out. But if it's kind of confusing, don't take the time to figure it out. I don't need your $5. It's just something that, you know, you can help out if you would like to. This was the New Year's Eve episode, so I think we had a little bit of super chats over on YouTube. I know I'm not really getting any of them anywhere else, but let's try to get those super chats on YouTube before we sign off. Let's see. Oh, I'm actually streaming vertically too, but it doesn't look good. That's weird. Let's see. Pop out chat. Close that. Yeah, 4-hour live stream. This is the longest live stream we've had since the election. Oh, quite a few super chats. Cool. So thank you to Tucking the Muffin for the 20 super huge super chat saying thanks for being you. General Zubas with the 1-up super chat. Thank you. Yasad Powell says, remember our government was talking about monitoring our Cash App, Venmo, and Zelle accounts for sending $600, but not the $9 billion in fraud. It's because you're racist if you talk about the fraud, and you paying taxes on your $600 Venmo is not racist, apparently. That's what I've heard, I think. Migda says, my favorite non-math Asian. Appreciate that. Mark Samuel says, what's your view on the idea of being pro-capitalist from the perspective of I'm pro-millionaire but anti-billionaire? It's ridiculous. I'm not worshipping billionaires, but billionaires have done good things and they've done bad things. Elon Musk, if he was not a billionaire, He'd not be able to save Twitter. He would not be able to save free speech. So I'm grateful for that. The idea that Elon Musk and SpaceX is likely going to get us to other planets and also saving the astronauts is a good thing. Again, probably more bad billionaires than there are good billionaires, but I'm not going to say capitalism is good until somebody wins. I like Walmart. I'm sad to say I like Amazon. The convenience of buying anything on Amazon. Like, oh man, my cat is getting old and he seems very, very like it's winter time now. He seems colder than usual and he's losing weight. So it's like, where can I find a self-heating cat bed? Amazon.com had it and can send it to me by 5 p.m. tonight so he can sleep better tonight. That doesn't exist anywhere else. So it's like, yeah. Is he probably a scumbag for the way he purchased Washington Post to publish propaganda about how mail-in balloting is safe, but then at Amazon facilities, if he wants union voting, it has to be same day in person with ID checked? I think he's a scumbag. But again, I am somewhat of a hypocrite. So yeah, I enjoy that. Bite Didi says, were 3D printers a stock market gold rush? I don't know. I think no, I don't think so. But again, certain people were able to make it work for them. Like, I know a YouTuber that does 3D printing as a YouTube channel, and he does great. But I mean, yeah. Battle Rap Boutique says, any New Year resolutions? Great content, brother. I mean, I don't know. Not big on resolutions or whatever. I just want to live good. Maybe just stream content more. New Year's resolution: surpass Asmongold on Twitch. Not gonna happen, but again, you know, what is it? Shoot for the stars, and if you miss something moon, send me money. I don't know. And for Sherman, been around for a long time, saying, I don't believe a single thing this guy is saying. Is he talking about me? That sounds like a lie a 10-year-old would make up to cover up not doing their homework that wasn't even done. How do you know about 10-year-old Decoy not doing his homework? Oh, thank you, Treeman Slim, gifting a subscription. Thank you. M. San says, been watching forever. Love from North Atlanta. Appreciate it. Oh, yeah. Another super chat saying from. Appreciate it. Yeah. Uganda Hater. Good to see you here over here. Saying, LMAO, good one, dude. I don't know what that's in reference to, but thanks for hanging out as long as you have. Uganda Hater has such a good super chat contributor over on Decoy. He has his own emoji. It's cool. M. San says, ever been to Thailand? If not, why? LOL, went there a year ago and trained Muay Thai for 3 months. Food sucks though. Unpopular take. Probably though. No, I haven't really been to much parts of Asia. I'm not a big fan of traveling. Like, I think, sad to say, having this amazing job where I could travel a lot, I could do live wherever I want, is lost on me because I'm just a homebody. I like what I like. I like being inside my home and having the comforts of this. I'm hanging out with my cat. I'm a weird guy, but yeah, I'm not to the point of Asmongold, but I am definitely not a traveler too much. XL Roan FX says, the stuff you do will actually change the course of the country over time. Keep it up, homie. Thank you for that huge super chat and those words of encouragement. I think during the election season, I got like a $200 super chat, and it was from a young guy saying something along the lines of, you know, you opened my eyes up to the real world. I was a Democrat by default, but now I'm voting Trump because of things you've done. And that's a very big compliment to me, and thank you for that, XL Roan. But that's what I kind of feel like I'm, you know, doing is I'm not the biggest YouTube channel. I'm not making the biggest movement, but I think I can change the worldview of a lot of young, impressionable people because all they knew was social media algorithms shoving them leftist garbage and the mainstream media hiding the truth from them. So I'm glad I'm able to do that. NYC says, you def gotta give us Decoy lore. Happy New Year, my G. I think, Ayo Sabi had clipped it. I'll probably even make that a YouTube short or something of me talking about my lore. It was a joke, but I think it was funny. BJ Straight Edge says, randomly stumbled across your channel 5 minutes ago. Now I'm subscribed. Cheers. Really appreciate that. I wonder if you've watched Decoy Voice or Decoy, or you just saw Decaf Decoy. So that's kind of cool. Chris Grower says, deport the Karens. Thank you. Thank you for the super huge super chat. Hypnotics El Salvador roommate saying, 2025 was def not real. I think the last real was 2019. Last real year was 2019. No lies detected. Don Lee says, thank you for your service, Decoy. Happy 2026. Same to you. Thank you, I.Lord, for the dancing Shiba heart emoji. Thank you. Justin Wright says, Tex Talks Battletech is releasing the latest mech story in 23 minutes. Hope you give the series a try if you do not know of the Black Pants Legion yet. I mean, I got a Gundam in the background here, and I still haven't finished most Gundam series. So I think I want to go back. I think I want to finish My Hero Academia. I was interested in that. That was pretty cool. What's the anime I like? Attack on Titan. I want to see the rest of that. And then I want to finish Expedition 33 finally. Decor Ika with a super huge super chat saying, Happy New Year, Mr. Tim Pool from Wish. Why am I Timu Tim Pool? Why would I be the Timu Tim Pool? Why can't he be the Timu Decoy? But I know why. Hope you have a wonderful night. Happy New Year to everyone out there. Thank you. Zaz is saying, thanks for providing New Year's entertainment. May 2026 be a surprisingly beneficial turning point. I really hope so. Bushin Ryukat says, Happy New Year, man with a golden bat. Yeah, the pencil bat. And for Sherman again says, that 20 wasn't about you, it was about the daycare guy. Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Arrow, for the 5 gifted subs to the community. Really appreciate that. So, we have been live streaming for almost 5 hours. The Timu pill. I'm at Timu Tim Pool. I'll take that. I mean, if I can make a tenth of what Tim Pool makes, I'd be pretty happy. Gurren Lagann, you're not the first person that says Gurren Lagann is better than Gundam. And we dodged the Kamala Harris Walls thing. Like, could you only imagine if Tim Walz got into office, how much fraud would be occurring across the entire country? Like, I wholeheartedly believe that people are saying the fraud in Minneapolis is bad, California is worse, and New York City is far worse than that. I think we're about to see some pretty eye-opening days ahead. Depends on what you're in. Attack on Titan, honestly, I would say is the closest thing you have to Game of Thrones in anime. Gundam has better animation. Attack on Titan can be kind of low budget at times, but I mean, the storyline's pretty good. Some Gundam series blow, some others are amazing. I mean, Gundam Wing is my jam. It's the most, like, simplest to get into. I tried to watch Gundam Seed. Like, I think I have some toys from Gundam Seed, but honestly, it's like, it is more complicated. Yeah, Attack on Titan's pretty good. I haven't finished it yet, so. Yeah, Gundam Wing was the only series that most of us can get into because it was the only series on Adult Swim. Like, we didn't have access to all the anime like people do with Crunchyroll now. Yeah. Tried Jobless Reincarnation. The main character is pretty sus. The anime I actually enjoy, that is very sus, is Food Wars. It's not about actual, like, battles. It's about food, but there's a definite adult aspect about Food Wars. It's hilarious, but I mean, if you've seen it, it is bad. Someone says your voice is like Bogies from Shirt Tales. I don't know. Someone said I sound like the guy from what is it? Christopher Walken, just because my weird speech pattern. I get that. But they said the guy from Gangs of New York, Billy the Butcher, I think. And I watched it and I was like, oh my god, it sounds like it. No, I'm not a foodie. Food Wars is not it's about food. It's just different. It's hilarious. Yeah, it's adult. You can't watch it in public. What's that other anime I like? I was watching something else. I forgot what it was. But yeah. Yeah, Food Wars is pretty graphic, even though it's like a kid's anime. Like, the kid's anime I want to go back and watch again, because I saw a bit of it as a kid and I thought it was cool, is Prince of Tennis. It's kind of like Dragon Ball Z, where you have the team of good guys, bad guys, they all have their special move, but they're evolving over time, they're getting better, they're battling. It seemed pretty cool, but it was about tennis. I just need to get back to watching it. A 1920s type voice, that's kind of funny. Initial D, never got an Initial D, yeah. Never got into Trigun. I tried to like Toonami had Trigun and Cowboy Bebop. I still haven't finished Cowboy Bebop. It's kind of slow for me. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad you watched Me Before Asmongold. Yu Yu Hakusho. Yep. Oh, thank you, Mad Monkey, for this Prime sub. Yeah, Yu Yu Hakusho, my favorite anime of all time. It's because when I was a kid, you can't really see it now because I'm an old man, but as a kid, when I was watching Yu Yu Hakusho, I looked exactly like Yusuke Urameshi. All my friends even said it too. So that was the ultimate, me watching a TV show and being like, yeah, this is a story about me. If I was Yusuke Urameshi, he's constantly getting his ass kicked. It's hilarious. So yeah. Yeah, Yu Yu Hakusho aged like fine wine because it was just so superior. The only thing about Yu Yu Hakusho, if you've never watched it, is it does not end well. It just doesn't end well. You remind me of the old MXR mods with your energy. Yeah, I was able to reach out to him a little bit ago. I forgot. Did I reply to him? I don't know. I gotta reach out to him. But yeah, it's crazy. MXR plays. He's not even on YouTube anymore. It's unfortunate. But yeah, no, I used to watch him. He's pretty cool. I like the I liked him and his girlfriends. They had their food vlog stuff. Like, oh, let's like, I'm not gonna vlog ever, but they do like, let's go to the most fancy restaurant in our city. Then let's go to the most lowest rated restaurant in our city. Let's survive off of $1,000. Let's have 5,000 calories a day, and also let's survive off $5 a day. Like, it was good content. K-pop Demon Hunters, surprisingly good. I have the vinyl record. It's good, man. Like, if you give it a chance, I would say K-pop Demon Hunters. Go in there with no expectations. I'd say it was Netflix's best movie, but it wasn't made by Netflix. It was made by Sony. Sony had no confidence in it, so they sold it to Netflix. Hopefully, Netflix realized the only movie they showed that doesn't have wokeness or DEI in it, it popped off. Hopefully, the sequel they make will continue that. But I have zero confidence in Netflix doing the right thing. Yeah. Well, thanks for hanging out as long as you have. Have a happy new year. Next time you see me, it'll be in 2026. Thanks for recapping all the crazy stuff that happened over there. But for one last time in this year, duck off.